Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit. Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit. Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit. Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit.
Yo, my gun burn like acid. Your flesh chastised, little worm ass maggot nigga thinking he more fly. Gaddafi lines is justifiable. Homicide, green paper, demonic faces. Money haunts me. I don't talk much when it's beef. I'm just a known creep. Nocturnal scope in the desert cover the whole beak. So when I spit black talent, you hear my bird speak. Only bird your bird ass see is when you type a tweet. Mock day, grand padre, machete your teeth. Casually, I pull out blade and wipe it on your cheek. Tiffany green Air Maxes, 9.5 classics. Mockty, Frank Matthews, crime praying mantis. Lay on the track like I swallowed 1,000 Xanaxes. And you should never ask questions if you don't want the answer.
Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard.
Tarzan, animal sounds over the loudspeaker. Attica demon, CO named preacher. We the gorillas, you more timid, Wiz Khalifa. A'udhu billahi min ash-shaitanir rajim. Info on the barrel, the bullets follow the beam. Now your grave is a pavement, swallowing your dreams. 30-30, 1/3 of me, all you see is G. Hang rappers from rosary beads, slowly he deceased. Dick blower, I'm Champola with pistola. Battery back holder, mock the energy is solar. Cleopatra, Caesar, Solomon and Sheba. Behind every king's fall is a foul diva. Ice on my neck, chest feeling like a freezer. Heavy, leaving me leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Say less, Gaddafi beast. Raw meat, pull up, bitch, hop in the front. She in the wrong seat. Bet I make sure ass in the floor me. Get the 440 your back like you Reggie Jack. More than that, 44 caliber killer over track. Golden era terrorized rap, and that's a snapping fact. Red top shotgun shells are still with mega crack.
Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Little bastard. Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit. Little bastard. Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit. Little bastard. Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit. Do a die shit.
It's a thing. I roll out outlandish, famished, I'm hungry. Devour whole camps and I don't care what country. I roll out outlandish, famished, I'm hungry. Devour whole camps and I don't care what country. I roll out outlandish, famished, I'm hungry. I roll out outlandish, famished, I'm hungry. I roll out outland. I roll out outland. I roll out outlandish. I roll out outlandish, famished, I'm hungry. Devour whole camps and I don't care what country. I'm funky, hot coffee and oatmeal lumpy in the morning. Putting plans together with the family. DJ Skids, what up, kid? It's that raw. Had them chicks popping on bras in the often awfully slept on word of mine. Spilling syllables like I'm spilling bullets holding up. SS, Stella Shine, mucho gigante. Jalapeno flow, they say mucho picante.
Greetings. Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm here looking for a debate, that I seen the other day with Colonel on this channel here called Colonel J. They got clips of the Kill Stream show, and we've been watching some of the Kill Stream show with Captain Tazariak debating on there, and I'm just trying to find one specific debate and having a problem doing it on this channel. And yeah, bear with me, guys. Colonel J, because it really slams home the point about the black Nazi shit, because I was here giving a presentation last time about Black Hebrew Israelite religion. And of course, some of it comes from British Israelism, right? And this idea of the 12 tribes of Israel, right? And it's funny because they're getting their idea. They're sympathetic towards geneticism, right? And also the idea of the genetic descent of the people of Israel. So if you guys just give me 1 second here, I'll find this debate and proceed with what I wanted to show you guys. But I'm kind of having trouble finding this debate, to be honest. Give me 1 second. I may have to look on my TV and see what this was called again. You know what I mean? The gentleman's name was Joel, and it's an Australian guy. Okay, here it is. Joel Davis. I'm sorry, I couldn't find the debate first. But yeah, here is. And anybody who's looking for receipts on what I'm presenting here, I already presented it last time. I looked at the origins of Black diaspora movements. You know what I mean? I played a clip by Malcolm X explaining the pact between the KKK and the Nation of Islam. I explained some of the origins of the Nation of Islam and some of their belief systems, and the Black Hebrew Israelite type of faction of that. And then these are a branch of that movement, called the ISUPK, which if you look at the end of my episode, we discussed some of that in detail with J-Hub and others, but they follow the King James version of the Bible, right? They claim that Native Americans, Puerto Ricans, and all the races that found their way to America, right, through white colonialism, that they're actually descendants of Black Hebrew Israelites. So that includes Native Americans. It includes the Black people that were taken in slavery, although it does not include all Africans, right? So this is a difference that they have, right? They believe that they're genetically distinct from the rest of the Africans, right? So this is one aspect of their philosophy, right? But here on the Kill Stream, you'll see them take especially, sympathetic towards the views of the white nationalists. It's interesting. Check it out, guys. you know, and then we'll proceed to the rest of our presentations. We were watching a debate in which they were questioning the efficacy of them using the King James Bible and the New Testament within that Bible, right? You know, including the letters of Paul. So the focus was on using the letters of Paul, you know, but yeah, let's go to this debate here. And let me show you guys what they have to say here. It's really rather interesting. Let's check this shit out.
By the way, what's your take on Hitler? Do you find Hitler admirable because in a certain way, or do you find him detestable?
Hitler. Okay, I won't act like I'm a Hitler expert, but what I do know is that Hitler felt they was being oppressed by Jewish people, and Jewish people would probably feel they was the same. So it's like two sets of white people having a fight. And Hitler chose to do what he did to Jewish people, and they fought back, and then they killed Hitler. Hitler lost. I mean, I don't know what else to say. What I will say, though, is that, and I don't know if it was a mental tactic by the Germans, period, but they would treat the black athletes with more dignity than America would. I will say that. I will say that.
Interesting.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, it is.
Jesse Owens was treated better. Jesse Owens was treated better. The athletes was treated better by Hitler. I will say that. And a lot of people don't know Hitler used to work with the Japanese people too. He wasn't as racist as people think.
So see, he would rather work for Hitler than for the United States. You know, this was going on. You know what I mean? He thinks that the rule of the Third Reich was superior to the rule of America today, right? So that's fundamental and understanding, right? And, you know, white people had the religion, British Israelism. They wanted to be Jews, right? These people want to be Jews, right? The problem is not that it's white or black people. The problem is that they want to be Jews. That's the problem, right? Is that they're laying claim to this, you know, and that's the fundamental stripe within white nationalism and black nationalism, right? Okay, is the claim towards, you know, the Jewish people, right? So it's a special you know, Easter egg that ends up showing itself right when you tackle these issues. But yeah, it's interesting to hear them both agree on this point, right? That they would rather support, you know, white nationalism, right, than the type of rule that exists in America today. Let's keep listening for a minute.
So that's what that would be my opinion about Hitler. I do know they killed that dude though. Y'all lost that one. Y'all been trying to bring Hitler back ever since. That's why y'all like Trump. Y'all like Trump. Trump is like Hitler light.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wish he was more. I wish he had more Hitler qualities. Like Trump is like, he's like 10% Hitler. I wish he was like, I wish he was like 50%. In fact, I wish he was 100%. Let's be real. But if he was at least 50%,
I disavow.
nice.
To be clear, I want to say, go ahead.
What he's saying is, I wish Trump would bring the ovens. That's what he's saying.
No, I definitely disavow that.
No ovens. That's fake. That's a Jewish lie.
Okay, God.
There were.
Okay, so we won't play any more of that, but I think you guys get the picture. We'll bring that back later. Some spicy content there, you know, for you guys. But you guys get the picture. I mean, just to ram the point home about, you know, the support for Nazism, right, within the ranks, right, of your, you know, everyday, you know, basically run of the mill, you know, white nationalists. You know, let's proceed to this debate here. And within this debate, we were talking about Saul of Tarsus, right? Various views of Saul of Tarsus, right? And you know, this two different strains of the Black Hebrew Israelite philosophy, one of them coming to reject the teachings of St. Paul, right, in order to facilitate the teachings of the Old Testament, right, and the other group not not really led to do that, right? So this is very interesting to put this understanding of why they follow the New Testament, right? And how how following the New Testament basically means that you've allowed foreign traditions to promulgate on top of the so-called quote unquote Jewish basis for those belief systems, right? Which supersedes the laws of the Old Testament. Now, many people believe that Paul was such a teacher, right? That Paul's teachings were actually used to unify European society in a way that Paul's teachings were fundamental for the development of the European powers, especially France and Britain, right? Coming to rule under the guise of the Catholic Church, right? And some of those teachers, well, how did some of these teachings, right? Okay, that were supposed to make it to the Israelites. Now, the dude Tazariak, who I had an interaction with, I showed it last time. I had a brief interaction with him, challenged him to a debate, and it didn't go so well. But yeah, I had him there talking about his belief systems, and we're gonna move more into what he believes here in his opening statement. So let's go to Zariak and how he defends the Bible, and let's see if there's any legitimacy over how he defends the Bible. Let's get into it, guys.
13. Saul and Josephus taught Hail and Achaia. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verse 556 to 558. Saul in the New Testament suspiciously close with Rome, from citizenship up to Nero Caesar, Acts 22nd chapter, 25 through 29, and Philippians 4 and 22. Saul and Josephus is suspiciously close with Rome. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verse 556 to 558. Saul in the New Testament has a close friend named Epaphroditus, who just so happened to be Nero Caesar's secretary and Josephus's Patreon. Josephus' Patreon is Epaphroditus, who happens to be Paul's homeboy and Nero Caesar's secretary. Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1, section 1, verse 1. Now look at this. Operation Messiah. St. Paul and Roman intelligence and the birth of Christian sanity.
Okay, now for people who have never heard this perspective before, right? It is an interesting fact that in order to spread the news, right, among the Gentiles, right, and obviously Christian scholars and secular scholarship understands this, right, that Paul had to be embedded among the Roman Jewish elite. Now, does that make him culpable of founding a new strain of Christianity that was hostile to the teachings of the apostles? Now, a lot of people would bring up certain verses, okay, in which Paul is seemingly having disputes with the apostles, all right? Now, the brother here actually didn't do any of that, right? But what he did do was he explained Paul's connections to Herod, which are apparent in his own letters, Paul's connections to people like Epaphroditus, right? Okay, Epaphroditus was somebody who funded the Antiquities of the Jews, a book by Josephus, right? And as I explained earlier, Josephus himself was a Roman slave, right? He was a slave of Flavian, right? Just as the Herod family owed their particular allegiance to Rome, right? And of course, Paul proclaims himself a freeborn Roman citizen, right? This happens in Acts, right? Acts of the Apostles contains many tales of Paul reconciling Roman and Jewish views, right? Because he is considered to be a teacher of the law by Gamaliel, right? One of the top teachers of the law at the time, right? Okay, well, he's schooled under the Pharisees, right? He works for the high priest Caiaphas, right? As a part of the Roman Jewish police force, so-called, right? Because he's responsible for persecuting the early church, right? So there may be a link between the Sadducees and the Zealots in the first century. Anyways, there was distinct sects of Jews in the first century. That's important to realize, right? You had your Alexandrian Jews, right? You had your Pharisees, right, who followed the oral tradition, right? And in addition to those commandments within the Torah, right? You had the Sadducees, which were the temple authorities that had found themselves within the Roman Jewish elite. And you had a sect of Jewish nationalists that thought that they should liberate the temple, right, from Roman rule, right? These zealots, right? Okay, and some of them were in line with the Sadducees, of course, because they believed that the temple authority should be placed under new hands, right? Under the hands of the temple priests instead of the Roman authorities, right? Okay, they considered it a sacrilege for the Jewish nation to have to pay tribute to Rome, right? Right. And in 70 AD, okay, as Josephus recounts, right, that they completely decimated and destroyed the Jewish temple, right? Now, after 70 AD, after the destruction of the Jewish temple, this is when you see the appearance of the Gospels, right? For the first time, right? So after 70 AD, right? Okay. Not that this is the first time that they were written or these accounts were written, okay, but there is somewhat proof of that too, right? Because they were written by such secondary sources as Mark and Luke, who were travelers with Paul, right? And they were not eyewitnesses to the crucifixion of Jesus, right? Or at least we can't tell if they were, right? Paul was not an eyewitness to the crucifixion of Jesus, right? Yet he taught it, right? Because he was taught on the road to Damascus, right? Now, the various stories of his conversion on the road to Damascus, also problematic, right? And then you have the view that Paul was taught directly by Jesus. So he's considered an apostle of Jesus, similar to the disciples of Jesus who were taught by him in his own lifetime. Paul states this within his letters, right? So these are fundamental beliefs, right, in the New Testament that if you follow the teachings of the New Testament, you'll have to basically sign on to Paul's beliefs that Jesus died for our sins, right? That he was crucified, right? He is the second Adam, right? That man is born sinful. The wages of sin is death. Okay, everlasting life is only through accepting the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. That is the basic structure of Paul's assertion in Corinthians, right, and in Romans, and also a link between the Jews and the Gentiles, right? He talks about the law, right, being made a burden for some, heavy burden for some to wear, right? And he talks about his mission as apostle to the Gentiles. Now, who are these Gentiles, right? Right? Are they non-Jews, right? You know? Okay, now Tazariak asserts that these Gentiles are not Romans or Edomites, as Malachi Maccabee is calling them Edomites, right? Now I explained that term, Edomites and Ishmaelites, right? Doesn't only generally refer to, right, Europeans and Arabs, right? But it also refers to Rome, okay, which is the church on the Edom side, right? And then on the Ishmael side, it refers to Islam, right? Okay. So these things actually have various meanings within the Jewish mystical tradition, right? Anyways, let's go on with some of this analysis here, right? About who is Saul working for, right? Okay, interesting.
For whom was Saul?
And of course, we see here the Sadducean hierarchy, right? His connection to the Sadducees and the Pharisees, both, right? Right? Paul's connected to both the Sadducees and the Pharisees, right? This is a strange link that he has, right? And also, he is astute writer, right? And understanding, rhetorical skill, dialectical thought, right? He seems to have some rhetorical skill and training, right? And if you observe Tarsus, right? Tarsus, which was in Turkey, you know, I had a friend come over from Turkey today. I have a Turkish friend, right? And you'll be surprised to see him. He has blonde hair and blue eyes from Turkey. All right. Turkish people, they kind of look like, Europeans, to be honest. Okay. And his family's from Turkey from a long time ago, right? And his Turkish roots, right? So, yeah, Turkish people, right? Okay. That's how they look. And Tarsus, from Tarsus, right? Paul of Tarsus, right? Okay. Many writers were from Tarsus, right? I believe that Heraclitus was from Ephesus, right? Ephesus is also in Turkey. Okay. It's also known as Asia Minor, right? So Turkey, right? AKA Anatolia, aka Asia Minor, right? These are all names for Turkey, right? And at the time, Paul was from Turkey, right? Anyways, what's going on? Thank you guys for joining us here.
Saul working for us, Zoya. The only circumstance under which the high priest would employ his police force to arrest and imprison people would be if these people had shown themselves in some way to be a political threat to the Sadducean hierarchy and the Roman regime. If Saul was employed by the high priest to arrest people and imprison them, it can only mean one thing to Zoya, and that is that Saul was a member of the high priest police force. He them boys, he them people. It would have been his job to arrest anyone belonging to a movement that threatened the status quo. What kind of Jew might have taken up political police work in the service of Caiaphas? The police force of the high priest was no doubt an eclectic group consisting of junior priests with elite.
He them boys. He them people. Right? He them boys, right? Saying Paul was the ops. Paul is the ops, the police force, right? Who else could go around slaughtering, right, or stoning Christians on behalf of the high priest, right? I mean, consider how crazy this is, right? Paul was not just, some random, run-of-the-mill Jew, right? But he was embedded within the structure of the hierarchy, right? This is how he was able to travel, right? This is how he was able to gain a large following. This is how he was able to preach within Rome, right? Okay, so it was a critical step. This is why in Acts, the Jerusalem Council gives him permission, right? Or do they, right? See, it's a very interesting subject. Where did Paul get his authority to preach from, right? Was it from Jesus Christ himself, right? And then also he was made apostle to the Gentiles, right? And some of this authority comes to him from the Jerusalem Council, from Peter and James, who are the leaders of the Jerusalem Council in Acts, right? Okay, and in Acts, there is various sects. Like when Paul travels to Ephesus in Asia, right? He's kicked out of the synagogue, right? Right? Paul's teachings are rejected in Asia, right? Right, let me see. Let me look up the verse for you guys, right? I'll play this while I do that,
Agents of the Sadducean party or belonging to those few families from whom the high priest was traditionally selected. Added to these were mercenaries of various kinds, including Jews or non-Jews. Such mercenaries may have been relatively indifferent to Jewish nationalistic feelings and were perfectly prepared to endure the unpopularity that came to those willing to sell themselves to anyone yielding power in the interest of a hated military occupation. Let's keep scrolling. Look at this right here. It says right here, not everyone accepts this explanation. We believe members of the Nazarenes were much more militant than this. Among the Nazarenes, there were at least some who were who wanted complete independence from Rome. Some scholars still believe that Jesus and his followers were among these members of the group, and that this led to his execution. If it is possible that his brother James and some other apostles did not abandon their nationalistic aspirations after Jesus died. All right, let's keep strolling. The physical appearance of Paul. There go Paul. There he is. Nicephorus claims that Paul was a little man, crooked and almost bent like a bow, with a pale countenance, long and wrinkled, and a bald head. In the Latin version of Acts of Paul and Thecla, it is added that he had a red, florid face. In the history of the contention of St. Paul, his countenance is described as ruddy, with the ruddiness of the skin of the pomegranate. There go Paul right there. There he is. Nothing personal. The Acts of St. Peter confirms that Paul had a bald and shining head with red hair. In closing, my opponent will attempt to rebuttal these sobering facts by quoting a few scriptures that Saul Paul claims he's an Israelite. My response to him would be, so does every modern day Israeli. Just because you're claiming Israel does not mean you're the real deal. Source, BlueLetterBible.org. Israeli, to Zoyak, is Hebrew for, guess what? Guess what is Hebrew for? Israelite. Israelite, a descendant or inhabitant of the nation of Israel. As we see, Israeli is Aramaic for Israel. So Paul claiming to be an Israelite without any family lineage.
40 seconds.
If Captain Zoyak of the UPK can't produce an Israelite lineage and family tree for Saul of Tarsus, then he must admit that Saul is an Herodian Edomite whose entire family are the sworn enemies of our way, and that the UPK now endorses the teachings of Herodian Edomites as authoritative. Again, if he can't furnish an Israelite family tree,
There's that term, Herodian, meaning he's part of the Roman elite, and Edomite, meaning he's not a Jew, right? Meaning he's not a descendant, right, of the Jews, right? Meaning that he's actually a descendant of Ham, right? He's not a Semitic person, right? So this is all to make Tazariak convinced that, you know, that Paul's not black, right? Or basically, you know, not a Hebrew, right? Of course, that could mean many things. As we just saw on the screen, that Puerto Rican gentleman that was there on the screen, Tazariak claims that that man is a Hebrew, right? So it gets very confusing what they mean by Hebrew, right? As we'll come to see, okay? But this is what it is, right?
tree for Paul in this debate, and everything else he says is irrelevant. In my remaining rounds, I will get into specific teachings of Saul that are not only contrary to what the apostles teach, but even hostile.
All right.
Now he's showing the family tree again, right? So he's saying that the claim here is from Romans 16:11, right? That Paul was in the family of Herod, right? Herod, my kinsman, right? So this is what he's claiming. Anyways, let's go on a little bit here.
Move the screen, please, and let's get ready to rumble. Captain Tazariak, we just got through the first round. Unshare your screen. Yeah, there you go. Captain Tazariak, time will start when you start. Are you ready?
To share my screen.
Let's get it.
Okay, let's present screen, share screen.
Malachi Maccabee have set the tone. He have drew first blood, Captain, and now it's on you.
All that blood, that's terrible. Can you see my screen?
I see the screen.
All right, hold on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just want to wait. Let me just put it like this. All right, I'm ready to rock and roll. I told y'all in this debate. Wait, first of all, for some reason, somehow Katazai always get dragged into a debate. Like y'all have an insane obsession with my brother Katazai. Y'all could just join the school and you could talk to him every day. Talk to him every day like I do. You know.
That's the Puerto Rican guy that is complaining because he put him on the screen. And he said, does this guy look like, he said, there go Paul right there. He looked like a white dude, right? Or red hair, right? Ruddy, right? Anyways, yeah, Mr. Meow G says Hebrew, those who crossed over the river Euphrates. It's funny because they have their own form of Hebrew as well. You know, they have their own, particular language that they refurbished. They don't actually speak the same Hebrew they speak in Israel. It's their own refurbished dialect of Hebrew that they speak in the ISUPK, and they claim it to be the original Hebrew. So, this is something that they actually do.
Yo, that's that Lashawan Quadah shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like,
they're trying to take it back to the Paleo Hebrew, and like, yeah, all right, I respect the attempt, but if you're gonna look, if you're gonna deal with things that you believe is spiritual about God, you gotta actually like try to do it the right way. And just adding basically an A onto every consonant is not, obviously that's not the way to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you'll notice that when you start to try to pronounce some of the Hebrew words, bro, you'll be like, Yasharala, and you're like, hold on a minute. It don't even sound like a word no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how he does in his he's like Yahuwah Yashia Washawaha,
Well, they use the A's, but then there's so there's more sects of the Hebrew Israelites that are like, all right, it's not just A. They're like, it's actually you. You know what I mean? So then instead of Yahweh, now you have Yahuwah, right? And then you have, what I'm saying, instead of like Yahweh Shai, you have Yahushua HaMashiach, right? You know what I mean? You have like, I've been through it because I tried to actually do it, but not like actually be part of a group. I just tried to actually study everything. And at the end of the day, you know what I mean? What you find out is that basically the claim to fame is that we got the secret name of God. You know what I mean? Only we know how to pronounce it because, you know what I'm saying? The language is lost and blah, blah, blah. But it's basically just another scheme of the little
But did they try to see
under the
Did they
law.
think that they can control God via the name, though, like a black magic type of thing, though?
No, it's just that, like, there's parts in the Bible that it's going to say, right? It's going to say, my people will know my name, right? And that's the chosen people. So they're like, yo, since we are the only people who know the name, right? Then we're the only chosen people. You know
That
what I'm
sounds
saying?
like black magic, though. It sounds like, well, I know the name of God, so he's going to help me out when I need help.
Well, yo, here's the problem. Here's the big problem is that the name of God does not mean the fucking the audible, speakable title of God. The name of God is God's character. So my people will know my character. It doesn't matter what that title necessarily is. You get what I'm saying? There's people out there calling God
even the word,
all
and
different titles.
even the word know is like one of those things where people say knowledge. Oh, you mean thinking about, but knowledge also can mean like carnal knowledge. It can mean like
Here's the thing.
as in like I'm communing with.
Here's what I'm saying.
God.
Here's what I'm saying, right? You've got people sitting next to each other, right, in the same church, right, that believe in essentially two different gods, but they both call God God, right? And so you got to realize that it's not the name you call God, right? Because people have different understandings of who God is. So that title is not necessarily owned by God, right? It's like people are using this is a title. And so this is the original problem. And just by knowing the name that you think is written in the text of God doesn't mean that you actually know the character of that God. You know what I'm saying? That's what the name really is. It's the character. There's some people that have the wrong fucking title, but they have the right character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just seen that today on the Chaotic Truth. You know, they got a sister that's debating the Christian sister. And it's funny. It's a Christian versus Muslim debate. And one of the proofs that the Muslim lady uses is that she goes, well, I mean, I guess her heart's in the right place, but she goes, well, how does Jesus refer to God? It's like, it doesn't even matter what Jesus called God. You know what I mean? Like, why would that matter? It's just a language, So she tried to prove that just because Jesus says Eli Eli lama sabachthani, that means that, all right, well, that means that he prayed to Allah. But it's like you said, it's really the character of the God.
Well,
Jesus spoke Aramaic, and he said Eli Eli lama sabachthani. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was speaking Aramaic, saying, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? In the Hebrew, when you look at the name, like the titles of God, there are parts in the Bible all over the place where it refers to God as Elo, right? Or it's Elo, right? It's Eloah, right? Written in the current Hebrew, but when you take those consonants, right, and you try to take it back to the Paleo Hebrew, you get a lot closer to Allah. you get a lot closer. Like when you look at Elohim, you get a lot closer to Elohim, right?
Well, yeah, and the thing is, like, a lot of these people are conflating language and numbers with God. They're like, God is logic, God is numbers, God is geometry, God is, and they try to say the median is the message, but not like in a true way. They're trying to like psyop you or some shit,
The reality is, the Jews and the Hebrews lost the ability to speak their language and understand their Bible for a long period of time. So that's the reason why we have a problem with the pronunciation of the Paleo Hebrew. They don't actually know how to do it. The people who claimed to know how to do it at that time created the Masoretic text, putting in the Nakud system the quote unquote proper way to interpret the words.
Sorry to interrupt you, but isn't even like the Rosetta Stone? I heard somebody else say this the other day. Isn't even the Rosetta Stone like not necessarily even really trustable? Like as far as trying to figure out how to interpret Egyptian and shit like that.
Well, it's one source, bro. I mean, if they fabricated the one source, they could have fabricated it all. But if it does work and produces working languages, the probability of that would be very low. You can't trust anything, bro. At the end of the day, anything can be falsified in this physical fucking matrix.
Well, and now that we have the tech rolling out where they like admit that they can falsify reality, basically, how long have they had that for? That's the thing.
If they want to make an artifact, they just got to find a stone that carbon dates mad old and carve on it, and boom, now you have a fucking mad old artifact. You know what I'm saying?
You 3D print that shit out like that fucking.
No, but
you could find a tablet, right? That's mad old, right? And so it'll carbon date. It's 2,000 years old. We just dug this shit up. Now we carve the hieroglyphics in it, throw some dirt on it. And if you carbon date this tablet, it's going to go back to fucking 2,000 years old, right? It was found. It just was blank.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You have to have a rule of experts to verify the veracity of all these documents and languages and writing.
Well, the problem is all the quote unquote experts are all fucking Freemasonic fucking brothers, bro, who are all in on the fucking scheme. Maybe not Freemasonic, maybe Jesuits, maybe Rosicrucian. Look, I don't know what order they're in, but they're all fucking part of it. Look at all the Smithsonian cover-ups. They've been covering up bodies and artifacts. That's the reason why they exist. All these fucking antiquity, these archaeological, organizations. The reason why they take so long to do shit is because they're trying to figure out what they're going to let you know they found. They're trying to figure out what they're going to tell you they found. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind that it's the Israeli government that's finding this shit. That's one aspect of it, and then the second aspect of it is that like they don't even know what the fuck they're looking at when they find it, because like we just said, they recreated the language, they recreated the history.
Joseph Smith did the same shit, bro. He's like, I found some tablets. Let me tell you what they said.
And all the experts are basically like Royal Society, like bloodline people too. That's the other thing,
Yeah, the British and the Jews, the British Royal Society and the government of Israel. That's who's discovering these things, and then who's getting the genetic data. They're the ones falsifying the genetic data, claiming that the Ashkenazis are linked with the with like the descendants of David and shit like that. So they're just. Yeah.
But what's the chances of that being written down in the New Testament? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the other
thing. They will claim to be Jews, those who are not Jews.
Well, you know what I mean? They also are interpreting, certain texts of the Bible saying, well, we have to build that third temple and all this bullshit. It's like, okay, so we have to bring in the Antichrist and usher all that in order to force Jesus's hand to come back. It's like, what the fuck?
What if I told you there was no King Solomon? What if I told you that? What if I told you that the temple of Solomon is the temple of Sol, Om, and Mun, the sun, the earth, and the moon? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Why
if
is
you
it that
look
when
at-
they found Solomon's temple, they found the instructions on how to mind control people, black magic, fractional lending? What happened to the Templars when they discovered the knowledge in Solomon's temple? Right?
Well, and if you notice, all these Christians and all these right, you know, whatever you want to call them, are like celebrating. Oh, Iran's fighting Israel, but the truth is, Iran is like Freemasonic as fuck. So you
The
know,
foundations of Satanism that we know it as today comes from Solomon's temple and what they found in it. That's what caused the whole Templar order to reject Christ, stomp on the cross, and start worshiping Baphomet and became homos. That's real. I mean, that's what it is at the end of the day. That's why the traditions of the elders that was being called out, well, it was Satanism masquerading as the religion of God. And they painted this picture on the surface that it was a religion of righteousness and goodness, right? But that's just for the followers.
well, here's the
The
other.
whole time it's been operating on wickedness, and that's what you need to really comprehend.
I have. You're talking about the Christian religion or
No, I'm talking about the whole fucking shtick.
all the major religions essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to deny that some element of that is true. But here's the thing though. Do you think, like, for me, the way I perceive this whole like Iran versus Israel thing, I just saw the headlines, everybody saying they're at war. My perception of it is it's a whole nother gay.
Here's what I think.
where
I think
they're-
God doesn't need you to kill anyone for him. I think if he wanted them dead, they would not be living. You know what I'm saying?
No, of course, I agree with you. My point is, people are celebrating it like, oh, you know, Iran's actually fighting Israel or whatever. But I think that the whole thing is a gay op. Iran is a very Freemasonic country, from my understanding. So they're not even really Muslim at the end of the day, you know. So,
Yo, I've said it before and I'll say it again. All these countries are not real. This is all a fucking show. This shit doesn't exist. All the people running all these countries are puppets, visible puppets for the masses.
Yeah, where was Khomeini before he took over in Iran? You know, it's important to note that Khomeini was in France. You know, he was like chilling in France, following like French politics and shit, and he was a socialist, right? So when they put Khomeini in power, he had already written a bunch of books about how to combine Sharia law with socialism and all that shit, and the CIA had already did operations inside Iran to get rid of the democratically elected leaders there. So who do you think put that motherfucker in power there in the first place?
Yep.
You know,
and all these like little like knife attacks all over the world. Everyone's like, oh, look, the religion of peace strikes again, and it's so funny because
they needed somebody to go to war with Saddam Hussein. That's really what it was. They wanted to engineer war between Iran and Iraq. This was the original setup of the situation.
No, and that's exactly.
They've been trying to paint Islam as the bad guy for like the last 20 fucking years, bro. When I was a kid growing up, right?
That's exactly
right. When I was growing up, you know what the CIA and all the motherfuckers put out? They put out Counter-Strike, where you fight the terrorists. You know what I'm saying? It was always about fighting the terrorists or fighting Russia. The video games, the movies, everything. It was always about fighting. You know, they told you who the bad guy was. The bad guy is the guy wearing the fucking turban. That's the bad guy. They told you, right? So
right, and it's so, but that's the thing that's so funny is like with this whole QAnon and all this stuff is like the whole psyop the last 5-6 years has worked so well because your enemies tell you who your enemy is, and
how many times
telling you the truth?
How many times has Israel got caught pretending to be fucking ISIS and all kinds of other shit and pretending to do all kinds of terrorist videos?
No, that's exactly right. Well, no, and that's the thing I try to tell a lot of these Christians is like, just because somebody puts on a religious suit today and says, I'm a Christian guy, believe me. I mean, you just believe them and say, well, he's a Christian, so therefore I must trust everything he tells me about what's going on is true, you know?
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. If we remove all these religious titles, right, then you actually have to judge people based on what they're fucking doing, saying, instead of just what you think they're about. What side they're claiming. You know what I mean? There's a lot of fucking traitors out there claiming to be on every fucking side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and if you're any good at warfare in 2024, the first thing you learn how to do is infiltrate the group that you want to do and set them up to fall for your crime. Of course, I mean that's
apparent even if you sit here and try to play fucking Minecraft. All right, you're gonna get fucking infiltrated in any video game organization you ever try to play. That's just human fucking nature. This is like how the mind operates. This is how deception and warfare operates. This is how it takes place.
Hi.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you on the stream? Yep. Good night. It's baby.
There's no other way to deceive people and truly destroy an organization that's powerful. You have to do it from within. Always. You know what I mean? Rome didn't fall from exterior fucking pressures, bro. Rome fell from within. It always does. Every great society fell from within, but never really fell. Just kind of moved and shifted into some other shit.
Yeah, and you can tell when the church spread to Europe, and what was it that actually caused Rome to fall? It's interestingly linked to whatever the church was doing at the time. I mean, and whatever Paul did to start whatever Paul did to start the church. You know,
here's what happened: Romans got too comfortable, right? And they got too fucking. Like they got too much like American society, you know what I'm saying? They got too fucking detached from what it is to be a human being, and they became like this aristocracy, right? And so they didn't want to go to war anymore because they had become soft from sitting around eating fucking delicacies and getting pussy and getting drunk, right? And you know, doing gladiator shit or whatever the fuck they were doing for entertainment, right? But they had gotten soft because their lives were so comfortable and so nice and so good, right? They had it so good in Rome that they stopped wanting to go to war. And so they started hiring mercenaries. And the mercenaries didn't actually give a fuck about Rome. And that's why Rome fell, because the mercenaries weren't Roman soldiers. Roman soldiers were very fucking skilled and advanced in their war strategy and tactics. They were hiring mercenaries and just throwing them into their ranks. And they basically fell because their armies were no longer Rome. The Roman citizens had become soft. And the hardened ones were dead. Don't forget, you know, Rome was in power for about 1,000 years. It's a long span of time to fuck shit up. In the beginning, it was good. Well, not good, but it was they were solid. You know what I mean? I don't think Rome was ever good. It was founded by two demons try to take over the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I'll keep it real. You know what I mean?
Sucking on a wolf titty.
Yeah, yo, Romulus and Remus. They were sucking on the wolf titty, which was the beast system that was in control of the earth before the fucking flood. It was founded by basically survivors of the antediluvian era, refugees. They had all the knowledge and technology and they were superior in DNA. You know what I'm saying? Because they were Nephilim. They were hybrids. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm sure you know all about magic squares and roto, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you read the Iliad and shit, those motherfuckers that came from Troy, them was those boys, you know. So obviously they was not humans, you know. They was some aliens, you know what I mean? So it's
that's why there was gods being worshipped, because they were really here. They came in pantheons and they were specialists. And each one of them brought a specialty to create foundations for societies. But they died off. And then there was just the legends of these quote unquote gods. And the people thought they were gods because they lived really long. They were super smart, powerful, bigger. But they were only genetic hybrids. You know what I'm saying? They were part fallen, part human being. And I mean, they're still ruling over us essentially today for their ancient bloodlines. They are still ruling, but they have They have diluted their bloodlines to the point where they almost appear human. And so that's the ruling class. That's the fucking blue bloods. That's the royal family. That's why they need to draw it through bloodlines. And that's why they've been inbreeding, trying to stop the loss of information. But they've been unsuccessful because
and
God.
At the end of the day, that's what Tazariak wants to be. He wants to be that. He wants to be a descendant of King James. So he wants to be a blue blood. That's what this is. You know, he wants to be a Jew, a blue blood, all of those things together, wrapped up into one motherfucking tortilla.
If you look up ISUPK on their whatchamacallit, on their tax forms, they're listed as an Islamic organization, by the way. I just want you to know.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they are listed as a Muslim organization.
No wonder they don't debate Muslims. That's hilarious. They pop them right there.
So I really don't know what the fuck kind of sideways psyop they got going on, but
it's probably like the same shit as Nation of Islam, right? Nation of Islam is probably listed as a Muslim organization too, or some shit, you know?
Right. It's like new. It's like another, like, you know what I mean? It's a movement. It's a new movement that
they face the East when they pray to the original dude. He had all these things, but because Freemasonry has all this Islamic shit thrown in there. So, you know, if you follow Freemasonry, you already got all this Islamic shit thrown in there because they studied from the Sufis and shit. You know, they know the Eastern religions, they know the Sufi shit, they know all that shit. So they incorporated it into their shit. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. At the highest levels, they basically become Shriners, and then they justify all the stuff they're doing to, like, Americans and Christians. They use the Quran to justify the wickedness. You know what I mean? They're like, yo, this is just war. You know what I mean? And then they justify all the wicked shit they've been doing, like the fucking sacrifices, whatever the fuck they do. You know what I mean? The Masons be doing all kinds of wicked shit, using the Quran to justify it because they're doing it against Christians. Right. You know what I mean? If they were Christians, they'd be wrong, right? And that's the same way that the little hats justify doing all their shit against, you know, Palestine. They're like, yo,
like, how are you Christian and you're gonna arm a Muslim army to go kill other Christians? Like, it's just like, you know, it behooves it behooves you to figure out, like, all right, obviously Zbigniew Brzezinski and shit, he's not on the side of the motherfucking Christians and shit, like from arming the Taliban and shit. Like, he's on a different side. Like, he's trying to destroy this.
You know,
country
the red
and
fez.
Muslims.
You know the red fez that the Shriners wear? The red fez. Do you know why it's red? It's to symbolize that they were soaked in the blood of Christians.
The bloody blood, right?
It's the blood of Christians, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that same shit that Shmuley was sipping on. That Christian blood from that. I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand. You know, at one point, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. You know what I mean? And, like, at the end of the day, it would, like, a lot of this would actually be justified because most Christians don't realize they're in idolatry currently. So that's it's all this crazy contract law. They set it up this way. That's why they made Christians.
They're trying to get them into the Noahide shit. So
look at all
get beheaded if you don't follow a general version of God.
All public Christianity, right? All the American churches, like if you go to any of the churches, it doesn't matter which one they are, right? They believe Jesus is God, right? And so that's the one thing that they push. And if you got all these people that you know are evil that are setting up churches pretending to be of God, like for example the Catholics, they believe Jesus is God, right? So they're not going to teach that, you know what I mean, if it's true. They're evil. These people are fucking evil. Everything they've done is evil. And the reason why they're teaching that Jesus is God is because if you accept that, then you didn't even understand what Jesus said. You don't follow Jesus, and you're an idol worshiper. You're more concerned with losing your soul than actually understanding the truth and the message. And so there's a lot of people that just believe in this shit just because they're scared. And look, at the end of the day, They deserve what they get. You know what I'm saying? Like, actually, they deserve it. Because they're not seeking God because they love God. They're not seeking God for any other reason than they're trying to preserve their fucking life. That's it. And they're not even aware that they can't die. They're retarded. You get what I'm saying? Like, their body can die, but they're not aware that they can't. But here's one thing that they're missing. They're missing the fact that if they sit here and fucking try to hold on to the body as if they are the body, they don't realize that they will end up actually losing their soul through that process. They will be cast into the lake of fire because they're going to try to protect their physical life and do all kinds of fucking evil things to try to preserve it. I won't compromise my soul for this physical life. You feel me? A person that only believes in fucking Jesus and thinks he's God because they're scared to lose their soul, and they just go to the church every Sunday and they do whatever they want. They think they're good. They're trying to hold on to their soul at the cost of their fucking, you know what I'm saying, soul, basically. There's too many people that are so scared to lose their soul that they lose it because they're stuck in lies.
Yeah, they're in a bootstrapping issue. You know what I mean?
They have been re-legioned. They have been rebound through generations. That's what religion is. It's to rebind in Latin. It's the rebinding. They're binding souls to this physical plane in the prison, stuck in the fucking Saturn matrix cube. You feel me? Stuck in the cube matrix, bro. Everyone, all these world religions, praying to the cube, praying to the cube, praying to the cube. It's all about the cube, stuck in Metatron's cube. You know what I mean? Even the cross, bro, unpacks into a cube. It's all fucking cube.
All right, you got to unbox that shit. That unboxing, you know, they got unboxing videos.
You ever seen the little hats?
Yeah,
you ever seen the little black hats with the boxes on them, the Teflon, the phallicries, bro? And they wear them on their
yeah. The
they got a double cube.
Yeah,
like,
he's got. Yeah, it's crazy. Tazariak, when we see him, he gonna have that shit on his head. He gonna have.
Here's the best.
You ready? Door knocker shit on his head.
Here's the best. They're like, we are opposed to witchcraft and sorcery. All right, now stand by as I perform some witchcraft and sorcery. It's not witchcraft and sorcery, I promise. You know what I'm saying? They're like, as I strap on this spiral of leather bound to a box with scrolls in it that have little spells in it. They're not spells, they're scrolls. Okay, listen. We're just gonna put the spell scrolls in the cowhide, and we're gonna strap it up our arm like a vortex. This has nothing to do with sorcery or magic, I promise. It's all just, yeah, God told us to do this. All right, anyway, we're gonna hide under a sheet.
Who wrote Leviticus at all? That shit comes up in the Bible. It doesn't even sound like the rest of the shit. Somebody shoved that shit in there,
bro.
That's what it looks like. You know, it
Why
clearly
is Moses the patriarch, and we don't have no kids named Moses until the prophets? What happened? Did people not respect him enough to make their kids named Moses? I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, look what the Mexicans did with Jesus' name. All right.
And
they went ham.
And they also know that Moses' wife was a Midianite, and fucking King David's wife was a Hittite. So they conceived children with people who were non-Jews. So it doesn't even matter at the end of the day, you know, like what race these motherfuckers were. You know, Moses' wife was black, Zipporah. Look it up. Midianites were Ethiopian.
It's a lie. They know. That's the thing, is they know. That's what makes them so fucking wicked, is if they study enough, they fucking know. You know what I'm saying? They know. That's why they always got that look in their eye where they're because they know. They know something. That's why they think they're above you, because they think they know something that you don't know, and they ain't tell you. You know what I mean? They only tell you in their little circles. And it's the same with all these motherfuckers. The Masons think they know something. The Satanists think they know. Like, even Gen X Jeff, he thinks he got something on you because he thinks he knows something that you don't know. You know what I mean? Like, that's their whole, that's where they draw their power from. The problem is they don't actually fucking know. So when they go to use their power, it's powerless. It's nothing. It's just like an empty stump of a tree. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we taking a little musical break here and smoking some weed, and then we're gonna get back into this debate. And we got lots of little debates and shit. I got Tazariak versus the other Hebrew Israelites, and I got Tazariak versus the Jews from Israel. He's gonna debate an actual Jewish dude from Israel that's a member of the IDF, the Israeli Defense league or whatever, there. And then we got also.
Yo.
Yeah, my bad. My fucking internet connection is fucking up. But yeah, but can everybody hear me okay? Because I just cut out for a minute.
I got you now. It was all fucked up. It dropped me.
Yeah, it was all fucked up for a minute. But yeah, we got him versus the Hebrew Israelites, then we got him versus the Jews, then we got him versus the white nationalists. So we're gonna chop it up with all the Hebrew Israelite versus everybody out here, and it is what it is. What's gracious? We're gonna smoke right now and listen to this shit. Bless you guys.
Hey yo, peep the God epilogue, my dialogue straight out of London fog. Emerge from the basement, camouflage squad. Lord's best, the most gracious, no man can test. Gotta learn from it, never regret, you know the rest. Yo, teach the baby, due to the fact, the phallus 80s. For $1, niggas compromise they mama crazy. Carry on, liaison, speak the truth. God bless the youth, forever giving proof. Wanted to give mom keys to her own shit. When Maki hit the roof, that's what I zone with. Now I gotta do it for Sita, y'all know what the goal is. Soul controller biz, whenever could dive spit. But I miss mom something drastic. Coming in the crib, late night getting my ass kicked. Long as the mic game was mastered. For years I crafted, even when times got drastic. Yeah, fiend for it more than an addict, design tragic. All in my anatomy and fabric, I gotta have it. State the facts, we facing forward, we ain't looking back. Cowards had the crown, till we took it back. The auras and the stats, ain't no overlooking that. Surrounded by the faculty, laced in all black. Salute that, combat rap, that was gracious. Now what's gracious? Salute that, combat rap, that was gracious. Now what's gracious? Hey, yo, Kadav style never free. Cost too much for me. Power like official horses inside a foreign V. Pardon me. Always taught to move accordingly. Disorderly. The price of me is morally. Get off of me. To all the haters and the aura snatchers. On the guard body trying to break me gradually. My faculty. To me, loyalty is royally. They pray for my demise or foil me. But I'm too swift. Out like the Tokyo drift. True and living from me. It's not a myth. No one we can dive spit. All you getting from me is that overdose raw shit. I never quit. Ride to the Exodus. That's off the no bullshit. Off of Netflix. MCs with a death wish. Komodo dragon spit. Plus lines is accurate. Y'all can't even imagine it's a family. State the facts. We facing forward. We ain't looking back. Cowards had the crown till we took it back. The auras and the stats ain't no overlooking that. Surrounded by the faculty, laced in all black. Salute that, combat rap, that was gracious. Now what's gracious? Salute that, combat rap, that was gracious. Now what's gracious?
Why what? Your government's corrupt. Everybody know it, but everybody's stuck. What you gonna do? We counting on luck. I think it's time we all stand up.
Yo, slew the general, crime boss, my mind frame. What I spit is like Teflon from the gun of a marksman. Yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte with the flow art. Separate your flesh from your spirit, tear your soul apart. Tattoos over my wounds, homie, my life's dark. Right lines that take human form in genomes. Authentic, most of these rappers are straight silicone. Shit, I'm grown, sitting on the throne, king of Scotland.
Yeah. We got 23 people out here. 10 p.m. out here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us. We breaking down some shit on some Bible shit. You know what I mean? Who was Saul of Tarsus? Where did he originate from? What was his purpose in this life? Was it to derail people, or was it to teach people? Was he a Jew? And what does that mean for Christianity? Right?
Yo. Yo.
Yo.
You know what's also weird about the joint with like ISUPK is like they also fuck with the New Testament too in a weird way.
Yep.
So it's
See, this is
like-
what I'm talking about. This is totally see, we got to speak on that because this
Here's
is
my thing. I
King James
embraced
version nonetheless. Yep.
I embraced the Old and the New Testament, right? When I first became like an Israelite, right? When I thought I was an Israelite, okay? I embraced both of them, but then after further getting deeper and deeper into the Hebrew, right? You have to, at some point, if you're going to stand by that text, you have to reject Jesus Christ and the New Testament. And I believed that Jesus was Lucifer, right? In that moment. And then I went Torah only, right? So then I just was like, I don't even rock with the Bible at all. They've corrupted it all too much. Now I'm Torah only, right? And I followed that out, embodied that into my life. But as I started to get deeper and deeper into that, I was like, this isn't God. There's no love in this. What the fuck? This is slavery. Like, when you embody it, bro, you are enslaved. You know what I mean? It breaks up your life so much that you can't even function. And if you, like, I live in the Bible Belt, my life was over. That's it. It was shut down. Because I couldn't, like, by my own standards, I couldn't associate with literally anybody. Everybody was evil. And I embodying it started to, like, hate everyone, good people, for no reason, based on what the book says. And I realized in that moment, right? Like, not in that moment, but over time, by embodying it, this is of the devil. This is separating humanity. This does not bring humanity together. You know what I mean? This is about, like, about power and warfare and fucking, like, money and influence. This is not about love and what God put out here. You know what I mean? And then I really started to see, like, what Jesus did. You know what I mean? Aside from, you know what I'm saying? Aside from you know, people's understanding, like, oh, it's a blood sacrifice and it breaks the law and all this shit. I don't really know if that was what it really was, or if that was a whole thing that was put out here to break through this ultimate deception that was laid before the people. You know what I mean? That had people so astray. So it's like, I think he almost kind of like bent a little bit to their deception and played into it a little bit in order to break it. You know what I mean? Like, he embodied it and became it and destroyed it by becoming it and fulfilling it, like, in a crazy fucking way. So, like, it's true. Like, it happened and it was done. But
yeah, I'm trying to look for my Bible and I can't find it. So I'm just going to have to pull this up.
You get what I'm saying, though?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's my understanding of what happened with the book. And so that's why, as, like, you need to see the Old Testament and the New to really see what the fuck happened. But if you try to really live your life by either or book, they're in conflict with each other. You got to understand that. Like, these books, this is the Bible. This is two bulls, okay? Two bulls fucking warring against each other. The book tells you, I have laid before you life and death. Tells you, I have laid it before you. The book is a book of life and a book of death. It's before you. You have to have discernment. That's what Jesus Christ told you. He said, the law is written in your heart. Now read the book. And what do you feel in your heart? Is it right? You know what I mean? Is it right to put a hoop in your daughter's ear and sell her into fucking slavery? Is that okay? Is it right to really have slaves? Is that right? I don't know. How do you feel about it? All we got to do is embody the understanding. Would we like it to be done unto us? Where do we get that knowledge? Oh, that's Jesus again. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. It's actually the golden fucking rule. If you embody that mentality, how could you really fuck up? Love God above all things and love thy neighbor. You know what I mean? That's like, that sums up the whole law. covers the whole thing. Problem is, it doesn't matter what people claim to follow. It matters what they do. You feel me? Anyone can sit here and pretend to follow all these rules and shit and then secretly do all kinds of wickedness. And that's the ultimate scheme, is to publicly do all this shit to make yourself appear righteous, and then in the darkness do all kinds of wickedness. And then that's how it operated. That was what the Pharisees were. You know what I mean? They weren't opposed to doing evil. They were just opposed to you seeing them do evil. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with the law in America. It's not justice. It's American fucking law. It's a way for people who know to scheme and pimp and mac on those that don't. Right? Is it not? If you understand the law and you're connected in the fucking systems with secret societies, you can get away with fucking murder. But if you're not, you go to jail for having a fucking bag of weed in your pocket. Right? And it's only because you lack the initiation and the understanding of how to fucking skirt the rules that have been set up to only allow evil to rise to the top. It's like a sifting process, but the inversion of a sifting process. It's weeding out the good. You know what I mean? If you're not already connected to the evil, you can't make it in the system. The system is designed against humanity. Poor people usually realize it easier than people who are in the middle class. They're trapped in the middle of the deception where they think they're fucking part of the club, but they're not.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
America.
And it's interesting, you know, like in the Jewish law, who you can associate with is extremely limited. And then obviously Paul considers himself a Jew. And then it's interesting in Corinthians 5:9-12, he goes, inside the Christian community, one is able to cast away immoral people, the lustful, the greedy, the idolaters. But outside the Christian community, that's the price of doing business. He basically says, Paul says, quote, for what have I to do with judging others, unquote. Outside the Christian community, one can associate with all types of people, right? And then in the Christian teaching, God judges all those who are outside, but inside the church. In Corinthians 5:13, he says, purge the evil one from among you. So it's interesting. He's got these, you know, he's making exceptions to associate with people outside the church. And
he does weird shit. Like he says something, Paul says, like, unto the Jew I become a Jew, and unto the Gentile I become a Gentile. So wait a minute.
Yeah, that's in Corinthians.
You saying Paul, look, Paul do be saying some crazy shit, right?
Yeah, that's in Corinthians 9:19, I believe. Where he goes, yeah, to the Jew I became a Jew, to one outside the law I became as one outside the law, to one under the law I became as one under the law. So it's very interesting rhetoric.
Never walked with Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like, he never met him. You get what I'm saying? Paul never met Jesus. So how he is an apostle, no idea. But they claim he spiritually met Jesus.
That's the claim on the road to Damascus.
But here's the thing. He was out here murdering mad Christians, being a Pharisee, and then he claims he has the spiritual revelation. Okay, fine. But then a lot of the things he's saying is not lining up with what Jesus was laying down. So we have to ask ourselves as rational people, right? You got a Jew who's out here fucking shit up. Maybe he, by his own words, right, was being a Christian to the Christians also, because this man was obviously had no problem with deception. And so is it possible that he became a Christian and follower of Jesus to derail the Christian movement? Possibly. Probably.
The ops.
I mean, why was the apostles not cool with him? I'm just saying.
That is the question. That is
you were
that
like,
is
yo,
exact,
fuck
that
you.
is exactly the question. That is exactly the question.
He never walked with Jesus. They fought with him, yet he's in the Bible. Don't get it twisted. He says some really dope shit. That's how they get you. He says some really dope shit. Facts. And mind you, his letters are some of the only verifiable texts that we have of the Bible, though. That we could say, actually, oh, this was actually written by Paul. Because the Gospels, we have names on them, but the texts come from anonymous authors after the fact. Now, Paul, they're letters from Paul. So we could say, all right, at least like 9 or 10 out of the 13, we could say that, all right, Paul probably wrote these. You know what I mean? There's a little speculation on a couple of the other sources for like 3 of them. Maybe
yeah,
even
they got
4.
like, yeah, they give or take like 7 or 9 of them. Yeah,
I'm even generous. I say 10 out of the 13. Let's say we could verify our Paul, right? Being generous. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of weird shit going on. Now, there's some weird shit that Paul says.
Yeah, he probably wrote Philemon for sure. He's like, you owe me your very soul. You know
Yo, this is my problem, TML. I have a problem now, personally, with anything outside of what Jesus actually said, right? Because I just can't fucking verify all this information that's coming after the fact. And here's my point. People, I think, are ignorant of the fact that the apostles didn't have Bibles that they were walking around with. And they didn't write Bibles. I don't think they were going to. Now, people wrote about what Jesus said, but the people who received, for example, like only the Sermon on the Mountain, never read a Bible because it didn't exist, and they died, are they not saved? Right? So at the end of the day, the people who heard the words of Jesus Christ were all saved in the standards of what Jesus was trying to preach. I saved you from the deception. I provided the lie. And now they're going to kill me. And I had to come down from a spiritual reality, become a fucking physical being susceptible to death in order to deliver this message. He delivered his message to the people. Right? So what exactly do we need? Like, don't get it twisted. I like to read all of it to know everything. But when it comes down to core faith, why does everyone argue over so many different things and just ignoring the message of what Jesus said? That's the biggest fucking problem we have. And so I believe that's why it all exists. It all exists to throw shrouds upon shrouds on top of what actually happened. Telling people all different kinds of shit to leave them with, you know what I mean? Because if you look at any other story in history, there's no other story that has been more sabotaged than Jesus Christ. That's a fact, bro. There's so much, I'm sure when you did the study and you were like, this is so hard to really nail down and get to the fucking root of. Why? It's because there's the truth somewhere at the center of this root. You feel me? And they're trying desperately to fucking hide it. And the more they do, the more apparent it becomes that that is the truth somewhere. You know what I mean? This dude wants an on-cam flex off. All right. I mean, if you want an on-cam flex off.
That's my
dude. We can take our shirts off, bro, and like just straight flex.
Yeah, that's the dude right there. Ken before the storm. Yeah, he's one of the first supporters of this channel for real. Blessings, brother. And Lizard Tree. I had a chat with somebody from Langley. Joe Mills, spicy comments. I just put it on screen without even reading it. I'm freewheeling tonight. Yo,
just mind you, I never claimed to be a giant person. You know what I'm saying? I do claim to have the ability to beat some ass, though. I promise you. You know what I mean? It's not about like size. I don't really understand what an on-cam flex off would be unless you had me on camera beating your fucking ass. You know what I mean? Like that would be the ultimate flex off if I just beat you up on camera. But showing you what I look like doesn't give you a proper understanding of what I can do to you, right? Am I right? Just seeing someone doesn't give you an understanding of what they could do to you. You know what I mean?
I would never even meet up to fight people. I feel like that would be some.
No,
crazy
I'm not
shit.
gonna meet up to fight. What I'm
I'll
saying
be-
is,
no,
how
no,
could you
no, I'm just
actually
saying-
have a flex off though?
No, I'm
They're
not
the ones
saying.
talking about.
No, I'm not saying you would.
You
I'm just saying, like in general, I would just like if somebody pisses me off, I usually go away and make a plan. Like that's
Yeah,
that's
like I'm
usually,
not gonna
like-
let you know where I'm gonna be and just
Exactly,
like come
like-
there, like, you know what I mean,
Yeah,
because
like-
I've been to a lot of meetups and people always like have their boys and some fucking guns with them or something stupid. And don't get it twisted, I've went there and still won, but that's a whole nother story. I'm older now, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, look, if the dude's like, yo, let's have a flex off on camera because I heard you could beat people up, what is me showing you what I look like gonna do for your understanding of how much I can beat you up? You know what I mean? That was the point. It's not that like I even care about beating these people up. I'm just saying.
Don't have to throw him up on the screen or anything like that. I told y'all this debate is gonna show he doesn't know the Bible. Now I did this on the fly.
And let me know if you want me to pause it, my brother.
And I knew he would go to Romans the 16th chapter. So I'm gonna show. So first we're gonna read right here. So now we got Romans 11:1. It says, I say then, have God cast away his people? God forbid, for I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin. Now, this is Paul stating his registry. He's saying that he's a Herodian. All that garbage that he pulled out does not say Paul was a Herodian, and they're basing it off of scripture that he don't understand. Wait till I get to it. Then Acts 21:39. Now, this is Paul saying it, but Paul did not write Acts. Luke wrote Acts. So Luke is the recording. So now, but Paul said, I am a man which is a Jew of Tarsus. So he's saying he's a Jew, and he's telling you where he's at. A city in Sicilia, a citizen of no mean city. And I beseech thee, suffer me to speak unto the people. Acts 22:3. I am verily a man with.
Now Tarsus. It's important to note that Tarsus is second to Athens in teaching the Alexandrian sort of philosophy. So
Well-
the schools of Tarsus are like Athens.
Yo,
So
it's
you
also
gotta
the
believe-
birthplace of fucking Mithraism.
Right.
And-
So
and if
birthplace
you
of
look at-
Mithraism. Right. Exactly.
If you look at what Paul was preaching, right, he was actually preaching Mithraism. Because Mithra was the one who sacrificed the blood of the bull into the chalice. Mithra was the intermediary between man and God. So when you really look at it, you know what I mean? It does look like Paul conflated Jesus Christ with Mithra. And since he never met Jesus Christ, he was basically like, well, you know what I mean? He had this understanding from Mithraism. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting. At Ephesus, that's where they had the goddess temple. So Ephesus and where John the Apostle was from, and also Tarsus, where Saint Paul was from. They're
Yo.
very interesting places in terms of the Alexandrian framework.
Is
Yeah.
that Sicily, Cecilia? Is that saying Sicily?
I don't know. No, it wouldn't be Sicily because this is in Turkey. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was assuming it was like Persians were
it
like,
says Cilicia.
okay,
The
there we go.
Mashiach-
Yeah. I was just making sure that it wasn't saying Sicily, bro. You know what I mean? Gotta make sure.
No, I want to clarify for Mr. Meow G that I was talking about their version of the Mashiach. So Mashiach is the Jewish version of Messiah, right? So you don't want the Jew. Trust me, Mr. Meow G, you don't want the Jewish Messiah to show.
So
up
the
around
Jewish
here.
Messiah is actually
That's gonna be the Antichrist.
yeah, it's the Antichrist of the
Right.
Christian Bible.
Right.
Yeah,
So it's
the
okay to
man of
say the
perdition.
Mashiach. Yeah, so it's okay to say the Moshiach lies, you know what I mean? Because that is
It's true.
That's not the right guy. Yeah, that's
Yo,
not
the Mashiach lies, bro.
the Mashiach lies.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real. Yeah,
Well, the false Mashiach.
the false Mashiach.
Because at the end of the day, there's gonna be a savior that's like gonna like do mad good things and like be like the savior of the world. But that dude is gonna lead everyone into fucking like the technocracy, the techno slavery, like where you get assimilated into the matrix, bro. You know what I mean? It's gonna be like an Elon Musk that's like, I'm super cool and hip. Let's put chips in our brains. It's fine, don't worry. You know what I mean? Like, we have good food and clean air now. We live in bubble domes. There's no more crime. You know what I mean? We got rid of all the pedophiles that we were. You know what I mean? They're like, don't worry, with the new Levitical Law 2.0 technocracy, we can have chips in our brains. It won't even let you do crime that we don't know about yet. You know what I mean? And then you get assimilated into the hive mind. You know what I mean? And then you don't even have a soul. It's like, how do you get judged if you're not even in control of your body? You know what I mean? Think about it. Satan wants to sit on the throne of God, which is the heart of man. Temple of God is the body of man. And if Satan could fucking create a hive network controlling and operating through all human being minds, Satan would have this technological omnipotence, this technological godhood, right? Coupled with the black goo dust. You know what I'm saying? That's what he wants. Satan wants to be just like God, but he's got to do it with technology because he's not God.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing in this world that really is emblematic of the illusion of power as is technology. So, you know what I mean? I've been very clear about that around here.
The machine is Satan. That's what it really is. That is the machine. You know what I mean?
Technology is a more magic is primitive technique, you know, so it really amounts to the same thing. It's craft, you know, whatever craft is trying to hide the process, you know, it's trying to portray ends and hide means to a specific end.
Yeah, spacecraft, you know what I mean?
Yeah, mediate craft.
Witchcraft.
It's all about hiding shit, you know.
Which am a Jew born of Tarsus. Now, two instances where he's saying it. And then he says, a city in Cilicia, yet brought up in this city at the feet of
Yeah, that's Cilicia. And then yeah, he's brought up at the feet of Gamaliel, who's the Pharisee. So I don't know how that counts, because obviously in the Gospels, Christ is, you know, he's basically wiping his ass with the Pharisees. You know, he's saying this is completely nonsense, dog shit. He's smashing their rhetoric. Man, you know, is not made for the Sabbath, that the Sabbath was made for man, you know, yada, yada, yada. You know what I mean? He's just, he's lacing them up. So, you know, why would it be a, you know, in Acts, they want to showcase that Paul follows the law, you know, but in the other, you know, in Romans and in Corinthians and, you know, in Galatians, Paul is exemplifying how there is a inner sense of the law that is much greater.
Well, yo, here's what it is, right? And I don't know if they're going to bring this out, but basically, you know, they argue, they're like, what is sin? Right? And they come to understand, okay, sin is transgression of the law. Right? So then, essentially, right, these people was following the law, believing that sin was transgression of the law, and then they're but like, if we believed right now American law was the law of God, right, and you would follow the law thinking that that was sin. This is the position that Paul was really in, because it's not that Jesus was saying that he came to destroy the law. He said, no, I came to magnify it. But the way that they were doing it, it didn't have common sense or love in it. It was just robotic. You get what I'm saying? It was a machine. You feel me? It was a system. There's no, like, the judges were just following the rule book. That's not the law. You know what I mean? There's got to be a fucking a system in place. You know what I'm saying? And there is. It's like if you go around fucking stealing shit, you're gonna lose shit. If you go around hurting people, you're gonna get hurt. You can only throw punches at so many people before you get punched in the face. And if the people around you see you punching everybody, they're all just gonna punch you. It's like there is laws written into this reality, but man is very ill-equipped to actually enforce them or judge people. You know what I mean? God judges. You can't get away with anything. If you try to transgress against me or my family, I'm going to fucking be the law. That's going to stop you right there and then. And the law says that if I don't, right, you may succeed, but then something else happens to you. So you can't escape it. You're going to face the consequences. It's just a matter of time. But time doesn't actually exist. You know what I mean? We just perceive it because we are in time. We are trapped in time dilation caused by the fucking Saturn cube matrix, gravity and whatnot. But God exists outside of time. So like the judgment is instant. We just might not see it for a few years. It might be a few seconds. Doesn't matter to God. You pay for everything you do. You better hope you don't die with debt. That's what sin is. Sin is debt.
Yeah, it's really three levels to shit. I mean, it's the past and shit. They fuck with that, where you came from, and then obviously, you know, there's the present mode of things where you don't even perceive time on the correct level because you don't even understand what time really is. And then there's the actual time dilation on top of it, where they fucking with the with the flow of time as it is. So it's like three levels to how there's time fuckery afoot. And you know, motherfuckers don't even realize where or you know, they stand in terms of, you know, the acceleration and you know, the falsification of the past and the fake future that they keep parading around in front of people. You
There's
know,
live
so
edits. You know what I mean?
right, yeah, exactly. There's
You don't
live
even see it happen.
yeah, exactly. There's live edits and there's real life actors. You know what I mean? Straight up.
Yeah. People don't understand that time stops and starts again, and you have no idea that it even happened. It was seamless to you. You feel me? Like, people don't understand that concept, that God is actually in control. As in control as the devil appears to be, right? It is only in the physical. You know what I mean? God controls the spiritual world, and everything in the physical emanates from the spiritual, not the other way around. So the devil has no power because the devil's power is only in the physical. God has all the power. Thus, we already won. And now we're in the time dilation experiencing the victory. And if you're not able to see through the deception, you'll believe that we're losing. But you know what? Sun Tzu will teach you, if you are strong, appear weak. If you are weak, appear strong. God appears weak right now. It's only just begun. You know what I mean?
Real. Yeah, thank you, little homie Grant. Bless you, man.
Gamaliel, who was a Pharisee, and taught according to the perfect manner of the law of the fathers, and was zealous toward God. Let's go to the next one. Wait. So now we're gonna go to his verse. His verse is in 11. So now when you actually read Romans 16:8, he's saluting various individuals, not houses. If it's a house, he tells you. So in verse 8, it says, greet Amplius, my beloved in the Lord. Salute Urbane, our help in Christ, and Stacks, my beloved individuals.
Right. But one of the reasons why he wouldn't mention the household of would be because he's a member of that motherfucking household. I mean, come on now, dude. Like, this is so hilarious. I mean, right? Yeah, he's mentioning other households, and then he's mentioning my kinsman. Why would he refer to only one of them as his own kinsman? I'm not saying that means that he was in the family of Herod, like the previous guy was saying. I'm just saying that the evidence you know, looks to be a certain way, you know, which does not, you know, excuse anything else. I'm just, you know, I'm just saying, you know, it is what it is.
Salute Apollos, approved in Christ. Salute them which are of Aristobulus's household. Now you know he's talking about a trial. Hold on, I jumped the gun. Now you know he's talking about a house or a bunch of people. Then it says, salute Herodian, my kin.
Yo, I see the wizard out in the chat. I'm gonna drop the link for him just if he wants to come up. But yeah, the other people, you know, it is what it is with you other guys. I mean, but yeah, if you got something to say about this video and shit, you know, go ahead and come up. But yeah, bless you guys.
Kinsman. That's singular. That's not even plural. It's not even a plural of kinsman, Kinsmen. It's Man, because Herodian was just a man named Herodian. He went on that whole rant about Herodian and didn't even bother looking up or exegeting that word Herodian in this scripture, which I'm gonna show you. And it says, then greet them that be of the household of Narcissus. So when it says Herodian right here,
watch how he quote unquote exegetes it. It's a joke. It's crazy.
it's not even talking about the house of or Herod or nothing like that. It's talking about a single individual. Of course, I would have to prove it. The etymology of that word right here, Herodian.
It's not talking about the house of Herod, even though he's talking about households, and then it's talking about a single individual. But of course, it's talking about a single individual. Everybody's a fucking single individual. What does that even mean?
Herodian, a Christian, Herodian.
Herodian, a Christian, Herodian. That's his great exegesis, folks. What the fuck is this shit?
Bro, it's all right. You know what it is? It's designed, right, to basically appear. You with me? It's designed to appear knowledgeable. It's called pseudo-intellectualism. And what they do is they basically present this shit to people who have no fucking idea. And since they have no idea what these people are talking about, they automatically assume that they know what they're talking about. And unless they sit down and do the research, they'll never know. You know what I mean? That's how the shit works. But yo, by the time you figure it out, you're already deep in the system. You know what I'm saying? Like you're already part of the set. You know what I mean? You already got jumped in, bro. You got the flag. You know what I'm saying? You're rocking the colors. You know what I'm saying? You're out there going, that's right, yelling at people. You know what I'm saying? Don't matter anymore. Even if you discover everything that they said was kind of halfway, you still fuck with it. Because now you're in it. You know what I mean? And that's how mafia works. That's how all this shit works. Like, that's what the initiation process of all this shit is. Is that they get people in under false pretenses, and then they reveal the truth, and then, you know what I'm saying, they move up the ladder if they can accept that it's fucking all a scam. And the more that they can accept that it's a scam, the higher up the pyramid they can be. You know what I mean? You can't have people at the top of the pyramid that aren't okay with it being a scam, because it's clearly a fucking scam. It's always a scam. You know what I mean? Cecil Drake in the building.
Sup?
How you doing?
What's poppin', Cecil?
Just chilling. I was hanging out with Tommy for a couple hours. He's talking to some dude who's like on mushrooms in his backyard or some shit. So I was like, I'm gonna bounce over to TML.
What is it, random fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's funny. Yeah, he's hilarious. Yeah, they got a good team going on. Yeah, it's funny. They got a good family show.
You know what I find funny, bro? You got people like, you got Vladimir Putin in the chat, right? That'll take one thing I said. Satan has the power in the physical realm exclusively. Rant. Quotes me, right? But doesn't realize, right, the simple fact that the devil sat here and tried to tempt Jesus and give him all the kingdoms of the earth. So are we denying that he had them? Because Jesus didn't deny he had them. So if the devil has all the kingdoms in the fucking earth and Jesus is like, I don't want them, he didn't say you don't have them. You feel me? How are we going to say that I just said something that the Bible doesn't already say?
Dude,
You know what I mean?
Well,
don't argue with people about what the fucking Bible says, dude.
No, I just wanted to point out the hypocrisy. Like, this is why these guys are able to do what they do, because people don't actually read the Bible. They just think they understand it.
Right.
You know what
Right.
I mean? And then you can hit them with almost anything.
Yeah, Dr. D, I think what he's pointing to is a more, because the thing about it is with the physical and the spiritual, that's going to need ontological justification in terms of where people say, well, what's matter and what's mind and what's, you know what I mean, what's spirit and all that type of shit. People put shit in obviously 3 different categories, and it's not helpful sometimes, because the problem is because the spiritual and the mental, like you said, you know, they overrule the physical. So as to say, the physical is a projection of the other two and not the other way around. So that's what the main part of it is that we got to realize that it's the physical that's really the illusion, you know, or building up to something, that there is nothing that's not really spiritual at the end of the day. You know, so
That's right.
Spiritual is totality, whereas physical means, the extrapolations of things, you know, that are actually not, that are basically concatenations of shit that's not even there, you know. So obviously,
Bunny, are you rocking a compass and square there? What's going on?
Nah, yo, I'm showing you the motherfucking makeup of the fucking crazy ass way that I think that we have moon and a sun.
Okay.
And I think that's where they got the compass and the square from. I think they just basically stole it.
Just saying, from a distance, you're looking a little Masonical there. Okay, now I see.
I kind of do it to actually fuck with people, because, like, at the end of the day, you know, I was a criminal since I was very young, and you can't be a Mason, you know. But I'm going to be honest, I was initiated into some basically occult shit that is very similar to Masonry. It was actually a gang. And I'm not going to get too deep into that, but all the gangs, the street gangs, the main ones were created by the Masons. And they all have parts of Masonic knowledge and the same type of structure. So, no, I'm not a Mason, never have been, never will be. They're Luciferian. You know what I mean? But I am showing you, what I am showing you here is, like, we got a flat earth, and I believe in the center, where people claim is the Aurora Borealis, right? I believe that's the center of the earth, where we have Antarctica, and that's where we're not allowed to go. I think there's a giant black rock in the middle, and I think that we have light, right? Like, you're familiar with the Schwarzsonne from probably your, you know, research into the Aryans. And so you probably you know about the black sun, right? And
no. Yeah. But I think
why, you know, Mr. Mustache, right, went out to the Antarctica, because he was actually trying to find, right, New Swabenland. He was going to found, you know, the basically he was going to go ahead and try to go to the other side, which is called Summerland, where the black sun is, right? And it gets really deep, and I don't want to get too deep into it, because we also have Admiral Byrd talking about it, and he went there, and it's a long story, but I believe light emanating, right, a photo negative of the earth from underneath the earth. And that's what we're seeing reflected on the firmament as the star system. Then I think we have a secondary layer, right? And that secondary layer is also receiving light from underneath, projecting what we know as, like, you know what I'm saying, the sun and the moon simulation, right? But it's like the light is heating up gas and creating these different poles. So you have a positive and a negative. They've measured moonlight. It's actually colder than moon shade. So the moonlight is actually a negative temperature, and the sunlight is positive. So they're not the same light. You can't say that the sun is the reflection light off the moon, because moonlight is cold. It's a different light. And I actually got to see a third kind of light during this eclipse, which was fucking nuts. Because there was this different kind of light coming through, right? Because the sun was blocked and we were getting hit with this different kind of light and it was cold. So I was explaining to people that that's not just because the sun is blocked for 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? It's cold because it's actually pulling the temperature down drastically. It's a different kind of light. And we can't see it because it's canceling each other out. Essentially, what we got going on is that light comes up straight and it hits Polaris. Polaris never moves. Doesn't move at all. So whatever they tell you, it's all bullshit. Polaris never moves. You can see it. And then we have the light coming out of the center like a CD, right? And when the light from Polaris reflects with the light coming out from the angle of the CD, right, we get either a moon or a sun. And that's what this is showing you. This is like a diagram of what I believe is going on with the light. And I've been testing different things with lasers and prisms, and this makes sense to me. It makes more sense than what they tell us. That the sun and the moon are fucking just exactly far enough away, but they're the same fucking size. This would have to be perfect. You understand? This would have to be perfect.
Right, yeah.
When you see the eclipse, you understand that this is such perfection. There's no fucking way that the moon is a solid object. You can see through the fucking moon sometimes. You can see through it. They tell you the sun is a ball of gas, but they don't want to tell you that the moon is a ball of gas. What we're seeing in the moon is an X-ray negative of the whole Earth. And the stars is a zoomed in, you know, fucking negative, where everything that's black is basically water. Everything that's white is land. You know what I mean? The really bright dots is the energy emanating through like pyramid structures. That's why the pyramids are lining up with the X-ray. But we also have time dilation. So what we're seeing in the sky is old. But that's why they use the sky to predict things, because it's cyclical. You get what I'm saying? They hid the process of all of this from you. There's supposed to be 13 months. Because you could break down 13 months into like equal 28 days each. But they fucked the calendar up to drive you crazy. Look at the way that the months line up, right? You got September, right? What October? October, that's 8. Why is October 10? Octo is 8. October is supposed to be the 8th month, right? Then you got September, that's 7.
Yeah.
7, 8, right? Then you got, what's the next month? November, that's 9. Why is November not 9? Why is November 11? They've been fucking with us.
And then Deck is
10.
Deck is 10. 12? Yeah.
They're fucking with us. They wanted to make January the 1st because they worship Janus, the two-faced god or the three-faced god. This is all tied to Mithraism. Okay? They wanted to make January number 1. You know what I mean? It's all bullshit.
So the whole thing about the eclipse of the sun is it's kind of weird. Yeah, that it's just there's no way that naturally a planetary body could line up with the sun like that on that perfect a level, except with this one theory that is one of my favorites, is that the moon is actually not a natural body. It's actually a giant spaceship that docked here a long time ago.
Look, I've looked into it and everything, but the more realistic thing is that it follows the same specific paths, right? And there was a time where there was no moon. But what I'm trying to say is that this is what people are referring to as essentially Lucifer, right? So there was a time when there was no sun technically, but there was no moon. There was just one type of thing that would light up all the time, and it was kind of like Avatar-ish. Different light spectrums is what it was purported. Because we had a vapor canopy or some type of extra shell. That was what was holding back the floodwaters.
Our atmosphere used to be purple, actually.
Yeah, like something like that. That's what the ancient stuff says. And that's why, like, you have the Dogon tribes having visual knowledge of what Saturn looks like. They didn't have telescopes. They had an extra dome over their fucking visual spectrum where they could see shit that was really fucking out, like magnify shit that's in the sky fucking reflection.
Right.
You know what I mean? But all the shit we're seeing is different parts of this giant fucking Earth we live on, and they tell us we have a small little fucking Earth. And it's not like that. That's why they banned airships. They don't want you to be able to get out further out in the Earth without needing to refuel and shit. And they shut down airships, and they shut down all transportation technology that would allow you to get out of this little prison fucking crater that they've kept us in. But
so you're probably familiar then.
You hear about the Pillars of Hercules. You know about there's a way out of this crater that leads to greater fucking land masses.
Right. So then you probably are familiar with the fact that there's only certain travel routes that are not allowed, you know, like the Pacific Ocean and shit like that. There's certain areas where you're just not allowed to go because there's like hidden continents and shit like that. But yeah, I still have a tendency to try to hold to the globe model, or we're a much larger planet that they are actually telling us.
Yeah, it's massive, bro.
Yeah,
it's massive. And what we actually have going on is we got also like an invasion happening from another fucking place. You know what I'm saying? You got like a species invasion. It's like,
right.
It's like some motherfuckers broke out of a petri dish that they destroyed and came over and tried to fuck this petri dish up and have succeeded. You know what I mean?
I'm still plasma. Okay.
Sometimes we think we're really big. You know, just imagine if we're really small. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm willing to accept that we're it's viable that current society as we know it is a massive experiment. Also, I'm going to be going with yes, the moon is fake, but not it's plasma. I'm not.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it's fake. What I believe the moon is essentially an X-ray, right, of the entire Earth on the first layer of firmament. And then I think there's a second layer of firmament. So I think the first layer is working like a rear view mirror, like a side view mirror of a car. Like objects, you know what I'm saying, are smaller.
Sure.
You know, so you can see the whole thing. Then I think we have a zoomed in version of that, but it's a different color spectrum because it's going through one layer of prism. So it changes the color of it through the prism of the first layer. And so when it hits the second layer, we get this zoomed in version of the Earth, which rotates, giving us zoomed in images of all the locations over time. So now we get both. You get what I'm saying? The sky, it's a sky map, basically. The moon is the negative, the sun is the positive. I'm saying it's a negative image. It's like a photo negative. Sun is positive light. You can't see shit. It'll burn your eyes out. Moon is negative light. Pulls the light in. It's light that pulls the light in. It makes it cold. I'm just saying. I might be wrong. I might be crazy, but I've been doing experiments. What have you motherfuckers been doing? Playing with on YouTube. I'm just saying.
It could very easily be that you're seeing the reflection of the Earth in a giant spaceship windshield that's pointed. Possible. You know,
I've been working with prisms, different shape prisms, lasers, infrared lasers. I've been using infrared scopes to kind of view it and see what I'm getting out of it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to formulate shit, and I can see how this is possible. I can't see how what they're telling me is possible, like NASA. I can't see how that's possible. What I'm seeing, though, does correlate with what I could reproduce on a small scale. So usually, if we could produce something on a small scale, we can replicate it on a large scale. You know what I mean?
Basically, the moon it's a vehicle that was used by a race of giants to come here. And the reason why you always see the same surface is because its engines are on the opposite side and like stabilize it the way And this would be an explanation as to why we are capable of seeing eclipses, because there's no way that by coincidence, like natural whatever, eclipses happen the way that they do.
So
That's just
I'm
there's
saying
no way.
that is proof that like God has created this like world. You know what I mean? Like God created all this. It was intelligently designed by a hidden creator, bro. Obviously, that's the proof.
Right.
But at the same time, look, I could entertain. I've had people that had ideas that basically we have a sky simulation. There's people that believe that the sun, the real sun, is actually being surrounded and harnessed for its energy like a Dyson sphere, and we have a fake sun. There's people that believe this. You know what I'm saying? There's people that believe they're hiding the real sky, and they're harnessing the sun power like with a Dyson sphere. You know what I mean? There's people that think we've been captured by an alien race already. It could be possible. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've heard all the counter arguments. You got to understand, Cecil. I've landed on a lot of these things because it kind of lines up with what God said and what I believe to be true based on what I've seen and what I've done to see it. But all the shit they tell me, it's all kind of just like psyop fuckery. You know, they want you to believe in aliens.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
When they bring them back. You know, like a lot of this stuff, like you said, yo, TML, this is all trying to build essentially, you know, a Noahide society. You know what I mean? Because they fuck with the New Testament, but they fuck with the Old Testament, but they don't follow the whole law. You know what I mean? When you really ask them, like, they'll eat pork and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't follow the law like that. You know what I mean?
You guys are talking about Noahide laws?
No, I'm saying, like, ISUPK, bro, I don't know how they could be out here, right? Talking about the law, but then eating pork and talking about, you know, Jesus said that, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Right.
they literally stand on both sides of the fence, which is impossible. You can't, because I tried to do it in truth, and you can't do it. And I've sat there and argued with a lot of dudes that were really studied in this shit, like studied in their knowledge, studied every part of it. You know what I mean? We've read the old school books that were written when the organization was first coming to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's books written like about Lashawan Kwadash before it's even, you know, ISUPK. You know what I mean? By the elder, I forget the name and everything, bro. We had all of it. We had all the old documentation. And at the end of the day, right, you can't stand on both sides of it, bro. I've argued it all the way down. It crumbles. You got to pick a side, honestly. You have to pick a side in the Bible. That's the reality. You know what I mean? If you sit there and hold yourself to the Bible as being the uncorrupted word of God, you have to literally pick a side and then realize that we got a problem. You know what I mean? I've only realized this due to fucking deep, you know, research. I didn't just randomly have this as an idea.
Oh, you know what? That reminds me, TML. I wanted to commend you on your usage of thumbnails. The one from the last broadcast is actually a very famous picture that you've like zoomed in on. But the full picture is that black guy's drinking a beer with two SS officers from the North Africa Corps. It's a pretty entertaining picture. And one that gets used a lot.
It's rough, man. It's a rough thing, you know, because like it's just rough. That, you know, I mean, they'll sit here and break it out like they got their own laws almost. They're like, you know what I'm saying, you can't have your head covered when you're praying. This is a thing that comes from Paul talking to like hookers, to like, you know what I mean, like talking to women to not be like hookers, because the hookers, you know what I'm saying, would be out there. So he's telling women to cover their head so they don't look like hookers in the port that they were preaching in. You know what I mean? And he's telling dudes, like, you don't have to cover your head. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be mistaken by these sailors coming into Corinth as a hooker. You know what I'm saying? So don't worry about like, but they took this as like a thing now, and so like now they don't cover their head when they pray. So this completely separates them from the Old Testament of them praying with their head covered with a shawl, right? So it's like, you get what I'm saying? So now we got a problem, right? Are you an Israelite? Exactly. Like, I don't understand, because if you go back to the law, which, you know what I mean, like, it doesn't. It's a mind fuck.
Yeah,
and basically it leaves them with the only person with the proper interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, I hope everybody doesn't understands that this isn't just about the Bible, you know. So I mean, I understand Canuck's comment here. Sad to see the show degenerate under the droopy, suffocating weight of religio wackery. I mean, really, if you contextualize the issue, it has as much to do with secularism as it does about the religious stuff, because, you know, as we saw at the beginning of the show, they were co-opting white nationalist principles into their so-called religious system, and they're also incorporating a strain of geneticism into it, you know, which is all modern shit, you know.
It's a very intoxicating narrative that you are presented with. I've been through the whole thing, like, mentally, and it's a very, I would almost compare it to a spell. Like, you're literally under a spell if you embrace this ideology.
Yeah, and I've been harping on this a little bit in terms of the religious right, and you know, I sent a few people the link early, and one of them was Pill Eater, just to get, because I hate when the panel comes and then devolves, and then Pill Eater's on my panel with all these motherfuckers, and I'm like, man, Pill Eater's actually smart. Just fucking drown him out with all these people and shit. But yeah, the fucking Pill Eater, you know, he's got a lot of knowledge on accelerationism and shit, and part of the accelerationist thing is going back to the medieval, you know, Gothic futurism, if you will. You know what I mean?
I just heard you, Machine.
Are you into like Mencius Molebug and shit like that?
Yeah, he knows about that stuff.
Well,
yeah, I know about that stuff too, but
I mean,
yeah.
not to be a bad digression here, but I'm just gonna put this on my Twitter. You know, Outsideness, Nick Land, right? He actually, one of his favorite articles, he tweeted, you know, on his Twitter, and then immediately took down, but I was able to screen cap. He cited Zooey.pub, which is a bestiality magazine. And the article's titled Zoophilia's Guide of Speedrunning Super Mario 64. And he probably found that funny and jest, but he said, fascinating. So I just got the article right now, and I just found it. So Nick Land's actually really liked it in a humorous type of way. So I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, and Land like supports this Moldbug fellow, and this guy is well, he claims to be a monarchist. I mean, and also he claims to have a special relationship with Judaism. You know,
well,
I don't know if you heard about that.
I just think it's funny is that Nick Land, even though he talked big about accelerationism, he's even making kind of like the creative theory the theory fiction terms, where it's like he's actually reading an authentic pro-bestiality form, and people are talking about having sex with animals and speedrunning Super Mario 64. So that's his cup of tea of humor.
Yeah, it's extremely grotesque. And also he gets it from these people like you know, Deleuze and Guattari, that obviously, you know, their like philosophical tracks are full of like, you know, all sorts of obscenities and shit.
Right.
You know,
so
and
I put it in the chat. I don't know if you could put it in, but yeah, it's an actual website of like pro.
Yeah, George Battelle has a work. I mean, Nick Land reads George Battelle to put this shit in context, and he talks about the Black Sun, like from esoteric Hitlerism, and his conclusion, his conclusion is that he calls it the solar anus.
Well,
Because
look,
the
bro,
ideal is that if a sun is bright and happy and produces, then a black sun would go inward and anus, and
it's not just that. Yo, you got the toroidal nature of the reality, right? And being toroidal like a donut, you feel me? Being toroidal, you've got to have like an anus and a generation point, which are going to be close to each other like a wormhole. You feel me? That's the tree of life. You know what I mean? Is
But
toroidal.
the whole point is that Bataille, however you want to say it, he's making way for the antinatalist types that just want to celebrate hedonism, Athenian destruction, and just pretty much destroying humanity in a Malthusian type of way.
I'm
That's
not
the
an
whole
expert.
That's
I'm
right.
not
That's
an
pretty much
expert in
right.
that kind of knowledge, but I did TML. I did invite someone. I hope you didn't mind, bro. I invited Pinoid, bro. I hope he shows up
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
because he
Pinoid knows
knows
what's
a
going
lot
on.
about this
Yeah,
shit.
he knows about mentions. He
But
knows
it's
about
ultimately satanic too, if you want to get into that. Like this is a
What?
form of Satanism.
What
if you wanna-
is?
like the whole solar anus concept? It's
Oh,
like
I don't
celebrating
care
and
about.
celebrating.
I don't care about none of that fuckery, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
I'm just saying some Satanists would like practice that, like solar anus.
Oh
ideal.
yeah. It's literally the primary thing in the Crowleyan mythos and in esoteric Hitlerism, where it's a branch off sect of the OTO with this guy Lanz von Lebensfeld. You know, he talks about the black sun and all of that type of stuff, and obviously they promote tantric practices. So
I was just
you
gonna
know,
say that.
just put two and two together. You know,
Well, yo,
Sounds tantric.
yeah,
that's
they
why
got
they're
the
all
tree of
obsessed.
life, they got the body, and they got the sun on top, and then they got the black sun on the bottom. So I mean, you know, you do the math, you know, of where they're going with that, you know.
That's why they're obsessed with all kinds of homo shit. You know what I mean? It's because they're
That's right.
they're taking things they're seeing on the macrocosm and trying to relate it to the microcosm in order to try to cause an effect in the macrocosm by changing the microcosm.
Do you know
You
about
know what I'm saying?
Do you know about Will Fellowes' A Passion to Preserve Gay People as Keepers of Civilization? It's an entire argument that says gay people sacrifice the right to have children in order to protect civilization. So a lot of elites like Tim Cook at Apple actually believe that.
There's a lot of crazy shit going on, man. You know what I mean? There's a lot of ways they justify, right, rebellion against God. But at the end of the day, that's what they all have in common, you see. So it doesn't matter what form of occultism you follow or why you do the homo shit. All it matters is that they get you to do the homo shit. So they give you 100 different reasons why you should, and you only have like one reason why you shouldn't. I mean, you know what I mean?
It's kind of like,
Like
I mean,
God set up a
think it's
template,
ultimately-
right? I'll explain it. God set up a template, right, that we could observe, and you could reject that or you could embrace that. And if you're a person who embraces that, then homo shit is appalling to you. But if you reject God's template, then homo shit it's the perversion of the reality. It's Luciferian. You see, that's why Lucifer inverts everything. So if you just look at everything that is good is inverted, right? That is Satanism. That is Luciferianism. It is the inversion of that which is good.
I'll be more rational and scientific and say that
You can be whatever you want.
A progressive society that builds up often declines in birth rates because everybody's celebrating liberalism. And to maximize liberal hedonistic spirits, people don't have to have commitment or duty anymore. So they become homosexual because they think ultimately sex.
See, I would agree with you.
Sex.
I would agree with you if that was widespread, but it's not, you see, because as homosexuality rises, right, people have to rise up to resist that, and their straightness actually is amplified now. You see, so now it does its job. You see, it does its job because at the end of the day, right, the greatest genetics will continue, and those unprofitable genetics will burn in ashes.
Aside from Darwinianism, the elite are opposite to that kind of notion, and they exist treading along as
They're
So it's not
opposite
more like
to that
everyone else. It's
notion.
more like the elite, the corrupt elite.
They're opposite to that notion because they believe they're going to exterminate the good.
Like it's a uniquely an oligarch thing, and
They believe they're
this
going
goes with
to
the solar anus and
technologically
satanic cults.
supersede the need for God. They're going to procreate through technology. That's what they believe. They're going to have men put 2 fucking nuts in a cup, bro, and it's going to come out a baby. I don't fucking know how they're going to do it.
Well, you know, they're already talking about non-penetrative sex, and they're
The
studying
reason
that.
why they want this is
Damn.
so that they could control civilizations down to the population level. If you have a whole society of people that can't procreate except for through technology, this is why they want to sterilize you, ladies and gentlemen, so that they could just get you to give up your DNA, right? And they're just like, we'll make your baby exactly the way it would come out. Everyone's infertile now. You know what I mean? Whoops. But,
Well, it's
but that
also
was the
the
goal,
truth.
you see? And, you know, they lost, but, you know what I mean? This is what they're trying to do. They want you to be completely controlled down to the population level. This is why they tell you we're overpopulated. You could fit the whole world's population in the tip of Texas, all right? Living in the proximity as citizens of France. That living compactness, which is fairly fine.
Yeah, they got the anti-natalists promoting this concept that sex is rape. Is there something like that, a pill eater?
Well, I just wanted to go back on that thought. I was just saying that aside the liberalism, basically everything's entrapment. So the ideal that one is proud to be gay or proud to be trans is good for that kind of Malthusian elite, because instead of being proud of your identity, you end up not having a genetic legacy or family. And that goes with the anti-natalist talk saying, okay, you know, Andrea Dworkin, all sex is rape. Okay, therefore, if I'm trying to do Peter Singer maximum ethics, I can't harm anyone because that's evil, and to be good, I might as well do nothing. So that's perfect, because if you have a people who all consent to do better off to not exist, therefore
Here's what
it
you
makes it
don't
better for
understand,
people
Peter.
to walk all over them.
Here's the problem, right? So you create the Malthusian situation, you get the society which is now wicked, right? Those good people, those strong people move out where there are no more wicked people, right? Here's what you'll notice. Wicked people like to be convenient, and they don't like nature because they're opposed to nature, okay? So if you go out into nature, right, you're not around these wicked people anymore. And then what happens is you prosper and they dwindle over time. It happened to Rome. We were talking about it earlier. They're going to get comfortable. And my generations are actually getting hardened and stronger because they're going through, you know, old times, essentially. We're almost off the grid. My kids are going to grow up chopping wood. You know what I'm saying? Hunting. They're going to be ready. And the people in the city are going to dwindle down. They're not going to have as much offspring. And basically, eventually, it'll correct itself. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll have, like, because good times create weak men. But the strong men left. That's also another thing you don't realize is the strong men leave the weak men and they go off in the woods and they be strong. Weak men don't survive where I live.
The scenario has to have a level of accelerationism, meaning that there has to be a giant collapse coming soon, like a fallout.
If you go to a place where weak men don't survive, what are you surrounded by?
Well, I'm just trying to say for the point when this does happen, you would have there's going to be a problem because you don't have enough strong men. It's only going to be a few again.
It's only going to be a problem for those who don't have the strong men.
The problem is you want to maximize tribalism. So when the collapse does happen, you have a big amount of ready people.
I'm producing children like crazy, and my
so
kids.
So if you multiplied 20 of you, then it would be okay.
I'm gonna make.
If there's few of you, there's gonna be a
make
problem.
8. My 8 are gonna make 8. Those 8 are gonna make 8. In about 100 years, there's gonna be a lot of us.
Right, but I'm saying is there's a lot of people who are not doing that, and that's going to be.
I know.
Because when
and
the
guess
collapse
what?
happens, and that it's not going to be about Darwinianism anymore because the last 500 people survived. Now it's going to be a very stagnant, slow curation if everyone else was to die after the fallout.
I'm telling you what. I'm telling you what. I don't know what kind of fucking world you live in, right? But it's basically over for Babylon.
Hey,
It's over for these cities.
I just wanted to interject, by the way, that April 1st, the BRICS currencies just went live, and there's more countries trying to join BRICS. So we could be weeks to months away from like Weimar level hyperinflation in this country.
Crypto's crashing right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Like we could seriously, just saying.
No, I'm saying it's crashing right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we all knew crypto was a big.
No, I'm saying it was going up when the Rothschilds died and all that crazy.
Everybody's dumping the dollar.
But now
everybody's dumping the United States dollar. Iraq, all these places are trying to get on the BRICS currency
Put it
right
this
now.
way: Costco is selling gold bars, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Yeah.
Costco. They've grown their sales by 18% this quarter. Total. For Costco, just in adding gold bars.
I think the whole point of, other than the BRICS thing that's happening, as you know, you downplay Bitcoin in favor of downplaying the dollar. I think the bigger issue right now is that the elite are also hiding away from congregated places, and they're having a decentralized nature, and that they're celebrating decentralization as this like liberal freedom that you don't have a state. But I think the only people who are benefiting from decentralization are the elites themselves, because if you have all the power and you're isolated, you have your own Jeffrey Epstein Island, pretty much.
And by the way, I want to address the dolphin thing because, all right, dolphins are actually intelligent, Kuckernackum, and I'm sorry that your homosexuality has been challenged.
Yeah, we got the homie here. Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
What's up?
Yo,
What
man,
did you just call it?
what did I walk into?
Yo, dolphins do rape people, okay, and they are satanic.
And you gotta
I
rape
see
them
it.
back. You have to rape them back. And I mean to teach them a lesson and shit. That's the secret.
That's right, Kuckernackum.
So,
I mean, you got to rape dolphins. That's how
dolphins rape people, not just dolphins. So we can't sit here and say dolphins are homosexual and that justifies you being a homo. No, it doesn't. Dolphins are fucking evil, okay?
Yeah,
Dolphins have
they're
telekinesis
evil.
power
Have you ever
too.
seen a dolphin? They literally use other fish as like, mobile like pocket pussies.
Damn.
If we're talking about the homosexual question, the book I referenced, Will Fellows, The Passion.
Where do they put the fish that they use for later? Do they put it like a kangaroo pouch? Or
No, man, just leave it on their dick, and then they like put it in a sand hole and they keep fucking it. And I'm like, is that book you mentioned it? Is that like Mein Kampf? Like, yo, that's a good book. Bro.
Dolphins use conch shells as like fleshlights and shit.
Then they eat them.
Yeah.
They make their own
Go ahead,
special
Leader. What were you saying?
I was saying about I was just saying about when we were talking about dolphins, and I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I bet.
It's like now I'm just like, okay, what about dolphins intelligent? It was like I was just thinking of that William Gibson story about using a dolphin to was Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah. Up in the
in
Johnny
order to-
Mnemonic, they used the 3-hemisphere brain of the dolphin to hack the internet. Is that right?
Yeah, so like when you talk about dolphins, I just got lost in the Keanu Reeves film, and I was like, oh,
Imagine putting your ear up to a conch shell that was just used as a flashlight.
okay, now I'm back on track.
You got a dolphin funk in your ear.
As much as I don't want to digress into homosexuality, I was just saying that
You're not here in the ocean, buddy. All right.
because I would rather think about dolphins than talk about the strange homo nationalist elite we have. But
Your
just
ear
saying
in the
that
dolphin.
to understand the homosexual condition, it has a lot to do with the liberal governments we have and the transhumanist aspect. But again, I guess with dolphins, yeah, maybe we should just focus on Johnny Mnemonic or something.
Oh my God, yo, listen, yo, my boy, that's my boy right there.
You ever hear this segment of what he says? This shit is ridiculous. Why I am not an anti-Semite. This shit is straight trash right here. I mean, listen to this shit. I don't know if you ever heard this.
Mencius Moldus, June 20.
Wait, what'd you say, Pinoy?
I said, shout out Skeptical Waves. You got the best channel.
Yeah, Skeptical Waves is one of the best channels on YouTube, straight up. 10.7 subscribers. That's not even fair, yo. This shit should have like 100K. Like, to be honest, you know what I mean?
Yo,
This
have you
should
ever
be pretty-
donated to him, bro? You need to donate to him, like real.
No,
shit.
I don't. No, I don't
It's like he
donate.
got demonetized because like the stuff he puts up. You know what I mean? But it is really good info.
Yeah, if more people donated to my shit, I'd donate to their shit. It is what it is, you know. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I would. Yeah, I don't even make money doing this, but it is what it is, you know. But yeah.
3rd, 2007. Unqualified reservations. Narrated by Skeptical Waves. Why I'm not an anti-Semite. This is the first in a series of Why I'm Not posts, with homage to Bertrand Russell. My plan is to run the political spectrum outside in. Next.
With homage to Bertrand Russell. That's interesting. My plan is to run the political system outside in. And of course, Bertrand Russell was a Fabian socialist. And the whole thing here, what he's saying is, you know, I'm not an anti-Semite. Well, it's obvious why you're not an anti-Semite. It's because you're a Jew.
I mean, that would be a really good reason not to be one.
Right. It's like what is it?
You know,
Like what, like how could you be an anti-Semite? You know, like that would be the first.
Well, probably the most garbage defense of. I think Jalpar Sartre wrote an entire book saying why I'm not an anti-Semite. And I'm like,
Oh, really? I didn't even know about that book.
Yeah, John Paul Sartre wrote an entire book about Jews and anti-Semitism. It begins by saying, I am not an anti-Semite. Yeah, he defends Jews and he thinks,
Mason,
and John Paul Sartre thinks
for the 13 bloodlines.
I just think it's very bizarre that a French quote-unquote existential philosopher would say all this good thing about Jews and then say he's not an anti-Semite and write an entire book about it. I don't know. It just seems like it's very peculiar to its.
Yeah, if you look at I think it's Emile or what's that guy's name who wrote Jacques with the Dreyfus affair? You know, so there's this whole history of the Dreyfus affair and the whole anti-Semitic angle within French politics. So it's got this huge, you know, historical relevance within there, and also within some of those Bohemian countries. You know, those Eastern European countries. You know, you're basically go to jail for making anti-Semitic comments. You know, so. You know, I mean, it's
Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, I feel like that's not right. Like that's not true in Eastern Europe.
I mean, I heard like in a lot of you know, like I heard like there's certain countries over there. Yeah,
Canada.
Yeah, Germany's one, Canada's one. I heard people be banned from Amsterdam.
Yeah, Britain as well.
Yeah, so Amsterdam's one of them that I'm talking about. You know,
that's not Eastern Europe though. That's Western Europe.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you're right.
You know, that's why I was asking. I'm like, listen, you start talking about like Ukraine is Eastern Europe. Like that motherfucker is full of Nazis. Like,
oh, that's just straight up Asia. So I don't. I mean, Ukraine is in Asia. I mean, in my opinion, you know, that's not even Europe.
I mean, no, I mean like it's still the European whatchamacallit.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that would be like Eurasia, I guess. No.
It's that's the European continent right there. You don't get into Asia until you get into Turkey.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about it is that the labeling of this shit is obviously
no, it's the plates.
Because why would it start in Turkey? You know, and then also it's conflated with the Middle East. So it obviously starts there because they start showing up brown people right there. So
no. All right. So like it's actually divided by like geographical boundaries and plate tectonics, right? So like which tectonic plate do you want, right? So like you know, Ukraine's on the European tectonic plate, right? And then on top of that, you also have like the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea, which actually divides like fucking Europe from fucking Asia.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know that, but I know that they didn't really accept plate tectonics until recently, right? Alfred Wegener, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? They, you know, so I don't know when they started coming up with the continents with the plate tectonics, but
yeah,
you know,
like the geographic border is those mountains, the Caucasus Mountains, right there.
Yeah,
right?
and then
on the side of that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, we can keep rocking on the video.
Yeah, thank you.
India
Why
is
I'm not an
definitely
anarchist.
Asia.
Footnote 1.
Tibet is definitely
Although the plan
Asia.
Wait, what'd you say, Cecil? Tibet is Asia? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because just you go a little south, you know, you got Asia. I mean, it's just, it's just interesting.
India is considered. I mean, even though it's Africa's subcontinent, it's definitely considered part of Asia. You know, Tibet.
Footnote 1.
I think it's
Although
Asia
the planned post on anarchism never materialized, Moldbug did publish 2 other posts in the series, Why I Am Not a White Nationalist and Why I Am Not a Libertarian. I thought I'd start with this because vacation interrupted me in
Okay,
the middle.
so those are interesting because so it's one of 3 papers. Why I'm not why I'm not an anti-Semite, why I'm not a libertarian, and why I'm not a white nationalist. So in other words, he's saying he's sympathetic to these things, but he doesn't outright support them.
Yeah, I
Which is
mean, you know what his idea is. You know, his idea is the idea of a monarch, right? So like he wants to see himself as Machiavelli looking for like the American Julius Caesar, right?
right.
And so Julius Caesar coming out of the populari, when Caesar came to power, he didn't stand here and punish people like of either side, right? Like of either the aristocrat class or the fucking populace class, right? He didn't stand here and like take away anybody's things. What Mobug's idea is that you're supposed to like go, hey, look, I rule over both of these, and these are both my people, right? So you have to be able to accept all of them, and that way, like, you don't act like you're fucking scared of them. You know what I mean? Because like, if you stand here and you hate Jews, right, you're gonna end up having them band together and like fucking try to like destroy you. You have to get into like his newer stuff, his gray mirror shit on fucking Substack. It's amazing.
I think the ideal what Nick Land is trying to get through, or not Nick Land, Molbug. Sorry, I'm in that mode again. I think what Nick Molbug is trying to do here is that you could say it's a liberal cop out by saying, okay, I'm not libertarian, I'm not white nationalist, therefore I'm. But again, if you say are you some like Zionist, pro-American, freedom-loving Tucker Carlson? But again, going on the other topic is that he probably is basically saying he wants to envision something after the libertarian canon and the unfortunate semantics of white nationalism, and to envision something else where all those parties can be one. I think that goes back to what Machine is saying.
Yeah, and I read Unqualified Reservations. That's basically all I've read by him. I didn't move on to the gray mirror stuff yet. So yeah, I know you're suggesting that, but yeah, to be honest, I haven't really looked at that aspect of his philosophy yet. But I did read most of what was on Unqualified Reservations, how Dawkins got pwned, and all of that type of stuff. So I did find a little of that interesting, especially his support for the monarchism and how Dawkins got pwned, and the Carlyle stuff. You know, I've read a little bit of Carlyle as well, Thomas Carlyle. So I found his championing of Carlyle to be very interesting. And of course, Carlyle takes anti-tech positions as well. But yeah, go ahead.
I want to make a quick connection with Molbug and Carlyle. Molbog was at the De Vere Ball a few months ago, 10 months ago, which was basically celebrating the notion that Shakespeare is not a real person, that's a collection of English poets. And Molbug sees him a part of that collection because one of those main advocates was Thomas Carlyle, who said that Shakespeare is a mythology. And here they are at the De Vere Ball, where you have Molbug and some other well-known liberals pretending they're anti-liberal, celebrating Carlyle and saying this elite party about that the past is not what we think it is, and we're really celebrating a collective of sorts.
Well, his ideas are basically that like all these people that we worship today, and he brought this up. He just did a debate with Christopher Rufo, right? And basically, he went to Christopher Rufo, and Christopher Rufo's like bringing up 1776 and Sam Adams and Thomas Paine and all these guys, and like Molbug's like, motherfucker, they're leftist, right? These are like extreme leftist fucking people. These are not like fucking right wing human beings, right? They're not conservatives. They were like fucking leftist radicals at that point. Half of them were fucking like what we would call communists or socialists today, right? And like fucking, this is something that he brings up all the time, is that we think about the future and it's not, we think about the past and it's not what it was, right? We worship people who are extremely left wing, and it really destroys our own shit. You know what I mean? Like, we're continuing to try to like worship individuals who today would be continuing to push forward with like this technocracy fucking like managerial class bullshit that they're doing today.
Right. Or the ideal that the person must exist as a idolatry figure more than, it's like false idols. In other words, if we were to diminish such false idols, could we participate, think about things that actually do values that do matter? And so you kind of create a plastic god out of people that are not existent. In other words, they're like the Max Stirner-esque spook thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of propaganda inside of like our institutions and our schooling system and our education that like we really don't understand, right? But like in the end of the day, like these things are like national mythos. You know what I mean? And it's stuff that like we teach kids to be able to keep them to continue to think the way they do. Like my dad, right? I'll give you a good for instance. My pops is 66 years old, right? He's like 3/4 Italian and 1/4 German. And on a regular basis, I hear him, "We came here for looking for religious freedom." And I'm like, motherfucker, you had nothing to do with that. Those were not your people. Right? You had like your people didn't come here until way after that. You are not fucking English. You know what I mean? Right. And this is the problem, is like we have this national mythos that we continue to like have these kids get pushed down their fucking throat on a regular basis. And this is something that we don't really want to address. We don't want to have that conversation. You know what I mean? Because it's not good for GDP.
Can I ask you a question though? Like, do you think that the whole like orthodox accelerationism is really answering that problem though? Like,
No,
they're kind of
hell
creating
no.
like a whole other mythos around
No.
everything.
No, or Russian Orthodox shit is just cope. We need culture.
No, but what I mean is like the Mencius Mold Bugs, the 2-Bit podcast, the King Pill, like all those. You know what I mean? That whole like.
Listen, yeah, like I called out a fucking 2-Bit podcast on my channel, right? Like me and him had a podcast, and I called him out on the shit. I was like, yo, look, you can have religion all you want to, but that's not a fucking culture. That's not like a replacement for what you're actually looking for. You know what I mean? Like you're just reaching for fucking Jesus because like religion is what used to hold together all fucking cultures.
Well, but I think it's worse than that. To be real, like I think that they're using Jesus as like a fucking cult, and they're wrapping like accelerationism and transhumanism under Jesus, and it's like it don't make no sense. Like I'm pretty sure Jesus didn't want us to like merge with machines and blast off into space and shit, right? Like I don't think that's what he had in mind. Personally, right?
I would tend to like 100% agree with you, right? I fucking hate the idea of like technical acceleration to the point where you're going to start like, fucking like adding parts to your body to become like fucking better and be able to operate inside of a fucking economic system. I think that's rabidly anti-human and terrible for like our entire society as a whole. But on the same level, like, I get where they are. It's basically like they've accepted their place in life. Like all of us have to make that choice at some point, whether we want to go, well, I want to be a human and be part of a family and a community and be something, that actually is like real, or whether I want to like just go, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do what they say and like play pretend and just live the way I can.
I want to be really quick here, going back on some of the examples you use of your grandpa. I said there's like a class strata of kind of disinformation or I call it historical erasure, where basically if you're in, say, an English department out in like nowhere, Pennsylvania, and they're telling you all these stories about, oh, well, Chaucer is great and Shakespeare is fantastic. The problem is there's a hidden ideology behind the historical notion of it, considering that academia has only been around, American academia is as old as the country. So it's not that long ago that a lot of that was established on some notion of a post-Anglo-Saxon world, and that instead of thinking, oh, now I'm smarter, it's more akin to that the main citations and sources are about some weird bias notion to push the American state. So what I'm really saying is that going back on Shakespeare denial, it's very liberating in a way, is that instead of worshiping people as individuals, you're almost trying to properly deconstruct what was happening, and that the reason why the elites love Shakespeare so much is to push something really crazy and satanic we're not supposed to know about. But that's what I'm trying to say really quick.
Again, it's just a national ethos, dog. That's it. That's all this shit is. It's just a national ethos.
In other words, the English studies department is just pseudo white national studies. If that makes any sense.
No, not white nationalist. It's American, right? It's it's managerial. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's where we are. Like, don't think of it as like, like, oh, we're like pushing white nationalism. What they're doing is they're pushing like the managerial ideology and aspect of like Anglo-Saxon fucking liberal economics.
Absolutely.
That's the mentality. It's not white. Legit.
Be right back.
Middle of an interesting discussion with an anonymous anti-Semitic commenter. I'm not sure if Anon would embrace this adjective, but I am using it in the same sense as, say, anti-American, which seems perfectly reasonable to me. While I admire Murray Rothbard's definition of an anti-Semite as anyone who proposes legal disabilities against Jews, by this definition the creed is basically extinct. So it strikes me as sensible to use the adjective for anyone with negative views on Jews as a whole. More specifically, the commenter is a fan of Kevin MacDonald. My views on MacDonald roughly track those of John Derbyshire. MacDonald's response to Derbyshire's essay is here.
Now, that's an interesting example of Kevin MacDonald. And to those who are familiar with Kevin MacDonald's work, to summarize it, he kind of argues that a quasi form of European nationalism existed alongside the church, and the church within Europe. It's basically the same type of stuff that E. Michael Jones says. So, this whole type of thing that, the church actually saved Europe from the Jews, that type of thing. But then also I'll have to say that his definition of anti-Semitism is extremely general. Basically anybody who dislikes Jewish people, is this definition, so so even the Black Hebrew Israelites might fit that definition, even though they call themselves Jews.
There are many bad reasons not to be an anti-Semite. For example, anti-Semitism is unfashionable. If you want to be fashionable, don't be an anti-Semite. Obviously, this is not a concern here at Unqualified Reservations. My father is Jewish, at least racially. This does not make me Jewish, but surely it makes me suspect, at least to some anti-Semites. But if this was my best reason for not being anti-Semitic, surely it would tend to confirm rather than refute MacDonald's theories. If your father is Catholic, are you not allowed to be an anti-Catholic? In fact, anti-Semitism MacDonald style is probably the most courageous political belief.
Now, he's skating quite freely between Jews as a religious distinction and as a ethnic class within his statements. He kind of just said that, his father's Jewish, that doesn't really make him Jewish. While to somebody like Kevin MacDonald, it would make him Jewish, right? And then to a lot of other Jews, it would make them Jewish just by, genetics. And obviously to your everyday white nationalist or your everyday Black Hebrew Israelite, it would make you Jewish. But in terms of, then he applies it to Catholicism, it's the same as being Catholic. I think being Jewish is totally different from being Catholic. Being Catholic is also not an ethnicity, as Kevin MacDonald claims it is. He claims that being Catholic is a European identity, but it's clearly not. Catholic itself means universal. So
that's not 100% true though.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say about it?
I mean, when you talk about being like fucking Catholic, when you talk to say like your average Anglo-Saxon, right? And they hear they're Catholic, they hear somebody's Catholic, they usually assume that like they're either Irish or they're Italian or they're Spanish or they're Mexican, right? And it's almost played off in a ethnic ideology to certain people, right? It's almost like a dog whistle to human beings, right? Like to certain people, especially like the Anglo-Saxons who are Protestant.
Yeah.
That's where my mental gets to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying by that. Historically, Catholicism in America, there's only been one like Catholic president with JFK. All the rest of them's been Protestants. There is a strong history, and also that ties into the whole thing of British Israelism, where some of the Protestants, they had this kind of ideology, you know, that they were actually the real, you know, Israel in a way, you know. So a lot of the British kings had this philosophy, you know, where they would have the you know, they would have three you know, Jewish kings, you know, three Roman kings, and three British kings, you know, side by side. You know, I think it was like Judas Maccabeus and then the Roman ones, and I mean, I really forget who the three were, but you know, they pictured themselves as a continuation of Rome and of the Jewish kings, you know, in the divine right of kings in the Europeans, you know. So I mean, it's just interesting how everybody saw themselves. So, you know,
Well, I mean, like, have you ever looked into like how all that used to work? And by the way, Biden's Catholic too. I just want to put that out there.
oh, okay, I didn't know that. Yeah,
Yeah, he's an Irishman.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. So like how it used to work is there were different poles of power in Europe, right, inside of each of these countries. And like one of the poles of power would be like the church. One of the poles of power would be, you know, I mean, the aristocrats,
yeah.
the parliament,
Yeah.
and the other pole of power would be the king, right? Or like the nobles and then the king, whatever, right? And so like basically the church would represent the people, right? The king would represent the land, and the nobles would represent their own interest, right? And so like the church used to hold things in line, and oftentimes it uphold a king against the nobles. And that's why Catholicism, you know, I mean, ended up falling down once you ended up having the noble merchant class take over during like the Enlightenment and the liberal fucking phase, right? That's what Protestantism was really about, was about a divorce from being able to have the people be attached to like the fucking the king and the motherfucking church, so that the nobles could be able to do what they want and not have to worry about being part of a nation or their community, right? And that's really that's the beginning and end of liberalism. Right. And so that's the part that like everybody really needs to understand. And that's something that Molbug really fucking gets, is that he says his basic ideology, you know, I mean, as far as I understand it, it's like, look, these Jews are doing what you should be doing, right? Your people in your community, right? And you're like your fucking nationality, like who you are, you should band together the same way these fucking Jews do. And you shouldn't be fucking scared of them. And anybody who stands here and thinks that the Jews act like are acting badly are people who don't actually understand what it is to be a fucking human being in the first place. And you're thinking wrong. You as a human are thinking wrong, because you should be part of something more than yourself. Being an individual, you can't fight against shit. When you embrace the merchant class ideology and you don't have the money or the power, you're a fucking fool.
Well, it's funny about the yeah, go ahead, Peter.
I just wanted to quickly put this in, but it's interesting to note that sorry, I'm out of it today. I'm just so tired.
It's all good.
I'm so tired. No, I'm just so tired. I was like, okay, maybe the thought will come back to me. It was just about merchants. Oh yeah, sorry, must be a Alzheimer's or something. But no, it seems to be that there's this popular scapegoat in white nationalist circles that literally everything I don't like is Jewish. But the same logic can apply to communists. Literally everything I don't like are fascist, or literally everything I don't like are white people. And then they take on the nefarious happy merchant Jewish template. There's always this evil CIA force that's always been going against the common will of the people, if only this dark force was exposed. But again, as Molbug is probably saying, and to paraphrase, well, how come is it that people don't want to be in the strong positions and to believe in classical elitism? Not that elite is wrong. And so I do think he has a point there. I just wanted to also make one little note, Antidote, here, is that I would say that there is ultimately something bad about a private oligarch party that even doesn't have the best interest of the people, because even if you had the people of the same race, I do believe that oligarchs will always put in best interests for themselves to maximize pleasure, and everybody gets pain in return. Why is it that? Because I just think it's a part of ultimately elites looking out for their best interests and concealing power knowledge, and that's a Max Weber concept.
Well, I kind of have a problem with some of the aspects of Jewish culture, in particular Karl Marx was a Jew, and he's the founder of communism. So that aspect needs. I don't want that shit. Yeah, fuck all that.
Well, it's interesting in this whole aspect of the Protestants actually supporting the state and actually forming measures, as John Winthrop and these other people, where they would form these devices for a strong, cohesive communal bond, and they would actually engage in statecraft. And the same thing was seen with a lot of the things with the whole tale of Martin Luther, not his writings, but his life. Some of his writings reflect that, like the whole, writings of his against the Jews, but also there's his fleeing to Bohemia, to Wartburg Castle, being under the patronage of the king there, I think it was King Frederick, and calling himself Squire George and becoming a sort of spy there. So, and also a champion of nationalism. A lot of the proto-Protestant thinkers, they were champions of a stronger state because they opposed the church. And they also claimed to have this knowledge from the rabbis. They got this knowledge from the rabbis because that rabbis believed in the theopolitical system, that they got from understanding the Bible. So, the Protestants and their whole attempt for sola scriptura going against the church, obviously Martin Luther had declared the Pope the Antichrist. They wanted to champion, a lot of them found patronage under the king. That's why Joan of Arc is seen as such a huge hero figure within Protestants, because she kind of chose her own king and then fought for that king. Even though she was burned at the stake because she supported the wrong one that was against the, the church at the time. So they got all of these different, the Pope would support this or that king, and this became the source of political strife within European society, the separation of church and state in terms of St. Thomas Aquinas, his understanding that the church and the state should function as parallel institutions, but that became a problem in European society.
Yeah, I mean, because literally, what these people were trying to do was, and these weren't poor people. That's the big thing, right? These weren't your common man, your normal farmer, or your marketer, or your little guy who owned, a little fucking blacksmithing shop, or a guy who had a fish stand somewhere. It wasn't them, right? The motherfuckers who were upset were the people who were doing trade, internationally, right? In between different fucking countries and shit. Those are the guys who were standing out against the church and the king. That's the fucking problem. Right. And then they held for patronage under some other fucking king somewhere else. Right. Because they had pissed off the king where they live, or the people where the fuck they live. And that's the big fucking thing. Right. And that's where they learned all this shit from fucking Jews and shit. You know what I mean? Because that's really where that ends up coming into. Because the Jews had the same exact fucking issue where they would be an out group that, wanted to be international and didn't want to be part of that fucking nation, part of that underneath that fucking king, paying patronage to somebody who, they were like, oh, you're not of our people. And that's the big fucking thing in the end of the day. And that's why all these Protestants support states, because states allow for all men, to be able to operate without having that national ideology. It's all just rule based in the end of the day.
Right. They founded, or they operated under international socialism, which is the problem today, as a matter of fact.
Well, say thank you to Thomas Jefferson.
Right.
Yo, I love talking to right wingers, bro. It's my favorite fucking thing.
Yeah, Pill Eater fell out there. Yeah, peace to Pill Eater if he doesn't join us again. Let me see. Check this private chat. Yeah, he left us something. I don't know what oh yeah, this is a speed running Mario thing. By Nick Land. Yeah, he left this article. I don't know if you seen I'm up in the private chat about something about zoo about bestiality and Super Mario 64 that Nick Land wrote. This shit is hilarious. Yeah. But oh yeah, here he is. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Just chewing on a few Scooby snacks right now before I get started talking.
For sure.
Belief anyone can hold in 2007, at least if you live anywhere west of Gaza City. This does not make it right, but it certainly does not give anyone who believes in diversity in the environment any right to sneer. I admire conviction, I despise cant. Anti-Semitism was cant in Munich in 1936, or in 1886 for that matter. It is cant in Toronto.
He said he despises Kant, and then anti-Semitism was Kant in Munich. Yeah, I don't really, understand that whole thing. I guess he's connecting, Kant and the German whole Protestant thing. And yeah, I think it ties into what I was saying about Martin Luther, and about Hegel and Kant, being kind of like these like low-key founders of German nationalism and of the modern kind of state. And of also, it seems like Kant and Hegel really founded these principles of sort of internationalism, and geopolitics. Kant, was one of the earliest proponents during the Enlightenment of world government and peace by mutual contraction. So Kant was, he definitely had some very strange ideals, opposed to the religious ideals of the time, which a lot of priests really scoffed at, Kantian philosophy. They thought that it was very dangerous.
I mean, Jefferson literally spoke about the same thing. Like he said, like, what did he say? He said, I don't think any generation has one right to rule over another because they're as foreign as any one man of any nation is to another. Right? He had the same ideology, right? Where he's like, hey, like, what right do we have to bind everybody under their rules and laws and shit? I mean, it's like from even generation to generation, he believed in that ideology. It's the same type of shit. You know what I mean? He went back on it once he ended up becoming like president. He got a little bit older and shit. I mean, when he got to that point where he was trying to like bring everybody to be agriculturalists.
Yeah, I'm trying to read this Kant in the preface to the second edition. I mean, he mentions some interesting names. He mentions the Greeks. He mentions Aristotle. He mentions. I'm pretty sure he mentions John Locke as well at some point for his theories on the on empiricism and that type of stuff. So he's mentioning a lot of the ideas. He mentions Copernicus, so he's fully ensconced within the ideas of the Enlightenment, so Kantian philosophy is like, it's honestly hyper modern, and yeah, it's right in line with Jefferson. I wanted to say that he mentioned the Constitution and Jefferson and all that stuff too, but I know at least he mentions Locke. So I mean, it's interesting. He's mentioning all the people that Jefferson would have mentioned. In other words, Aristotle and Copernicus and Newton and all of these big names, at the time.
Yeah, I mean, like Jefferson mentioned, like he used to say, what was he say? He said, William Penn was the greatest lawgiver who ever lived, right? And shit, man, listen, I know he was a student of Machiavelli. Him and Sam Adams both read him heavy.
Yeah, they would quote all that stuff, Machiavelli, and Hobbes, and obviously Hobbes quoted Machiavelli, and Locke quoted Hobbes. So well, if you read the two treatises of government, Locke, for a large portion of the second treatise, he's having discussions with Hobbes' Leviathan, who actually invents government by consent. And Hobbes, when he mentions the fool in the Leviathan, the fool who had said in his heart that there is no such thing as justice, that he is referring to a caricature of Machiavelli. You know,
Yeah.
so it's interesting. They're all having a discussion with each other. If you read it correctly.
Today. In California in 2007, it can be nothing but conviction. Anon's argument specifically was that, in my classification of American castes and conflicts, and my discussion of the belief system of the ruling Brahmin caste, I neglected Jewish influence. Specifically, as per MacDonald, I neglected the importance of Jewish intellectuals in the transition of the American establishment from 1920s-style super-Protestantism to post-war secularism and multiculturalism. Basically, the reason I neglected this is that I don't see it. But the point is certainly debatable, so let's debate it. The basic question.
Okay, so post-war. So what do we have on the table? We have post-war secularism. We got multiculturalism, and this is being blamed on the Jews. You know, interestingly enough, by white nationalists. Obviously, they're trying to find a scapegoat. Why did the European Enlightenment? First of all, why did it take place in Europe? It wasn't the Jews that were propelling this great change. A lot of it had to do with universal values that came from Christianity and about the church preserving, the writings of Plato and Aristotle and all of that type of stuff. When they came back to the classical age, they came to see the Greeks as a classical age, during the time of the Enlightenment. Obviously, who had preserved these writings of Aristotle and Plato, for 1500 years?
The Arabs.
The Arabs, but also, the Arabs, but also you see Aquinas talking about it. He didn't have a problem talking about it.
I'm saying, like, during the Dark Ages after the fall of the Romans and shit. I mean, that was all preserved by fucking Arabs and then passed out and came back in during the Renaissance.
Yeah, I mean, they say that, they say that, but it's like all of the church writings, I guess Aquinas is allowed to look at Aristotelian, tracts, by people who are following Averroism that's infected the Arab world and the Christian world. So he's writing tracts against Aristotelianism in the 11th century. So he's a master of Aristotelian philosophy, in the 11th century, in the middle of the Dark Ages.
Well,
so
yeah,
it has to say, it's like,
but I wanted to address Mobug shit, right? In the post-war period between basically 1920 to 1939, 1937, depending on when he went to mark, the beginning of World War II. Like that there, people, that's what they want to say is the expansion of the socialist, state measures, all these type of things during the Great Depression and the founding of the Fed, the passing out of female rights, all these things. They want to blame it on Jews, right? But ultimately, the standard of living had raised so much. I don't want to say post-industrial, but during the heart of the Industrial Revolution, right? Especially in places like Germany and the United States, that upper class women just in general didn't have any reason to continue to fucking they were bored. Everything was taken care of for them. There was a lot of things becoming very, very mechanized, a lot of transportation, a lot of easy times. And so these Aristotelian women screamed that they started wanting rights and being able to do their own thing. It had a lot more to do with the actual physical world that we were living in than it does with the fact of Jews standing here going, oh, women should have rights and we should be able to have all this social stuff and we should be able to I mean, think about the technology advancements that had happened between the period of 1880 to 1940. We went from our top end shit being steam power to all of a sudden we have electricity, cars, transportation, refrigeration, fucking, washers, dryers, large fucking grocery stores. We had all this shit that ended up getting set up during that period of time. I mean, fuck, man, the standard of living raised so fucking much that you ended up having the government having the ability to stand here and communicate long term, the telephone, all these things. And come on, dog. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, mass media, everything. It wasn't the Jews. It really wasn't. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I mean, I'm gonna say, the Jews opened up Hollywood and began to start doing things, but they were very restricted on what they were allowed to do. There's a reason why, like, you know, every old TV show or movie you see like a couple, you know what I mean, in their bedroom, they got separate fucking beds and shit. There's a reason for all that. You know what I mean? And it's not because like that's what they wanted to do. It's because like that is what it is. That like they were told they had to fucking do.
Yeah, and that's the thing with one of the things with Moldbug that I really don't get is that with all his championing of Carlisle, he doesn't really see you know, all of Carlisle's stances against technology. It's like he doesn't see the technological side of it, you know, and he wants to propose this crazy social credit, you know, joint you know, venture you know, patchwork scheme, you know, this sort of neo-tribalism, instead of which is obviously going to be taken over by like smart cities and all that shit, you know, instead of looking at you know, Carlisle's very sensible views against technology, where he complains that mechanization is the god of this age, you know, and you know, he talks about, you know, all of these things against technology. I'm trying to find my writings on Carlisle, you know, so I could speak more intelligently on it, or actually just read his words.
I mean, you don't
Which would be
even
best.
have to take it the whole way to Carlisle, man. I mean, in the end of the day, like, you know, you can just go like he doesn't want to be Kaczynski. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the problem. He's not willing to go full swing with this shit. You know?
You know, he can't. It's not like, you know, he's a pragmatist, like he's a Machiavellian. He's an Italian school guy. So he's looking at it and going like, what can we do practically? Right. And practically, can we really do like an anti-tech thing? No. The answer is no. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean the objective factor of power in the shit today is technology. So if we're not even willing to take a look at the issue, then there's going to be nothing we actually can do to mitigate the factors that are in control right now. You know,
I found a way
so
to do it. I actually found a way to do it. Like I've been arguing it recently. I
because
can
culture is not going to move technology. You know, it's technology that's moving culture. So that's already going to be the accelerationist position on that is already 180 degree fucked. You know, in my opinion. You know.
Yeah, but I found a way to do it though. Right? Like I found a way to win the argument. I found a way to like move people to that side. Right? And it's really simple. You go, listen, we have a massive problem with like a birth deficit, right? And it's going to crash the entire system, right? And literally, we have all these people that we're not going to be using in the end of the day for, you know, what I mean, like all of our shit. The best thing that we could probably do is literally stand here and go, like, hey, look, you know, let's put like 30 or 40% of these people on fucking farms, right? And have them like not be farmers that are going to produce like, you know what I mean, like productive, like fucking food and agriculture, but have them be like a production of people. And that can win the day, dude. Like legit, that wins the day. Like it's a good argument. And it's not like a loss. And you can fucking win the argument this way. Like, you know what I mean? If they want their totally automated fucking gay space communism, like you can give it to them. But like you're like, hey, look, you know, you have to let, you know what I mean, everybody else like go live on a fucking farm, you know what I mean, and not be, you know what I mean, a fucking drag on the fucking system.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I think that the system that they have now is not built to last, and then also there's no, you know, actual reality of a, you know, a less technologically advanced society just existing right next to a more technologically advanced society, you know, or historically it hasn't really worked. You know?
Yes, it has. Look at the Amish.
Well, they have to deal with, you know, the Amish don't live in a vacuum. You know, they're constantly debating like what sorts of new technologies they're going to use, and yeah, you know, I mean, it's just the reality of the situation. You know, they're being caved in from the, you know, from the outside world. You know? They got
but
pressures.
I mean, like, again, it's worked, right? It's worked for like 110 fucking years, and they have a birth rate of 5. It works. does it really matter if they have technology? Because like, even if they do, if they're not participating in the economic system and they're still farming and doing construction, all the shit that they do, they're going to have a bunch of kids.
Well, it's not whether they have technology or not. It's just a factor of, are they, do they have to deal with the changes that are going on outside the Amish community?
Again, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Like legit, you know what I mean? Like I think, listen, do you want like escapement out of this fucking bullshit, right? You want a chance to escape out of this shit. We all want out of this motherfucker, right? Like so, like our
That's
best
the question. That's the question. Is at the end of the day, do you want to escape? Or do you want justice? Now, escape is gonna be, you could realistically escape. You're not gonna get justice in this lifetime, but you'll have to fight. You know what I mean? Like that's just the real shit behind it. It's like like you could escape or you could fight this shit. Like, yeah, of course you're not going to win if you keep fighting, during your lifetime. But the thing is that you could produce people who live to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like that's basically all it is. But like at the end of the day, there's no escape, in my opinion,
No, there isn't. This is the point, right? Again, like your boy Jake in the fucking comments, so he said gay Amish don't exist, right? Exactly. That's the fucking point. Again, this is an escape route. Right? There is an escape route. There is, right? And this is the fucking grift. It's literally you go, hey, look, I have a solution to one of your problems, right? And like you're having a massive amount of fucking issues of your birth rate. You're having problems of where like people aren't producing like fucking children. You're having an issue where, like human beings have no purpose and you have a giant ass welfare state. Why not have them go and fucking support themselves and be farmers and have children? Because people who are on farms have children, right? And you can have a future population that's able to grow, like your fucking, your fucking fully automated gay space communism, right? That they fucking want. You're giving them an out, right? And you're giving yourself an out. And I don't I'll be honest with you, dog. Like, I've probably been done more dirty than anybody, who's watching this or who's on here right now. Right, like I would literally party kids for cash when I was a pup. I was shot when I was 8. Right, like literally, like I've been through like the fucking ringer with this fucking system. It's fucking ridiculous. I've hit every fucking road pothole on the way out, on the way up. You know what I mean? And like literally still going through nonsense, but like real shit. There is a way out. You know what I'm saying? And like I know we're never going to get justice. Nothing's ever going to get any fucking better, but we can. You know what I'm saying? Go, hey, look. Why don't you let us have some fucking land and let us have a community where we can grow children, right? And we can have a culture, we can have a community, we could be something that we actually want to be. We can still have like a technology to be able to, me and you, we could study because that's what we like to do, right? But we could also grow food and eat proper and make healthy humans, right? And have the things that we actually want, the families, the wives, all that stuff, without having to worry about this, like fucking Hollywood nonsense if we don't fucking want to.
I agree. I agree that we're going to have to mitigate as many risks as we can, but we also have to have a greater vision of the future. And I just don't think that patchwork, joint stock corporation, where all of us are part of a joint stock corporation, like that's going to be the way out of this. Right?
Who said we're part of a joint stock corporation?
Wait, what?
Who said we're part of a joint stock corporation?
The boy on the screen wants that to be a reality, right? So that's what I'm
listen,
talking about.
Mobug don't have the answer for this. He literally doesn't have the answer for this.
Of course, right. That's what I'm addressing. Is like, when you look at the pop philosophers of our age, you know what I mean? They don't have the answers. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have to find it ourselves. Pretty much.
I mean, I gave you the answer. Right, literally, that's the fucking answer. That's the move.
That's in a way to mitigate some of the risks, but it's not a solution to the problems we're facing. Right?
No, it's a long-term solution, right, for normal people.
Amish communities.
I don't want to call them Amish, but like agricultural communities. Imagine, like, you could have good food, you could have like your family, you know what I mean? You could have people, like, you have a place where people care about actually like give a fuck about each other.
You got
Like,
helicopters flying over.
Huh?
It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, imagine living in a place where, like, if a child gets born, the community celebrates it. Imagine that. Imagine, like, you would never have abortions.
Of course, but I'm saying, who's watching the community? Can the community be infiltrated? You know, is it drones flying over you every day? You know what I mean, right? You know, these are issues.
Yeah, those are good questions because you never know what's going to happen. And
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like those are also issues that we're gonna have to, like, to be realistic. Those are also issues we're gonna have to worry about. You know, and then people living, you know, obviously local shit. And let me where is it? Oh, okay, here. I wanted to read this real quick before we go on. Is this in response to some of the championing of Carlisle? You know, I just love this quote. You know, he says, if we, in fact, if we look deeper, we shall find this faith in mechanism. This is Carlisle, Sign of the Times, has now struck its root down to man's most intimate primary sources of conviction, and is thence sending up over his whole life and activity innumerable stems, fruit bearing and poison bearing. The truth is, men have lost their belief in the invisible, and believe and hope and work only in the visible. Or to speak in other words, this is not a religious age. Only the material, the immediacy, I'm sorry, excuse me, the immediately practical, not the divine and spiritual, is important to us. The infinite absolute character of virtue has passed into a finite conditional one. It is no longer a worship of the beautiful and good, but a calculation of the profitable. Worship, indeed, in any sense, is not recognized among us, or is mechanically explained into fear of pain or hope of pleasure. Our true deity is mechanism. It has subdued external nature for us, and we think it will do all other things. We are giants in physical power. In a deeper than metaphorical sense, we are titans that strive by heaping mountains on mountains to conquer heaven also. Yeah. The strong mechanical character so visible in the spiritual pursuits and methods of this age may be traced much further into the condition and prevailing disposition of our spiritual nature itself. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like, you know, I mean, fucking, you know, I mean, Kaczynski.
What's wrong with that? You know, this is the Kaczynski show. You know, you on the Kaczynski show, by the way. Like, it is what it is.
I love Uncle Ted, bro. He's my favorite dude.
For sure. Yeah.
You don't know, bro? Like, yo, listen, you bro, like Uncle Ted, you know what I mean? I honestly, God, dog, I want to get a tattoo of that motherfucker on my back. You know what I mean?
Straight up. That's what it is.
Yo, with the sunglasses and shit, like 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, like this, the answer again is agriculture, bro. That is 100% the answer. That is the answer to culture. It is the answer. Like, it's in the fucking name, bro. Like, culture is the answer. What we're looking for, what we need, everything that we want is a fucking culture, right? We want to be able to have something, right? That's why everybody's reaching for religion. That's why everybody's reaching for like the ancients. That's why everybody's talking about Rome. Everybody is like begging and looking for a culture and a reason and something to bind us together. We need a culture desperately. Farming will do this. Attach motherfuckers to the land. Right, you will have this. You will have children. You will have, you know what I mean, like families. You'll have something to stand on. You'll have something to fight for. You will literally give new life to humanity. Right, you just can't have it be, man. Listen, gotcha. Right.
Bam. That's my teacher right there, Dr. Scribino. You know what I mean?
Dr.
Scribino.
Yo, my girl asked why it is that you look like Jesus.
I sent a channel on the private chat that you should check out really quick that a friend told me about. I don't know if you've heard of this guy's channel or not.
Nah, but like, yo, look, I'm gonna go get laid, man. I'm gonna holler at you motherfuckers later. I'm out.
All right. Peace. Yeah. Thank you for joining, Pinoid. Wait, what were you saying?
Oh, there was a channel that a friend told me about that I sent in the private chat that I wanted you to check out because it kind of goes over a lot of stuff that probably subscribers of this channel is pretty familiar with, topic wise. And it kind of goes with the theme of the video you were talking about at the beginning, somewhat. Maybe somewhat, but not quite. But you know what I mean when you check it out.
Yeah, let's check this out. Oh yeah, bro, Sanchez. But wait, this just goes to his channel. It doesn't go to a video. Wait, what was the video you want me to check out?
Oh, no specific video. I just wasn't sure if you've seen Bro Sanchez's channel before.
I am not that familiar with it, but yeah, thank you for bringing it to my attention. I have heard that he's in conjunction with another they do with the Eddie Bravo, or they have like a conflict with Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth community. So they have like this whole it's interesting because I've seen Eddie Bravo on Joe Rogan before. That shit was very, very funny.
Right.
Yeah. But I don't know what happened to Cecil. Oh yeah, I think Cecil's sleeping out here.
Oh yeah, earlier today I ended up going to see that movie, Civil War, at the theater.
Which movie is that? I didn't hear about that one.
So it's a movie that just recently came out. I think it came out on the 12th or something, and it's about these journalists that cover the breakdown of America, basically, where America's already in a civil war, and it's not very highly politicized, but you see the really ugly aspects of it, like, you know, people shooting at each other, buildings getting blown up. There is one scene where the journalists like get into this place where they shouldn't be, and they're almost shot in the head, you know, because they're like dumping these bodies in a ditch. And then at the end of the movie, this military group like breaks into the White House. They basically like invade Washington, D.C., break into the White House, and then shoot the president.
Yeah, I bet highly leftist propaganda. Definitely, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. That it's the same with that Beekeeper movie. You know, they had a right wing, lone wolf, essentially, person attack. Right? Isn't that what it is? Like they're running this theme with this kind of like sort of civil war tension, right wing terrorism. So I think that that's what's going to happen. That they're going to get Trump in, and they're going to have a false flag or whatever right wing terrorist attack by some lone wolf, either Christian nationalist who's going to blow up like a synagogue or a mosque or some shit like that. Where it's really going to get things popping, in my opinion.
Speaking
But
of which, there was
yeah,
a new movie that came out called The People's Joker.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't see it, but it's basically a liberal, condescending version of the Joker by saying, well, if we white liberals were in charge, this is the people's Joker. And it's so funny this movie's being played right now, and then actually Joker 2 drops yesterday with Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn, so it's like, oh, there goes Joker's 2 fame. But it's one of those obscure independent films that's being played as this kind of, well, the incels had all the fun in Joker, but now we lefties can express. I don't know. It's really dumb, but
yeah, I mean, shit. And this is what it is, and this is what we've come to. People actively, obviously, the people who make the movies, they're trying to bring about civil war. I won't say more about that, but it's something I could argue with Pinoid about, I'm sure, because he's pressing against the anti-Semitism and the anti-tech stuff. So I definitely appreciate that. We need intelligent people to push against those things. With this mold bug guy, and definitely they are pushing us into that sort of rhetorical game, of either becoming anti-Semites or lending support to that sort of thing, so that they could sort of collapse the country quicker, or what have you. So there is that fucking aspect to things. You know what I mean? But you know, one of the things I have is this debate here where they, you know, if you've seen in the beginning of the debate, you know, they kind of get into some very strange rhetoric, and obviously this is Tazariak and a Australian character, and it's just funny what they say. I mean, it's very interesting, and yeah, it'd be interesting to get the take. But yeah, obviously these are both. Well, it's also interesting to know why these British you know, people from the EDL and these Australian white nationalists are so interested in Trump. You know, they seem to be very, very focused in on Trump and on American politics, even more than their own political leadership. You know, so, you know, why are they politically invested in the politics of this country? You know, are these people foreign spies? You know, that's another thing people got to ask themselves. You know, why are all these Australians and Canadians and EDL, you know, British guys and all these Israeli guys making comments about what Americans should do in their political system? Isn't that very interesting? And they're sort of you know, making this highly divisive rhetoric. You know, they're the ones pushing anti-Semitism and you know, obviously Jew hatred and all of this type of stuff. You know, so it's very interesting, you know, that these foreign agents are coming out of the woodwork, and of course they don't get any political pressure, you know, in their own countries to exploit these issues, but they want to come over here and exploit these issues that are extremely firebrand, you know, for American politics. You know, I just want people to pay attention to that. You know, it's an extremely disconcerting thing. It's like, you know, it's like, wait, you're from Australia, but you want Trump to get elected, right? You know, so, you know, what about your own leadership? You know, obviously there's been tyranny in Australia past 2020. You know, people protesting in the streets and all that stuff, getting locked up. You know, so Australians and Canadians, you know, their political system is extremely under political tyranny. You know, where they even have speech laws and stuff, but they want to talk about American politics. It's highly disconcerting and interesting affair. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
What's your take on Hitler? Do you find Hitler admirable because in a certain way, or do you find him detestable?
Hitler. Okay, I won't act like I'm a Hitler expert, but what I do know is that Hitler felt they was being oppressed by Jewish people, and Jewish people would probably feel they was the same. So it's like two sets of white people having a fight, and Hitler chose to do what he did to Jewish people, and they fought back, and then they killed Hitler. Hitler lost. I mean, I don't know what else to say. What I will say though is that, and I don't know if it was a mental tactic by the Germans, period, but they would treat the black athletes with more dignity than America would. I will say that. I will say that.
Interesting.
That's fact.
Yeah, no, it is.
Jesse Owens was treated better. Jesse Owens was treated better. The athletes was treated better by Hitler. I will say that. And a lot of people don't know Hitler used to work with the Japanese people too. He wasn't as racist as people think.
You mean the Jap?
That would be my opinion about Hitler. I do know they killed that dude though.
What a dumb motherfucker, man. Like, I was just coming up to talk on the Australia
That's why
Canadian
y'all
thing.
like Trump. Y'all
What
like
a
Trump.
stupid
Trump is like
motherfucker.
Hitler light.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wish he was more. I wish he had more Hitler qualities. Like Trump is like, he's like 10% Hitler. I wish he was like, I wish he was like 50%. In fact, I wish he was 100%.
Even RBR Radio thinks that Trump and Putin are the same.
Yeah.
This shit drives me nuts.
I want to say.
You got to pause. The thing about the Canadian and Australian thing, they want to see America go Trump because that there is a ripple effect of like the reason we're getting a social credit score is because it cleared China. It's doing well for the tyranny in China, but the tyranny in Australia and Canada is leftist. That's why they're like, yeah, Trump, and then give us our Trump version once Trump gets that thing incited, like where people are standing up on the right again. I think that's why a lot of countries are looking for Trump. because Australia watches our conservative. I know the conservative news you're talking about. Australia watches us and bitches for us because they know they're at a stalemate pretty much with what's going on, and you need that multi-country dichotomy switch. And yes, truthers, two wings, same bird. But do you want to go into the dystopian future the way the right will get you, or the way the left will get you? Because you just had 3 to 5 years of the left, and it was hell. It was social, proper, paranoid, chillin' hell. Wasn't it easier whenever you could set off fireworks down at the park on 4th of July and black people got pushed around a little bit more? Who cares? It was better times for all of us. And you know what? Your drive-through meal wasn't fucked up back then either. And all you're ever going to do is liberalize the right anyway. You might as well enjoy the last of the right wing, wink and a nod, go with society, and as long as you don't get caught, kind of like wink and a nod, okay, rather than having to step over everyone lying on the streets in the leftist dystopia of zombies on fentanyl. Can I get a Paul Enslaved in here? Does he want to go at it?
Illuma Tommy, the Paul enslaved fentanyl dealer.
Well, his thing, Paul wants to tell everybody, oh, you voted for Trump because you need to vote a daddy in. Like, dude, you are such a Trump. Like, Paul doesn't realize how Trump he is, bitching about his dad voting for Trump and stuff. It doesn't make sense. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. But Paul took a loan off of his dad and blew it. Paul wants that, I don't want truth, I want loyalty. That's a Trump thing. I could go on and on if it was fresh on my mind, but yeah, I just think the thing you're seeing with the leftists or the countries leaning, wanting the Trumpy rightness, it's because their tyranny is from the left. And even our tyranny here in America is bounding from the left side. Is everybody leaving because of me, or you outing everybody? Oh, hey, Paul, what do you got? This ain't my channel. It doesn't do anything to say nothing on this channel. Just get wrecked like your daughter. Are you fucking with me, guys? Is this not Paul? It's a disgusting fucking picture if it is. So was that him or not? I just want to know because whenever you put him in there when Bex was here, I honestly was like, what? He ain't gonna talk for his daughter? And if that was him both times and he's showing up here every time I pop in, that's weird too. Okay, this is season 1 Paul shit where I just catch the silence and they give me the mic, but you guys forgot I'll work with this. I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking keep you up all night talking on your show when you play your little backbeat and just leave me on the front stage. Refined Canine, welcome to what it is. Welcome. Enjoy the confusion. Once you understand what's going on, it loses all the magic. That's why I try and tell these Plate Planet people, man, there's just as much magic and wonder once. I mean, you can be on a ball floating in space and spinning and rotating a star. There's still a lot of wonder and mystery out there, guys. Don't worry. I have no idea what's going on. I just want to come up with that thing. Trying to make, I think we're going to make Jack the next Loop Loop. Sick of that old bastard, too. Can he just be homeless already? I'm sick of seeing him showing up acting like we're not all counting down to him losing his house.
Yo, this guy, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think he's trying to silently own you, but it is what it is. I mean,
No, everybody comes to a panel and goes, what's this show about? What's going on? I'm 12 and what is this? Everybody tries. That's just a standard jab.
I don't even know if you're actually, because can you be all the black guy, gay man, also a Jew, Christ man? So
there's a couple that's floating around here, allegedly.
Dreams are going on. That's right. Blessings.
One of Paul's kids, one of Paul's sons is allegedly a Jew Christ man. No way. And I question him further. Like, why would I tell you? Because blah, blah, blah.
What does that mean, Jew Christ man?
That he is Jewish, like he's got the bushy, beardy straggliness, and but I guess he rocks that KJV. I mean, there is a cause. It's like there is some group called Jews for Jesus. They're Jews. They're Jewish people that have found the truth.
Yeah, that kind of sounds exactly like ISUPK. You know what I mean? I mean, to be honest, that's exactly what they profess. You know, they say they're
Sounds like what?
Jewish, they're Christian. The ISUPK, that's this guy right here, Tazariak.
So they're saying that they're racially Jewish but Christian religious.
Okay, now actually, I have another interesting clip for that because actually he claims that it's actually rather interesting. They don't claim that all the Africans are Jews. They claim some of the Africans are Jews. They claim that Native Americans are lost tribe of Israel, and so are Puerto Ricans and Mexicans.
Yeah, and when they say this, are they saying that black people are the Israelites and then Jews do exist, but Jews aren't the Israelites? It's them.
They claim that King James was black.
Okay.
So, you know, I mean, get that. I mean, so yeah.
Do we
so
have any history? Was there ever a painting of the dude or anything?
Of him being black?
Of him in general.
They have paintings of him and shit, and they say they have paintings of like British kings and shit, and they say that they were all black and shit.
Yeah, I think I was catching that on So Play TV too. That a lot of like all the founding fathers were mixed, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna argue it right now, but I hear you.
Yeah, that's what they say too. So
It was Kangs.
we was kings, we was Vikings.
Yeah, I like it whenever
It was Kangs.
whenever I'm out on the town and I see a black couple calling each other king and queen. I'm like, those people own free labor people too. Ironic.
Yeah, let me pull this up. This is 55 minutes into this. He kind of explains like
You know what I call a black man that does labor and work for me for free?
what?
A friend.
A friend.
Yeah. He's helping me move for a couple of beers and a pizza. I'm not really paying him anything. He's my friend.
Goblin. What's going on? Goblin. And what's a goon to a goblin? No. Goblin.
You ever seen that Baraka Flocka Flame? I mean, what's a goal to a goblin? I'm a goblin.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not a killer, but don't test me.
Kill them, don't test me.
Like, so I'm in the White House getting that money. Yeah, that was a good skit.
I thought it was go hard in the paint, or what is
No,
it?
he did the music video as Obama or Baraka Flocka Flame. He did those music videos, but his 60 Minutes interview parody is the best, man. He's like, I called Michelle, had her come by, fix me to get my line squared up for TV, get my geometry squared up for television. I told the special forces, don't come back with no body. I've got the body of Osama bin Laden in the motherfucking trunk. You have the body of in the motherfucking trunk. I run the military if you want that beat. Yeah, it's a good skit, man. Good skit. And he's like, what else are you gonna do as president? They're like, I'm gonna make McDonald's serve breakfast all day. And he goes, and there's an old lady in Idaho, and she works 7 to 9. And whenever she goes into McDonald's and said, "Can you serve me breakfast?" they'll say, "Yes, we can." Change. Yeah, and then it goes into like Baraka Flocka Flame. I run the military, nigga. I run the military, nigga. I run the military, nigga. If you want that beat. Death wish. Death wish. Now bring me that Rebecca bitch. Death wish. Death wish. Now, in my younger days, I used to sport a rag, backpack full of cans, plus a fofo mag, G'd up from the feet up, blued up from the shoe up, hardcore up, smoking and drinking till we do up, teaching my class just to fuck your tool up. You don't want to blast, nigga, tuck your tool up. Dude, who is? I forgot about that shit. Drives me nuts, though.
Unit.
Drives me nuts that we can't hear the beat because of this little porn bomb timing to mute it. I hate that we can't hear the beat in real time unless maybe the host, unless you're the host, I guess. Because JG, whenever he was still able to come up on my panel, he tried to freestyle. I had a beat playing. Yeah, he tried to freestyle and it was not on at all. And he's like, I can't even listen to the beat. I just gotta go.
JG go soft? He just turned soft one day. JG, you soft. Come prove me wrong, JG. You soft, son.
He's always been a dick, but yeah, he finally gave over to the culted side.
Yo, he let people pick on him.
Okay, out of the last 3 times that Paul Enslaved has tried to sick black sector channels on me, I know at least one of those times JG was sitting in for it, being like, yeah, he's a punk. Yeah, you should go on his channel. And Christo's all there like, yeah, his face is totally busted.
Yeah, JG had a problem. That's what I liked about JG, is that JG would come up on the panel and just tell you what the problem was. But now JG goes around and talks about people. I don't know, man. This female tendencies. I don't know what the deal is. But yeah, a lot of people are on that tip. Even though it's an open panel, you can hop up anytime you want. I really don't. I mean, I let anybody on. I mean, you've seen me. I let everybody on this bitch. Like, no matter who you are, and motherfuckers complain, oh yeah, I'm not allowed, whatever, man. You are a liar, is what you are.
They might be saying it about me, because I'm not gonna lie, I let people come at me anywhere I go right now, but if you come ruin my show, that's where I'm starting to get a little like, no, you find me when I'm up on like some free range panel. I'm trying to do a crypto thing or whatever it is I'm doing. Like, I don't need to answer mess PDF every fucking show.
I mean, the only reason I ever backstage people is because they just keep on consistently, like, every time I open my mouth, you're gonna talk over me. And obviously the people who come to click on the fucking show because it says the machine lies, they don't like me being talked over all the time. Go and figure that out. You know why that is? Obviously it's because they came to watch me motherfucking talk here, and I don't really say that much anyways. So when I do get to talk, people are, they're extremely, some of them, at least they find value in what I have to say. So, like, I'm not saying it is valuable. I'm just saying people want to fucking hear it. So
well, and it's like I said, whenever it's like me and Pill Eater and Neuro or something, when I suddenly realize you've just let us go for like 45 minutes, I know we've been on to something, because if you let us go, that means you're like, yes, I approve. This should continue. And if you are trying to stop us, it's like, oh, you want to take it somewhere? You want to do something with it?
Yeah.
But just what I've seen of these guys, I haven't even watched your whole streams where you showed when you went to see these dudes and stuff. They're already rubbing me the wrong way. I already don't like them in ways. And JG switched up in the sack, if you know what I'm saying.
Switching up. Switching.
Like he's switch hitting. He catching and pitching.
Yo, that's treachery, yo. That's that's the closest thing to, like, yo, this is like, yeah, man, you stabbed me in my, like, fucking, like, back, wow, like, on the internet, yeah, like, it's like, whatever, bro.
Does anybody play soccer, Arpo? I don't know what the red card means. I'm not big on the football. If you wanted to make football more accepted, or soccer more accepted by America, you need to cut that field in half and make sure there's a winner at the end, and a lot more Americans would watch soccer.
Yeah, because I've played 5-side soccer, and the scoring is definitely a lot higher than like most average games.
And you need a field where it's like minutes and minutes of battling the ball down the field isn't returned with just a big old boop. Like somebody just Hail Mary boots it and it's back to where you started. That's probably where a lot of the draws came in.
Well, that's why Jim Rome once joked that David Beckham couldn't help his son do math test because David Beckham couldn't count past 3.
Yeah, man, and I used to think Posh Spice was the hottest one, and now I saw her up in a article like celebrities that married ugly people. I'm like, Beckham and Posh Spice were never considered, either of them were never considered ugly people. Maybe she got all like model bony or skeletal or something, but in her day, man, she was a prime Spice Girl, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, thank you, Goblin, man. You know, game recognized game, man. I mean, if you realize the complexity of it, you know, you must have a complex mind yourself. You know, it is what it is.
No, that's props to Goblin for not coming up. He gets it now. He gets it.
Goblin's your homie.
Maybe he says that. He rather pisses me off a lot.
No
and Goblin, whenever Paul was putting it to So Player TV, and I saw you cucking to your daddy, whenever you were like, that's what he's trying to tell you. He's trying to tell you that. Paul wasn't trying to tell him shit. I just made So Player TV a free background where he can be behind the original MLK podium that had the two white hat Muslims behind him. I just made him that background. I saw you over there cucking up to your daddy through him. I'll still share that chat, Goblin, where you say delusional as fuck and put the Illumitami emoji after it on that Flow State channel. I got this shit where you were giving props to Snafu in the near recent future. Yeah, everybody.
Loser.
Look at him saying I love you, Tommy. Everybody that pisses me off always says, it's okay, I like you, I love you. And then they piss me off.
I remember Provo kid, man. You wilding out here.
Is he still wilding?
Yeah, he's wilding. Yeah, but he has his own thing going on. But yeah, I'm
yeah,
sure
he
there's
stacks more hours of like game and music. I'm like, well, it cuts back on how many hours he's wilding, but he's online still.
Some plot behind it at all.
His retardation level has increased like.
No, you can't talk shit. You're both autistic. No, you both claim autism.
I'm just saying, like his
you
shit.
Can't hide your voice. You don't trick me with your little name and your picture. You're my bitch too, Rants.
Illumitami.
What is going on here?
Are you retarded?
You know that the sun sets below your feet, right? That's why we see the sun hitting the bottom of airplanes after it's gone down, and it's dusk and dark in the sky, and a plane goes over with the light bouncing off the bottom of it. It's because you're on a globe.
How much amphetamines have you consumed in your lifetime?
See, I'm not going to do this loop, but I wanted to come up about the leftist thing and the Trump thing. That's
I'm just saying. I think there's
gonna make a new loop. Hey, I know Hank claims he's the reason that you took your channel down, but I'd like to think it's me because it's after I called. If I would have known you had went in on Esra that many hours that day before I showed up and put it to you, I would have put it to you hard.
Why are you guys so narcissistic to think that my channel has anything to do with you?
No, I heard it got taken down, and no matter what that's for, I say it's for the better.
I took my channel down because I literally don't have time for YouTube, and it was just a meme.
Right, and you know that all the things
it down to show you how big of fools you are to care about this nonsense.
Oh, I don't care. I was trying to give you props for taking it down.
This is your life. That's what's sad. It's a sad comedy.
Not my life.
It is, Tommy.
This is my recreation. Yeah, this YouTube time is my recreation. It's not my life.
You live in this.
No, you're just that impressed by my performance.
Your feelings are tied to it. You get your dopamine hits. This is where you keep coming back. It's your new fucking, you know what I mean, dealer.
Oh, you mean whenever I thought this channel was overtaken by you and your Boston ass dad?
Internet.
The internet is everything.
It's your dealer, bro. Just calm down.
No, if you're gonna keep talking this meth loop, you're gonna give me your fucking address, and I'm gonna come let you say it to my face.
You're not gonna do nothing.
Not if you're gonna hide like Paul and Slave and just talk that shit.
You're gonna do just as much as you've done to every guy you've threatened in the last fucking.
You don't know who the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Hundreds of people, Tommy, you've threatened. How many people?
That's not true at all.
Tell me.
That's not true at all.
Tell me.
What do you mean? Tell you what?
Tell me, bro. How many people?
Tell you what? You were talking while I was talking. What did you ask that I probably don't care about?
You're threatening all these people, right?
No, I talk shit. I threaten the one. I threaten the ones that I just showed on my show tonight that people say they're gonna come to see me. Don't talk while I'm talking. You ask me a fucking question. Don't talk while I'm talking, faggot.
Flappity flap. That's
all you are, you autistic bitch.
You want to try to manipulate people's emotional states and actions?
No, I snap them out of it. Whenever they are being manipulated, I snap them out of it. What do you want to
Why
do?
are you always on the bullshit, Tommy?
That's
always.
you.
That's all you do is the bullshit. You don't ever do
No, all I do is truth.
All right, so tell us some truth instead of your bullshit.
No, we've been down this route before where I tell you truth and you go, you didn't say anything. You didn't say anything, Tommy. You want me to do rant? You want rant versus rant? Tell me the truth, Rance. What's the shape of the planet we're on? Where's my dad to talk about racism and how black people are racist?
You know what I'm saying? All you
No,
do is
and I'm sick of all you motherfuckers finishing your thought with right. Do you know?
Life. How about that?
I have a life.
Stop obsessing over different men on the internet and do something with yourself.
Where have you been? That's what I did before I came on and fucked
What have
with
you done?
losers.
What do you do?
I got rich. I don't tell the right hand what the left hand does. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand. You're
Yeah, that's because you don't know as much Bible as you think, asshole.
It's a Bible verse. Are you Jesus? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I don't let the left hand know what the right hand does. That means I'm not going to brag about it to you just to appease your narcissistic ego.
So you go and donate money. You got rich and donated it all away. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say anything. I told you I'm not
bragging,
going to
but
say.
you are bragging. Right?
No, I
It's
didn't
like
say
not-
that. You're
like
putting words
bragging
in my
on
mouth.
brag.
You're trying to be a false
Bragging
witness.
on brag. He's like, I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing. I'm just going to say that I won't say that I'm letting the left hand not know what the right hand doing, which means I'm giving away money, but I'm not going to tell you, but I already did.
It doesn't mean giving away money, but maybe I do that sometimes.
Well, you alluded to it by saying, well, I got rich. And
No,
then the
that's
right
your
hand and the left hand.
interpretation of that's your interpretation of the biblical passage.
Anyway, you know what I'm saying? This shit ain't a game, Tommy.
It's not. I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with you.
Well, stop.
I got black sectors
playing.
I can go drop N-bombs on. You think it's a
Playing
game?
yourself. Did you know that? You're playing you.
Well, then how come I cam up and you don't? I think you're the one playing with yourself.
Because you're a delusional human being.
You're also married, and we all know that married women don't fuck. So I think you're playing with yourself.
I think you're crazy. I just hopped off the show, got laid, and came back. You don't even know what you're talking about.
That's disgusting.
In your gums.
That's
You're ignorant.
disgusting.
Okay. I don't have 4 kids because I don't fuck, pussy. All
Yeah,
right?
you got 4 kids because you can't pull out.
Stop being angry, Tommy. Get a life. Put your
I'm
life
not angry.
together.
I just don't like you. Just
So
because I don't like you doesn't mean I'm
jealous
angry.
about everybody else, and you won't come on the internet
You're
projecting
projecting.
your insecurities.
You're projecting. What makes you think I'm angry? I
doing what
just don't like
said
you.
I'm doing. Is that me, Tommy? Is that
What
me?
makes you think I'm angry just because I don't
Let me
like
hear,
you?
let me hear you say it. Give me a that's you.
I
Come
don't sound angry, do
Come
I?
on, give me a that's you. Come on.
That's Jack Talcott's thing, but you were rocking it.
Tommy, that's you.
Is that all you got?
That's all I need.
Because notice I said I had given my cordials that I was breaking out, and you had to run your fucking mouth.
You aren't breaking out. You started talking shit like I was hiding. I'm not fucking hiding. This is my name. It's I, bro. What the fuck? Is this some kind of new reality? I can't hide my voice. I never would. You know what I mean? I don't even need an icon or a name. You know it was me. The fuck is you smoking? I'm smoking that dank. I'm just saying. That dank don't have me saying that stupid of shit. Some stupid shit, but not that stupid. Will the real Slim Shady please stand up?
There go Tommy. There go. Tommy lost connection. Maybe that's a theory. Thoughts on Ishasha hybrid? Yo, you're gonna have to come school us on that, homie. Does anybody know about that?
Ishasha?
Yeah.
Is he talking about weed hybrids, or is he talking about motherfucking genetic hybrid mutant, you know what I mean, Nephilim?
Yo, come school us, Goblin. You know, I don't even know that much shit.
Come on the panel.
Yeah,
it's okay. We're not gonna roast you unless you say or do something stupid.
Yeah, straight up. That's true. I don't even roast people out here, and it ain't shit.
I honestly have been, straying away from the roasted because it's fruitless. People don't even know when they got roasted.
Isn't that the fact, though?
You know what I mean? So like once in a while, bro, I'll go back and forth with people, but like certain shit, bro, like I said, bro, the retarded level is increasing. You know what I'm saying? And it gets to the point where it's like, yo, what are we even doing? We're just yelling at each other, bro? Is that what we're doing right now? You know what I mean? I feel like if people really wanted to like really get at you, they wouldn't just be yelling because you can't hear anything. You know what I'm saying? We got to take our time with this and really tear each other apart, methodically,
Really? Right.
You know what I'm saying? And like let people see it. They don't want it to be seen because they really don't have anything to present. So they just come on and just yell the same thing over and over again. And it's usually just some nonsense. It's like straight gaslighting. You know what I mean? But it's like the wackest form of gaslighting. Because they even gaslight themselves into believing that they're like actually accomplishing something. When they're actually just looking mad retarded and increasingly more retarded. You know what I'm saying? They can't articulate the argument ever. That's when you know they're on some bullshit. It's like, what is your point? They don't have one. They just want to complain about someone or something. I don't know why they give people that they claim to not like so much free publicity by talking about them everywhere they go, nonstop. You know? If you really don't like someone, then let them like not exist. Make people famous, keep talking shit about them and when they're not around specifically. I try not to talk shit about people unless they're right there. You know what I mean? I'll speak in generalizations, but I'm not going to sit here and bitch about another man when he's not even here. You know what I mean?
That's what it is. And
like you can call someone out. That's one thing. Like if you know they're potentially watching, you can call someone out. Be like, yo, you know what I mean? Calling this motherfucker out. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But you know what I'm saying?
I could take a wild guess who's watching this. But the thing is because I see who clips the shit. But the thing is like, I don't really need to speak on anybody unless they're right here. Like, unless, like, specifically the people on the panel is who I'm trying to have an interaction with. The people in the chat, even that's like I might once a while glance over at the chat, and I thank you guys. And there's key people that when they talk, I always listen, like Gary Baxter, Vladimir Putin, and Reddington and shit, because they all the key people out here. But yeah, a lot of other people would, I just don't even listen. But yeah, blessings, bro. Yeah,
What up,
Stone.
Stone's fucking cool, bro. I haven't seen him
Yeah,
in a minute. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like his show. Yeah, he's chilling.
But yeah, bro, fucking people that be coming on your panel, right, to talk shit about other people who ain't here, right? It's almost like they're hijacking your shit to, you know what I mean, just to fucking publicize some kind of pseudo fucking LARP drama.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what it is.
So did I hear you say something about you got a problem that people just loop their shit and can't provide information? Because if you want to provide like a true ref, that'll be like, no, Rance, you can't just play the meth pedo card. You have to stay on this shape topic. I'll wreck you all day with facts and science. It's what I did that you looped over the last time. The
environment.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that.
Now he's over on this block saying, Tom, do hood shit for me and my friends. Maybe I'll fucking sack a Rance to him. What do you want to do, boy?
Nice to meet you again. How are you doing tonight?
I'm talking about the shit you said that you're trying to deflect from. That shit after I left, and you talk about what people do that ain't you. That's you.
Is that me? Is that me?
Yeah, yeah. And we could reference
you
back
just-
to anything
did
that you
you
can't
just-
delete yourself.
Did you
yeah.
just that's you, me?
Not in a meme sense. I mean, literally, you do that, bro.
I'm just saying, what does it mean when you hop on someone's panel, right, and just talk about other people?
That's mouth. Well, we usually talk about the people that's here. Like you're saying we out here like a bunch of hens talking behind each other's back. No, I'm out here looking for them front
Like we're
grills.
out here talking about Black Hebrew Israelitism, ISUPK, how that has to do with the Bible. You come on here talking about Paul and me.
Right.
What does that have to do with the topic?
No, we bounced around. No, you act. Oh, so everybody.
This shit happened last show too, though, Tommy. It was last show too. It was
all
it was
you
all
do.
same topic.
No. Machine lies. Do I need to play the receipts from your show about like I was just up here talking about me, Neuro? We'll go off on a thing and you'll let it go.
Okay, tell
And
me.
now you're gonna flip it on them. I'm the one that flips it on them. You're gonna loop that.
Tell me one thing you know about the ISUPK.
I ain't talking to you right now, faggot. Now the host stepped up.
No, not a damn thing. How about that?
No, how about you save it for when I'm swinging on you like you fucking bitched out of this time. Machine lies, what the fuck you talking about? I make your channel a drama channel. You try and say this is a free range channel.
No, I'm not saying it's a drama channel. I'm saying last time you came up here, the Paul shit, and then with Bex. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of not any kind of happy with you because you let it go on for you let her spurg all her rants, fucking bullshit. And whenever I was about to give her some truth, you fucking
I'm losing the argument. I'm gonna yell now.
I'm not talking to you, Rants. Stand the fuck down.
I'm gonna yell now.
But I didn't let shit go on though.
No, you let Bex go on, and then whenever I had my chance, finally, after she claimed she'd mute to hear some truth, then you fucking kicked us out.
I can't control.
So on that note, fuck you, sand nigger.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
All right, yo.
That's about the most valuable thing he brought to the whole show.
I
Was
know,
he at
right?
least identified, you know what I mean?
Anti-Semitism, the Arab anti-Shemitism,
He'll be back
anti-Shemitism.
tomorrow, and he'll be like, "Why can't we be friends?" You know what I mean? I'm here to yell about people. You know, it's clearly on topic. It's a mixed variety show. I'm losing the argument. I must yell. I'm losing the whole podcast. I must get kicked off the show for racism or something else. Insert abominable action next. You know what I mean? This is Tommy's script. It's not a loop. It's a straight script. He just runs it. And I'm done talking about him. I don't want to be a hypocrite. He is gone now. Hope he comes back. Not so much.
Where you said word? What word, Tommy?
I wish he just wouldn't be like out of control, just have conversations. That's all I'm asking from him. Like, you know what I mean?
Yo, peace to my Canadian brother. Bone Ripper. The Bone Reaper. Peace. We still gotta do that Cthulhu mythos. Yeah, bro.
Cthulhu mythos, bro.
Cthulhu mythos. Yeah, hell yeah.
That's the octopus fucking thing, right?
Damn right.
It's the octopus with infinite arms, bro.
Yep.
That's the fucking Luciferian occult, bro. That's what Cthulhu really is, yo.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? It's the octopus with infinite arms. That's like a vortex that pulls you into Luciferian Satanism through all the different flaws of man.
Yeah, I got this, homie. Yeah, that might be something coming up soon, actually. So be on the lookout for that. We're gonna do something with get Bong Ripper on here, do Cthulhu mythos, because I'm looking for different ideas. I got a bunch of ideas stacked up on shows and shit. We got the we did 2 shows on Black Hebrew. We're gonna do philosophy of history. We're gonna do food politics. We got to do some other shit too. We're gonna do history of Buddhism. We got other shit I want to do too. I want to do a special, maybe accelerationism. with my buddy Pill Eater and a couple other people. You know, maybe we could get Pinoid on that tip and a lot of other people. We figure it out. We'll get some people, but yeah, I'm thinking of doing some shows. You know, we'll figure it out. But
Pinoid's a really studied dude in that shit, bro. The specific what is it? Accelerationism.
Accelerationism, yeah.
He knows a lot about all that shit.
Yeah. I seen, yeah. Pill Eater and and Pinoid, you know, they could school me on a lot of aspects of that shit because, you know, I studied a lot of different types of philosophy, ancient to modern, and I studied theology. So if it's a particular focus on one type of philosophy, like modern philosophy, you know, obviously, you know, it's better if I'm working with an expert so that I could really hone in on those particular issues. Otherwise, I'm going to go all over the place because I'm studied in all types of things. So, you know, I study shit in like a multidisciplinary way. It's not like, you know, like I'm an expert on any one subject, but I could tie together a bunch of different types of shit. So I'm happy to be doing a show like this, but yeah, it's also good because you get in line with people who know a lot more on certain subjects than you do. Then you could put them on and just let them talk about it, you know. So because you know how to look for those people if you have a general understanding on certain types of knowledge. So that's why I like to have that, because it's like, you know, I might not be an expert on a lot of things, but I read up on a lot of different types of shit to realize like what types of shit is actually out there to be learned. That's the type of shit I like to get into. You know, it's like what's important out of the shit, because information is information, but there's useful shit and there's not useful shit, and you got to be able to discern. You know, at the end of the day, that's all it is. Right? But yeah. Oh yeah, breakcore beats. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, he's got some music on his channel. Check out Pill Eater, guys. Yeah, got some postmodern art. It is what it is. Right? But yeah.
No problem. So if you interrupt me, I'm not going to say anything else about it. If you interrupt me again, I'm just going to look at that as we can have a interruption between each other's conversation. So I won't say anything else about it, so you don't have to feel all touchy. So now, to answer the question.
Yeah, they do this stupid thing where they talk about how they're interrupting each other for like 20 minutes. I just cut that part out, but it is.
When you go to 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, that's why I was saying there's 11 other tribes. You got Levi, Simeon, Gad, Naphtali, Manasseh. What I notice about you people is y'all don't have a care for the other 11 tribes that exist because you never mention them. They're never mentioned. And of course, in his response, he'll find some wiggle room to say, no, we talk about Manasseh amongst ourselves, but collectively, they just know us as Jews. If you're actually teaching the truth, you talk about all 12 tribes. So in 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, which I'm going to read, 2 Kings 17, and I'm going to start at verse 24. Now, just to give it back.
Wait. Where are you reading?
2 Kings 17 and 24.
Can you read it in Hebrew, though, since you're an Israelite?
No, I would not read it in Hebrew. And here's
you can't
why.
read Hebrew?
No, I could. If I was to pull this up in the Tanakh, I could read it in Hebrew. But here's why I'm not reading
You're an
it.
Israelite.
And of course, even if he did read it in quote unquote Hebrew, it wouldn't be the quote unquote Hebrew that this dude is talking about. So it would be a totally different type of language. So it is what it is. So, you know, we talked about that earlier.
Here's why I'm not reading it in Hebrew. Two reasons. One, the scriptures say if you're going to speak in a foreign tongue, there must be an interpreter. 3, for time's sake, I would have to read it both times. I would have to read it in Hebrew, and then I would have to read it in English. Since the people that I'm speaking to speak English very fluently, I'll just read it in Hebrew. I'm screaming in English.
Which Gentile translation are you going to use?
Yo, honestly though, it really don't matter if they read it in Hebrew. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Right.
Like fair is fair. Like at the end of the day, right? They're kind of just asking like a ridiculous question that doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? They're just kind of fucking with him to see if he can. But like on his part, yo, I would just do it to fucking demonstrate. I would just read it in fucking Hebrew, and then you know what I mean. They're not gonna understand what I just said. You know what I mean? I don't know what he's saying about time. It takes 2 fucking seconds. Maybe he actually can't read it in Hebrew. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it's always a possibility, that this is
Like,
just
if
bravado.
you're an Israelite, you should have the Tanakh with you. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you should have that shit on deck. Like,
I
you
got
should just
3
have that
Tanakhs
shit
in front of me right now, and I got a Hebrew English Tanakh. I got a fucking a Sefer. I got all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? So they should have something. Right in the middle of a fucking debate, they don't got. It's like basically, they're just not prepared. Could just blue letter Bible that shit real quick if he wanted to too. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what's up. Look within, playing them sunflowers. That's dope.
It's kind of weird that he don't want to read it in the Hebrew. I mean, it is kind of also a stupid question. It's like irrelevant because if these guys don't understand Hebrew, what's the point?
But it goes to prove this, that he's gonna ask him which translation you're gonna use then, and then it comes down to this. You're gonna tell him it's gonna be the KJV.
So they
Unfortunately,
set him up for the punchline.
yeah, setting him up for a punchline where he owns himself by using the KJV. It's like
Right.
crazy, yeah.
Oh, so King James translation.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
well,
King James would not be a Gentile because King James was a brother like me. He was not a white.
There you go. King James. Let's go back to that because that is an important point.
King James translation.
Oh, so King James translation.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
well,
King James would not be a Gentile because King James was a brother like me. He was not.
Shit, homie. King James was a brother like me.
King James is also a homo, so
King James translation.
you never know.
Oh, so King James translation.
Yeah, but
Okay, well,
King James would not be a Gentile because King James was a brother like me. He was not a white guy like you. So I can read from the King James because that's my brother. You reading it would be the Gentile reading it. And
well,
I
I'm the one
wouldn't
offering
want
to
you to
read it
read
in
it.
Hebrew. I'm reading it in the original language.
Now, what the fuck is going on? The origins of fucking Freemasonry with the fucking King James shit, fucking Francis Bacon and the Chancellor of fucking England overseeing the whole production of the King
William
James Bible.
Shakespeare, Rosicrucian,
Yeah, like,
their hand in that shit.
the Rosicrucian, John Dee, the fucking satanic shit.
The Spear Shaker Society.
Yeah, you're telling me all
That's who
that
wrote
shit.
The KJV.
You're telling me all that shit didn't happen. Like all those people were just black Jews.
That's when they corrupted the English language, added a few thousand words into it too, by the way.
Yeah, that is ludicrous to claim that King James, King James is exonerated, and so is the King James version of the Bible. Just because you said so, and because you rewrote history, essentially, because we'd have to relook at the origins of Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, Satanism, all of that shit, the slave trade, all of that shit. I mean, it's just really too much. Man, it's just really too much. And to assume that without any explanation or without any proof that we're just supposed to accept that you have this version of history just to go along with the prospect of debating. Shouldn't we just get to the nitty-gritty of what you believe first? Because, you believe in a version of history that's completely untenable with any version of anything that could be reconciled, like we're talking about like from the 16th century to today.
King
Like,
James actually, they're saying in chat that you want to get rid of the Geneva Bible. It was about the Tyndale Bible.
Right.
Came out after Tyndale because Tyndale translated the first Bible from the Greek and the Hebrew into the English.
Yeah, he the one who wrote those terms like giving up the ghost and shit like that. Like those were all terms, phrases that William Tyndale had made up. Famous phrases. You know what I mean? And I, my brother's keeper. He gave up the ghost. These are all famous English phrases from the William Tyndale translation of the Bible. You could count so many of those. that are commonly used today. It changed the way we speak English, really. I mean,
I wonder if the Tyndale was based on the KJV, and even the KJV. Like when you try to look into like what they based that on, it is very weird. Like it's like they tried to use like purely Byzantine documentation or something like that, and then
KJV used the Textus Receptus, it used the Tanakh, and it also used the Latin Vulgate and the William Tyndale Bible.
oh, William Tyndale was before KJV. Okay,
Correct.
Okay, got it.
The 1611 came out after Tyndale was dead, I believe.
Yeah, and like you said, it's probably Bacon, and Bacon was obviously a Rosicrucian, and so you got like a lot of weird.
Bacon was involved when the KJV was formatted. You know what I'm saying? Sir Francis Bacon was actually the leader of the Spear Shakers Society, and he was the pen name William Shakespeare, who was publishing the work of that whole group of men. You know what I'm saying?
What's the deal with Rosicrucianism? Is it basically like Kabbalah for Christians or some shit like that?
It's magic, it's Kabbalah, blood sacrifice. I mean, it's the whole kit and caboodle. You know? Read about it. If you want to really know about it, you got to read into Manly P. Hall. It's basically just like Freemasonry. It's just it leans heavier into the magic and shit. It's like Freemasonry that leans like straight into the witchcraft openly.
Yeah, no, and that's the crazy part.
Are Rosicrucians? There's a degree of Rosicrucian. You know what I mean?
No, it's crazy when you look into it because like that's what's tripping me out so much about like the more and more I look at this shit. It's like
it's linked to the Jesuits. I mean, they're all tied together, right?
No, but it basically goes back like the whole foundation of science essentially is like Rosicrucianism / black magic, and then people are just like, oh, there's no problem with like keeping our
all
science.
People that are involved, like Newton, Mercator, all the people who purported heliocentrism were all Jesuits, all of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and what exactly did Jesuits come out of? Because I mean, I know they say it came out of Catholicism, but obviously there was a side of that.
No, I mean, like openly, Jesuits are openly connected with the Vatican, and so like when world leaders want to go to war, they have to contact the Jesuit general, which is the Black Pope.
But what I mean is like when they
I'm saying is they're unknown, they're known, and they're when you see IHS, that's all Jesuit. IHS, Isis Set Horus, okay? And they claim to be the scientists for the Vatican. They operate the telescopes and all this shit, right? But the reality is they're occultists. You know what I'm saying? They're the same people that basically come from the origin of them is the Vatican priests that would be worshiping underneath all of the Roman cathedrals in the temples of Mithra. They would submerge themselves in deprivation tanks that were made out of stone and take psychedelic drugs and do all kinds of crazy rituals.
Yeah, basically so I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying like Dionysian, Eleusinian magician shit.
They were Mithraists at this time, but it comes from the Eleusinian mysteries, and it all comes from, originally, like I guess Egypt. It came from Solon, through Solon to Plato. But it originally came from the Greeks, which came from the antediluvian
Atlantic
refugees, which comes directly from the civilization of the fallen that ruled over us with high technology and mind control.
Have you ever looked into Michael Heiser, the biblical scholar guy who died? Do you ever look into his stuff at all?
Huh?
Michael Heiser, Heiser.
I've heard about it. It's like, is he the dude that does all the like archaeological, like scientific, biblical shit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't agree with everything he said, but I think
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think my point of bringing it up is like I think he accepts too much of like the what do you call it, the Nagamati and the fucking what's the Dead Sea shit. Like I don't accept that stuff, but.
Yeah, I agree. There's too, I've looked at the Gnostic library. I've read through it. I could definitely see where you can get a little bit of a different understanding if you read into that like that. But then at the same time, we got to question, right? We got to question, why was Rome, which was wicked, persecuting and hunting down and using, their alliances with different Islamic factions to weed out the Gnostics specifically? Why was the Gnostics such a threat, opposed to everybody else in the area, that they were specifically hunting and trying to wipe out all their shit? That's another question we got to ask ourselves. But then at the same time, you know what I mean? Like, is it possible that the Gnostics just gained all the secret knowledge of the occult and thought it wasn't evil and had it, and they were trying to wipe out the knowledge? You know what I mean? It's really hard to say. Because we had the Essenes that we had occult secret societies in the past that weren't openly evil. They were like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, neutral.
And the kind of trip about it right now is like when you go into every major city, you see all these like little like, now they kind of changed it and they kind of like externalized it where you got these like little foundations, you got these like little like, oh, we're just here to help women and children. But when you start really understanding, like, even if they're not like directly abusing or whatever, like if you really understand like the
foundation is there,
right? Exactly. Yeah,
it's like so the Freemasons, not all of them are evil, but they provide and build the framework for evil to basically rule over good in this reality. That's what it is. They provide the framework. They are the builders of the prison which they are inhabiting. And so they might not be the warden of the prison. They might just be a regular guard, but they have extra privileges. Even the good people, don't forget that. You know what I mean?
No, that I can't speak exactly that I know that that's true, but it makes sense to me because when you really look at the structure of the way society is formed, I mean, it is so fucking corrupt because, like you said, the most well-meaning people in those positions are building their own prison. And I think if you look at tech specifically, like it's the easiest example to point to people and say, like, 250,000 have been laid off in the last year in 4 months, essentially, right? So those people built their own like replacement, which is the AI bullshit or whatever, and now they're to the point they're like, oh, don't worry, it's going to be open source, but you need like 15 years experience to actually go in and look at the code and look what we're doing, but it's open source. So like the truth is, like, we're not going to really know what exactly they're doing to us for 50 years if we're lucky, right? Like we don't know exactly what these algorithms are doing to our fucking brains. Like they could pretty much scramble our brains right now if they really wanted to, like it's not even like contest. It's not, you can't really argue against the amount of influence these people are wielding with like social media and shit like that, right? Like,
so like you know what I mean? I get it. It's all fucked up, right? So what do we do?
Right. Well, that's the real thing that I don't know how to really approach, because when you really start looking at it, it's like, a lot of these people know what they're doing is wrong. They have good intentions. They're trying to do the right thing, but they really can't. Like I've met people who work at some of these companies. They don't know, like they know something's not right, but they're like, they don't know what to do. You know what I mean? They're like, they're stuck. They're just like, maybe me being here will help, right?
Where does their strength come from? Where does their strength come from? It's not from God. Their strength comes from unity. They are united under one thing: Satan, evil. The problem is, good people have allowed evil to separate them and divide them up into so many different portions that they don't stand as one, and therefore they're able to be ruled over. All evils stand under one flag, essentially, to do the most evil. But you don't have good people trying to do the most good. It's a shame. It's not really incentivized. Evil is incentivized. So that's what unites them.
Yeah, it's exactly, and that's the thing is, most of the evil being done right now is just by people taking the path of least resistance, and like I even look at myself, I can see it myself. It's like you try to go against the grain, but like everywhere you go, it's like just to get anywhere, you got to take certain shortcuts, and then that shit adds up. You know what I mean? It's like you try to take a little shortcut here, a shortcut there. It's like you
That's
dip
not the
yourself in
way.
evil.
You gotta suffer. That's the only way. Jesus Christ told you, you have to bear your cross. You have to suffer in order to do anything. And most people don't want to suffer. They want comfort. And so you can be comfortably ruled. Or you could be uncomfortably free. But I'll tell you what. The longer you're uncomfortably free, you eventually be comfortably free. Because you've suffered so much that you've actually built something that matters. Instead of feeding and being exploited. You know what I mean? It's like you take a piece of land, you improve it, it's there, right? They could try to take it from you, but you know what I mean? You could also defend it. You work for yourself, your work accounts to something. You work for a soulless company, you'll earn money that'll disappear. That's what it is. It's not hard to earn things, it's hard to hold on to it. Most people don't know how to invest and can't because they don't make enough money to even survive. That being said, you have to figure out a way to reduce your need to survive, your amount that you need. You can only do that once you remove your overhead. If you're not fortunate, then you just need to start out with a piece of raw land, scratch together some thousands of dollars somehow and get a piece of raw land and start there. If you're not fortunate, you don't have property. There's the only way. You will forever be a slave if you rent. That's it. The end. I mean, there's steps after that, but that's the basis. That's the foundation. You need a foundation. The less money you have, the harder it's going to be. You know what I mean? But most people enslaved in the city have enough shit that if they just fucking converted everything they own into fucking cash, they could easily convert their life into something amazing if they sacrifice the convenience of the city. They just won't. Shit makes no sense.
Just my grandfather
But
did.
you're
His
not.
grandfather
But
did.
you see how you made a statement to say which Gentile translation? You're a Gentile pretending to be an Israelite. So I wouldn't want to hear you read it in Hebrew either.
I don't know what level of gaslighting this is when a guy is telling me that King James is the Jew and I'm the Gentile. But
Right. No, it's an excellent level of gaslighting because
It's
I'm destroying.
hilarious.
Yeah, I'm burning your belief. That's the
Yes,
point.
because
So
I'm
you
so
use the
threatened.
excellent. You use the
I'm
excellent
so
metaphor.
threatened by a
The
brother
metaphor.
from Harlem
The metaphor
telling me
you
that King
gave.
James is the Jew and I'm
And let me tell you
Great.
something. And let me
This is
tell
a
you
great
something. What
start.
you're saying is the proof that we're the Israelites and you're not.
Oh.
Because the only thing that you can say is a brother from Harlem. I'm amazed at a brother from Harlem. When Moses did it, Moses gave up his seat. How many Israelite men that were looked at in the lowest state in the Bible, disrespected in the Bible, but
I don't
became great
disrespect
men?
you.
You
I
did.
respect you
You
from the
did
first.
disrespect me. You know how you disrespect me? Because a brother.
Damn, a great way to avoid disrespect is to just compare yourself to fucking Moses right out the bat. It's crazy.
From Harlem can't know nothing because all we is niggas and spicks. So niggas and spicks can't say that they're the men of God. They can't say
I'm not
King James is
I'm
a
not the
Gentile.
one denying your identity. You're the one that's
No,
denying
you
mine.
said a
I'm
brother
here to
from
give you a
Harlem.
chance.
Is
Yeah,
that what you
because
said?
I'm here to listen
I'm
to
just
you.
asking a question.
You're here
Okay.
saying that I'm not the Jew that I
No
that I
problem.
say that I
And
am.
you don't believe that
I'm
I
not-
am either, but I didn't
I'm willing to
disrespect
give you
you
a
by
chance.
saying a brother from Harlem. That's what you said.
Well,
He said,
And you did that to
I'm
belittle me.
here.
Again, I'm not the Syrian girl. So you did that to belittle me. But you
he's saying Moses is a nigga.
Why is this guy getting so emotional about it though? Like at the end of the day, are you not from Harlem? Are you not his
Right.
brother? Right.
Right.
Like I don't think he meant it like that. You know what I mean?
Like now you're saying brother from Harlem, like in a way that's
Well, that's because
down upon it.
this is what they have this shit pre-scripted that whenever they get confronted, they drop like the racist card. Like, oh, you're just racist. And this guy's like, well, I'm kind of brown myself. You know what I mean? It's just like that's you know what I mean?
Yo, this dude straight up called me white. Straight up.
The racist card is not cool. You know what I mean? But they don't understand what racism is because, you know what I mean? Their whole shit is based on racism.
He said, how am I supposed to debate you? The machine lies. You not even black. So what the? It's like, dude, you look like a mixed dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. But
I mean, they're mad focused on race. You know what I mean? That's the problem.
who called me white? Tazariak called me white, and then Sotomayor didn't say anything about it. They just he just went along with it. Like, oh, like Indians are white. Like what? Like how are Indians white? It is what it is. But yeah, that I showed that at the beginning of the last episode. I mean, this dude's definitely mixed. You know, a mixed black dude. You know.
You can't.
You're definitely
So I'm
not
going
the
to
Syrian
answer.
girl.
I appreciate it. So now I'm going to answer.
definitely
So
not
now
the
the
Syrian
brother from Harlem is going to answer the question and bring out the truth. Again, what I'm
Which
saying,
chapter?
I
Which
can back
chapter
up.
in
Like
King
what I
James?
said about King James, I can back up with history. That's the difference. So
Yeah. Trust me, bro. You know, I mean, come on, dude.
again, in 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, in the 24th verse. Now, for time's sake, as I was trying to say, this is when the 10 tribes or the northern kingdom got kicked out. And this is when nations were put in place. And this is where you guys come in. So in 2 Kings 17 to 24, it says, in the king of Assyria brought up men from Babylon and from Kathath and from Uah and from Hamath and from Sepharium. All of these are Assyrian, or what would later become the Syrians, that were put in place and put in that land instead of the children of Israel. And what did they have to do? So now when they was there, and when you read 25, it says, and so it was at the beginning of their dwelling there, they feared not the Lord. Therefore the Lord sent lions among them, which slew them. Verse 26, wherefore the king of Assyria saying, the nations, they spake to the king of Assyria saying, the nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria know not the manner of God. So the Lord allowed priests to show them how to not offend God. So from this point is when you guys started pretending to be your kind, because you have two sets of the imposters, so to speak. You have the Ashkenazis or the Khazarians, which I don't believe you make claim. So you lay claim to the Syrian side. So this is where you guys would start to think that you are us. That's why in Romans, the 9th chapter, it says they are not all Israel, which are of Israel, because there are plenty of people that pretend to be Israel. But you would have to fit the biblical narrative of the Israelites in order to actually be the Israelites, and you guys don't fit that.
Okay, so you know, not all of those are from are Israel, who are of it. I mean, the thing is that you can claim that anybody or anyone, at the end of the day, the fact is that people converted into being Jews. This happens throughout the Bible, and then the Jews themselves were cursed many times. To Zechariah, they slew Zechariah in the temple, and God says in Zechariah 11:10, I break my covenant with Israel. You know what I mean? So God already broke his covenant with Israel. So all this business about a new covenant, it's based on an already nullified covenant that was already non-existent.
Right.
You know,
No, and that's a good point too. And then also the other side of it is like that's why all the Christians are confusing as fuck because they're like trying to say, well, we have to respect the covenant that God made with the Jews, but it's like he already broke that. So what exactly were we trying to repair or like facilitate exactly?
At the end of the day, bro, if you don't fall under one of their charts, right, you are the enemy, basically. And they hate you because you're Edom. Okay? So you better not be Edom because
that's right.
That's it. Okay?
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
I used to fuck them all up too because, like, I have pretty light skin when I don't go out a lot, and I'm Sicilian. And it just fucking blow people's minds. You know? Have to school motherfuckers on history. And then the ones that know, bro. The ones that are really schooled on the history would be like, all right. Sicilians are a tribe. They're a tribe. They're possibly a tribe. You know what I mean? It's a long story with the Moors and all kinds of shit. But
Well,
yeah,
is that what the Mormons basically thought that they were doing? Like they came over here thinking that they were like whatever the fuck, like the Moors were over here and then
like yo, Sicilians, like I have grandparents that are dark. You feel me? And like
I used to live with Sicilians. I know they're very, very dark skinned. Some of them are very dark and some of them are very light. Yeah.
And like I don't have the same features as like my ancestors for some crazy reason. I might have been genetically modified. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? With all the crazy shit that my parents had me get when I went to the, the doctors and shit when I was young. But, you know what I mean? My ancestors are hella dark. And the history in Sicily, if you look up the Moorheads, there's a lot of like straight up African genetics.
Well, and also the other thing is like if you look at like the Minoan civilization, right? And then you look at the John the Revelator, whatever, supposedly out there like on those islands, those Greek islands and shit, right? So and you look at all the Greek history, like, the weird thing about Orthodox Christianity is like they kind of acknowledge that a lot of the Greek stuff is kind of like true in a way. Like they basically say
Really
Greek
a little different than Greek, bro. It's like, what I mean? It was Italian, but it was an island that was conquered and fought over for 1,000 years and conquered by many different civilizations that they were using it as like a staging front to fight Rome because it was in the middle of the ocean in between Africa and, Italy, basically. And so you had like all different kinds of people. Like you had Vikings, you had Moors, Barbary pirates. You had all different kinds of people conquering Sicily constantly and raping and pillaging. And, they changed the bloodline far different from like Italians. And so.
No, I know. But what
I mean, the Italians would say that Sicily is the shit. They're kicking off the boot. You know what I mean? Because it looks like a boot. And they were all dark.
No, I know. But what I mean is like if you look at like the prehistory, like the stuff what Greeks and Persians grew out of, it seemed to be coming from those islands in and around Sicily and, where all those Greek gods and shit were supposedly
found
and shit,
Sicily was like a fucking, it was a center. It wasn't the only one. There was another island that was north, I believe, of Sicily, like Cartagena or some shit. I can't remember the exact name of the island, but those two islands were like real big trading posts and they're associated with all kind of mythological shit. Like there was fucking like Bengal tigers and elephants and mermaids and ogres and all kinds of shit. Cyclopses on Sicily. Like the Phoenicians were over there fucking around and had a lot of Islamic influence from the Moors. There's just all kinds of crazy. It's like a super melting pot. It was like I think after the flood, New York City was like where people were trying. It was like a city, like a New York City kind of like metropolis where people were all trying to like recuperate after the flood. And it was like a centralized little island in the middle of nowhere, in between all the fucking action of that era.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the like I can't remember the exact island. It might be. I think it's it's not Cyprus, but it's one of the, I can't remember the exact name, but one of those little islands out there, like where
There's like Cartagena, there's Sicily, you know what I mean? And you'll see they even had more heads on their flags. Both of those islands, they had more heads because they were ruled by the Moors for a lot of time. It was a lot of Islamic influence and some Jewish influence, but they made it into like, it was basically like an Abrahamic island, you know what I mean? A various mixed Abrahamic island.
well, don't think that there's some connection between all that and like they're like spiritual, like and also like the spiritual revivals in America were like a spiritualism mix of like I mean, you know what I'm talking about, so I'm just gonna keep it
Yeah,
vague.
I mean, they also got heavy occult shit in Sicily because, you know, you had the Phoenicians over there and shit. And basically, you know, after the, like, Islam also brought some occult shit. And then you had the birth of the mafia, which stemmed from an Arabic term, which was like Mal Alfi or some shit like that.
Yeah, and also like the first mobsters who came over like were part of this like black it's not Black Hand, but it's something like the Black Hand and shit like that. So like they had their own like secret I guess organization that was
it was La Cosa Nostra, bro, you know what I mean? It was La Negrada, something like that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, something like that. It's something about black. It's something like Black Hand, but it's not exactly the Black Hand, but it's very similar.
It was the like something with Negrada, something like that. La Negrada, you know what I mean? But yeah, like that was all because they were peasants and they were being ruled over nonstop. You know what I'm saying? Constantly being conquered, and they had enough of this shit, and they started to take back power through like the different spiritual influences that were there. They kind of like merged all kinds of shit together. You know what I mean? It was it was all secretive. I don't exactly claim to know what they had going on.
Yeah, that's because like in Spain, you know, where they had Averroism, you know, the influence of Averroism basically sort of the occult, where they had these strains of Islamic occultism, they had strains of Christian occultism, and they had strains of Jewish Kabbalism. And if you look at Jewish Kabbalism and the Jewish Messianic tradition, it incorporates Islamic, you know, and Christian mysticism and the occult into their, you know, like their basic belief about the prophecies of the future.
Yeah, and even
you know all that shit. Yeah.
Even the Scottish Rite and like the British Israelism is actually like they try to claim like Muhammad related to the you know, the royalty of shit, and so it's like it's really weird because it's like that's
the secret teachings of all ages has big ass pages. Like
because they claim. Yeah,
and they got
that,
Muhammad in there. They got Jesus. They have all the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because they claim that all this shit, that like Judaism basically claims that in different ways Christianity and Islam were spread around the world so that Jews could rule the world.
Right.
You know, so it's essentially, you know, what Adam Green is saying about what they're saying is on point in terms of that is what their claim is.
Right.
That they do believe that to be true. Right?
They basically saying that the Jews had these two other Abrahamic religions keep their book alive and spread it around the world.
That's right. That's right. And they say actually that Islam preserved the law, and then then Christianity preserved the Old Testament. So they claim that they both did something to preserve the entirety of the teaching and spread the Noahide religion around the world. So that's the thing is.
They had there was someone breaking down the English language or something, and they were saying like, "Yo, all law is Allah." I was like, "Yo," they said God is the governing like the governing ordinance department or some shit. I don't know if that's any true, but they were trying to break down like, you know, that lyrical law English, and it was kind of nutty. You know what I'm saying? The way this lady was breaking it down.
I think I've seen somebody on Jack Talcott saying that too. It's funny. Yeah.
It was on BitChute. It just got released recently, so they probably seen it on there where I seen it.
I definitely heard that before. I just don't remember where it's from. But yeah, I
I
seen
got
that shit.
the video.
Allah is all law. Yeah, I seen that shit.
I got the video, but I'm not sure you want to run it because I don't know what the copyright and all that looks like on it. You know what I'm saying? But I do got it.
Well, not to like totally change subjects, but like the weird shit. Like I'm actually trying to avoid getting too deep into it. But like, if you look at a lot of the power structure around like I guess you call it the deep state / military industrial complex shit. Like, if you really start understanding, it's like the Scientologists, the left hand black magic people, and all that shit. Like, they've really infiltrated like every walk of life at this point in the United States. I mean, it's all
centralized around the Abrahamic religion and the inversion of it. That's it.
Yeah,
like
no, exactly. Like that's where like people kind
evil,
of Tom Cruise for being Scientology,
right?
but like a lot of Christianity is like basically Scientology with a fucking Jesus put on a label on it or some shit, you know.
No matter what you try to do, right, you're gonna end up serving one of the two purposes of their goal. Like, if you go with what is perceived to be good and you follow one of the major world religions, right, then you provide the image of good that the others will reject, seeing as weak and wrong, right? And the others reject it, you know what I'm saying? And they reject it by inverting it, and they fall directly into the direct inversion, thus still enforcing and believing in it. They still have to believe in it to follow the inversion of it. So it's literally all the same core. You get what I'm saying? God is at the center of all of this fuckery. You know what I mean? And then they inverted God. And they made counterfuckery. This is what Lucifer did, bro. He just took everything that was good and inverted it. Took perfection, inverted it. You know what I mean? It's just all an inversion. It's all a mirror, a false reflection of the true light that is perfection. Lucifer is not the source, only the reflector. The light bearer, not the source. It's very simple.
No, it's true. And like the thing is, like, you know, I'm trying to, again, like, it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to get people to see it, but it's like when you listen to a lot of the people who claim, like you said, one of these main religions, and they're even the ones who are trying to like supposedly go against this stuff, a lot of them are really, if you really listen very carefully, what they're telling people, they're like you said, they're inverting it, but they're doing it so subtly that you got to listen like the courtroom. Yeah, they're doing
speak, bro.
Yep, big time, and it's like real subtle. It's very subtle.
I'm gonna be honest. Look, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? My life always, I have different aspects of my life, right? I have a portion of me that has to provide for my family. That aspect runs. I've set that up. That runs. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm also a husband. That aspect runs. But there's another aspect that is working on things in my spare time to put things into some type of, you know what I mean, understanding. Because there's a lot of information out here right now, and I kind of see where it is, but it needs to be organized for most people to comprehend it. It's very loosely organized, and it's just kind of strung out there. It's not been packed together. And I'm working on that. You know what I mean? I hope one day I can hand it over to you and be like, yo, check this out. But there's something deep going on, bro.
No, for sure. And the main thing I see is like a lot of people, like they're choosing for whatever reason or somehow they're making that choice to not see or to not, you know, or they're like kind of like consciously choosing the dark side, but they don't really want to, you know,
they're under a spell, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. And the spell comes from the language. You feel me? I might sound crazy, but yo, the spell comes from the language, right? They spell it out. You know what I mean? To write is a right. You know what I mean? You're writing a spell. You get a grammar or a grimoire. You know what I mean? In order to write your spell better. You know what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying. I mean, one of the reasons I don't really write stuff down, and one of the reasons I don't really share much of what I think outside of speaking is because the only things I'm proud that I've ever written are like basically poetry in which I think that if you try to like figure out what I'm talking about, it might actually like break a spell on you. You know what I mean? Like I see, I know what you mean.
I'm not
Like,
saying don't write. What I'm saying
no,
is
I know,
that
but
this is how it's been set up, right? And we just don't understand what they're doing when they write.
No, but what I'm saying is like when you look like I took some pretty high level like English classes, and like when you go and you really understand what Shakespeare was doing, and you understand what the Chaucer, the guy before him, was doing,
Writing spells. It's
yeah,
magic.
yeah, it was literally like black magic
Like,
shit.
why do you think Shakespeare is such moving like art that people can't write like fucking Shakespeare? You know what I mean? Like, no one can write like Shakespeare. No one ever will. You know what I mean? Shakespeare was defining the words, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is pretty powerful. Telling you what the word means. You know what I'm saying? These words were coming from other languages, but I don't think that they were necessarily writing Shakespeare. They were encrypting the cult knowledge. And they were using spells to do it. This is the first psyop, bro. This was stage plays, but it was stage magic. Shakespeare was writing scripts. You know what I'm saying? He was writing programs for the masses.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
the first mind control. It's the first Hollywood.
Very
You know what I'm
similar,
saying?
in my opinion. Yeah, it's very, very similar in my opinion.
Pure
Yeah.
Shaker Society was just Hollywood, bro. It was the old Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? You got the director, bro. You know, that's the fucking master magician with his wand, bro, directing everything like a conductor is a fucking magician. Yeah, it's all fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? It's all about black robes and magic and fuckery.
No, and actually, like now that you bring that up, it's a good segue to like kind of say exactly what I was kind of referring to in a way is like a lot of the politics, but also like commentary, like a lot of the commentary, like journalism, activism is kind of directly thespian related. It's like basically spell script writing for consumption. You know what I'm saying?
Every word is carefully crafted in a specific order in order to fucking trigger ideas in your mind in a specific order to produce repeatable effects. How it's done, I don't know. I've never studied it. You know what I mean? But I know it's how they do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've never heard of this dude, but he must have been like right around the time of Chaucer, because when you start looking at what Chaucer was talking about,
this dude's in the from the 1100s.
right? And I think Chaucer must have been like right after him. But yeah, I have to. Interesting.
Got he's the guy who came up with King Arthur and Merlin. You know, Merlin the magician and King Arthur. You know, and he also related the British kings to the Roman kings.
There's a lot going on, ladies and gentlemen. You know, if you look at it right, basically Thoth, or Hermes or Lucifer, right, was the god of writing. You know what I'm saying? Why is that? You know what I'm saying?
See, look, it said Geoffrey wrote several books in Latin, the language of learning and literature in Europe during the medieval period. His major work was Historia Regum Britanniae, the history of the kings of Britain. The work best known to modern readers, it relates to purported history of Britain from its first settlement by Brutus of Troy, a descendant of Trojan hero Aeneas.
Yep.
The death of so the descendants of from the Roman kings. This is crazy shit.
Yeah, and there's people who talked about how Britain is basically named after Brutus, and you start thinking like, what the fuck? Like, wait a second, right? Like we're talking about some shit that people really don't want to like touch on. You know what I mean? People really try to avoid talking about this shit. I've noticed. It's crazy.
You know what's funny, bro? They had whatchamacallit. Yo, when Italians first migrated to America, bro, they got paid less than black people, and they had Dago on the fucking like the New York fucking labor exchange signs and shit. I've seen pictures of it. Shit's funny as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
That Dago Bago.
Yeah, we were the lowest paid. Like, we were paid lower than freed slaves at that time. And we immigrated here about 15 years after the slaves were freed. So, you know what I mean? Despite some of our light skin, we had nothing to do with all that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the Irish in the system of British Israelism, Irish people and Italian people are considered lower than blacks and Indians. The reason is because they're a form of black albinism. That's
Uh-huh.
what they consider. So it's crazy. They actually consider them to be lower on the racial hierarchy. You know, than your everyday brown skinned person and your everyday you know, because they
But-
consider Latins mixed with white people, you know.
What's even funnier than that, which is related, is that a lot of these people who are claiming that they're Jews are like basically like the run of the mill Italians from like 1,000, 2,000 years ago. So it's like they just say, oh, you know what? We're actually Ashkenazis, but we're from Italy. Fucking, they're Romans. These are Roman people saying that they came out of fucking Israel. It's really
Yeah, a lot of them just use their nose as a Jew card. Because, like, I could pass for a Jew because Romans have big ass noses too. You know what I'm saying? So that's
No,
another
actually,
thing.
they're saying, yeah, exactly. They're saying that they're saying that Romans were the real fucking Israelites. It's really, you got to really start.
Yeah, they probably were, bro. But like, it was the Phoenicians. You know what I mean?
No, but that's what I'm saying. They hide it behind saying, "Oh, we're just Jews from here." But really, like you said, they're hiding. There's something they're hiding
Because they're hiding that they were actually the Phoenicians because they were accused of child sacrifice, like in mass. So
and isn't that related to the Carthaginians, like Hannibal and those people, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's all connected. It's connected
why
to
they
the,
named
the
Hannibal.
Vikings. Like I told you, the Vikings, quote unquote, right, raided Sicily, and that's how we got the genetics. But it's not true. It's actually just Phoenicians. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that related? That's like why they name people like Hannibal Lecter Hannibal. Like, people don't understand. Like, they think it's just a coincidence, right? Like, it's not. They're trying to tell you.
Yo, the Vikings were Jews also, bro. Did you know that? The Aryans were actually Jews. Look at all their flags, bro.
Well, there are people certainly claiming that to be such, and
Look at their religion. They had blood sacrifice rituals. It's all the same thing. It's all the same.
well, that's what a lot of that's definitely like. I can't say that I agree, only because like when people
Why
like
they accepted Christianity, because it was they went from being Jews to Christians. That's why the Vikings became Christians, because it lined up with their religion. You understand? Their ruins are literally Phoenician alphabet. How about that?
No, I understand. That does make sense. And
why do a lot of Jews speak the Yiddish, which is a mix of Germanic, right, and Hebrew?
But here's the only thing that I am confused by. Like, when people like Blavatsky, who we can't really trust, is saying kind of similar things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where I get like a little bit, unsure of how.
Just because an evil person says something doesn't mean it's false. They literally poison the truth. They do this on purpose. They'll tell you, like, it's like the Matrix movie. They'll tell you a bunch of stuff that's true, and then they'll poison it with something that's not. You understand? They gotta get that. Even the devil has to give you 99% truth in the lie to make it convincing. If it's all a lie, you'll know it's not true.
That is a good point. And again, this is why I tell people to listen very carefully to the double speak shit, because like it literally is like they're not actually technically lying to you. They're getting you to make assumptions, and then when you ask the question, they don't answer.
It's not that just Blavatsky says it. If you find a lot of reasons to believe it and you find it in a lot of truth, it just so happens that Blavatsky said it. I mean, Crowley has said some true things too. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean like he invented it. You know what I mean?
These people were always stealing knowledge and translating.
Right. They steal shit from. That's the thing, is that they steal true shit from different sources, mix it together on different planes of understanding, hyper contextualize that shit, and then spit it back at you. It's just that's really what it is. Is that if you read what they read, it actually doesn't become a mystery about how they're deriving their knowledge. I mean, it's actually interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and I think that's really what I think we have. Like, that's the crazy part about it, is like you have to study evil to understand good. It's really fucked up, but I mean, like, it's really strange. Like, but yeah, that's a good point.
I studied a lot of it, and it gets deep.
Like Crowley's a very interesting one, because like the crazy part is, like, when you start understanding all the people that he really influenced, like, that dude is so fucking relevant right now. It's pretty shocking, honestly. Like, that dude is people should be studying what Aleister Crowley was.
When you understand what Crowley teaches, then you understand why all these people are doing the shit they do, and you understand what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and when you realize that he was not even the worst of it. I mean, that dude was dragging, like, 1,800 years old, like, Chinese magic into the West. I mean, like, that dude knew some shit, dude. Like, apparently, I mean, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying,
it's not Chinese. You got to understand that the origin of all of the occult is one origin. Like, the Chinese didn't even build the Great Wall of China. Romans did. But were they really Romans? No. They were actually, like I said, they were the survivors of the antediluvian. They carried out their same shit. They created basically an army that operated like bugs, right?
Well, what doesn't that? I mean, I'm not saying that I disbelieve what you're saying, but are you saying that the timeline for the Great Wall, for example, is way off, and probably the Genghis Khan shit is not as Mongolian as we were led to believe? So,
yeah, it has nothing to do with regular armies of men. That wall was built to fight fucking armies of giants.
Well, yeah. And like, for example, like here in California, when you start going up north where all the rich people live, and you look at those hills, like, there is ancient walls of stone built into the fucking mountains up there. I mean, yeah.
The Great Wall of China has little castles along the edges of it. Like every so often there's a little castle.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And you got to look at the architecture. It's not Chinese. It's Roman. It's Roman architecture. I mean, you can look into it. A lot of people have discovered this. It's not even really like so much of a debate. It's just that China is basically blocking the public understanding of this. But
especially the last 100 years. I mean, communism has basically erased Chinese history for most Chinese. Like, most Chinese people don't even know their own histories, from what I've gathered from talking to them. I mean, they don't really know what's exactly going on.
They were fucking like the descendants of the dragons, bro. Like the serpents, the reptilians.
No, that's actually like that's what Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, Burma.
No, yeah, that's what they believe.
Yeah, they literally believe that. Yep.
No, I'm telling you, that's the truth. They're descendants of the serpent, so they're hybridized.
Yeah, and when you go to those temples like Angkor, like I think if anybody ever gets a chance, fucking Angkor Wat or any of those places like that. I mean, those dudes were telling a fucking story, dude, and they were not fucking around. I mean, the what they built over there is in the middle of the jungle. It's a giant network of snake buildings and devas And yeah, I mean, it's like they're telling like an astrological
So
fucking
they have
story and shit.
like
You know,
it's weird how like a lot of Asia has the same kind of belief systems, right? As like India. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's literally
That's in such close proximity to like the Abrahamic religions, right? And they all basically are saying the same thing. And like, yo, even the Indian religions have the Nagas, and they're all worshiping all these different gods, and they come from the serpents. And we have these different, you know what I'm saying? We have these different things playing out all in the same region, right? Then you've got Jesus who goes up the Silk Road, you know what I mean? Learns what's going on up there, bro. Talks to these people, comes back down, you know what I mean? This shit's just getting all kinds of crazy. There's a connection between all of it, but there had to be at some point some kind of schism that caused, you know what I'm saying, the different parts of the world to either be like basically Buddhist or some type of Abrahamic religion. And what that schism was, I couldn't fucking tell you, but I allege that it was that the survivors of the post-flood made contact with people and started corrupting them in like somewhere in either China or India. And the survivors of the flood that were being led by God were the Abrahamic, you know, one of the Abrahamic faiths, and it started like that, like, you know what I mean? And then they spread out like it was a seed war. The other seed was still alive. You know what I mean?
I mean, I have to say, like, from all the research I've done, that's a pretty good hypothesis. I mean,
I don't see anything else that stands out. Like, basically everything is one or the other shit. You know what I mean? It's one or the other. It's like some form of Abrahamic, or it's this mystery occult fucking gods, Buddhism. Like, it's all the same shit. Sacrifices, they're all the same. It's all the same.
yeah, it's not as different as people want to portray it as. I can
No,
tell you.
it's really just like Baskin Robbins of occultism. You know what I mean? And then you've got Baskin Robbins of Abrahamism. And you got, that's it. Basically, you got motherfuckers who like magic and motherfuckers who don't. That's what is really, you know what I mean? Like, that's where we're at.
Well,
You know what I
and that's the thing that like trips me out really about the most about with the Christians right now is like I think from what I understand, Jesus was pretty explicit. Don't fuck with magic, right? Like I don't know how.
Yeah.
people
Don't
are, like,
fuck with magic. Basically. You know what I mean? And you'll notice that all the evil motherfuckers want to brainwash your kids to do magic. If you watch like almost any fucking Disney movie, there's gonna be magic. Why? Because they want your kids to do magic. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. There's no magic allowed in my house, right?
No, and I'm telling you, like, I mean, you don't live in a major metropolitan area. I don't, from what I gather, but I'm telling you, as someone who does, when you go out and you start seeing the way that young people are real, and even older people, but especially younger people, like they're heavily engaged in magical practice, whether they're aware of it or not. I mean, it's
right.
It's pervasive as fuck.
Technically, what we're doing right now is magic. Technically.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Yeah, technical sense.
It's like, it's a little bit, all right? We have a reason, though. You know what I mean? There's a purpose.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I think that's the thing, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like when you see the kids who are dancing on TikTok, and you see the girls painting their face, and you see, you know, their
What about this? Behind the screen you're looking at is a circuit board that has sigils that activate in different sequences to produce different effects out of the circuit board. Think about that shit. Right? Then think about how most devices have a black mirror in front of those sigils. Now, if you know anything about occultism, they love black mirrors and sigils and summoning demons with those two things. And then we wonder why we have all this crazy shit going on and demons. You know what I mean? People get possessed straight through the screen, bro. And I'm not gonna lie, bro. Honestly, there's not really much you can do to stop demonic possession other than be fucking not evil and walk with God. You know what I mean? If you live in a clean life and you're walking with God, demons really can't fuck with you. But if you're fucking spiritually weakened and you're doing all kinds of wicked shit, you're done, bro. They're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. I promise. I've been got many times. They've gotten me when I was down deep in my wickedness, you know? You weaken your spiritual armor, you start fucking doing too much fucking drugs or drinking or something, right? And they'll get you.
No, I'll tell you, like, you and I haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm telling you, like, what you're saying right now, from what I've seen personally, is true as fuck. I'm just telling you.
I'm keeping it funky, bro. You know, you sit there and you don't think anything of it, but if you're not living a clean life, you're going to be possessed by demons. You're giving them permission by basically, all right, when you vibrate on these low frequencies, all these negative actions that you can do, there's a couple of demons that are resonating on that frequency. When you do these actions, you lower your fucking spiritual frequency and boom, they have access to you. You gave it to them. That's why God gave you certain laws. You know what I mean? It's to make you aware that, you know what I mean? If you fucking do this, you're going to be susceptible to these motherfuckers who are hanging out on these bandwidths. You know? That's why they do sacrifices. It's because they want to get to the lowest fucking bandwidth to communicate with the worst demons. You see? They need to do the most fucked up shit. This is why they do rape and they do murder and sacrifices. And it's also why they do it to the most innocent victims. Is because they want to get down to the lowest frequencies to communicate with the darkest entities. You understand? The more fucked up shit you do, the lower down the fucking vibrational totem pole your spirit goes. You know?
Yeah, I do actually understand what you're saying, and I think that you know, it's very
I wish I had them like horns and shit. Be like, "Boo, boo, boo, boo." You know what I'm saying? We be getting it in here. That was the, you know, whenever somebody gives a rant against technology, you know, a recreational argument against technology, you know, yeah, we need to hit up the horns and shit. They're be like, yo,
dude, we're getting to that. I feel it. I'm telling you, like, we're getting to that point where people are really going to have to start going out and blowing horns and lighting some torches and shit, because
oh yeah, I'm trying to cop that megaphone and go out into the streets of Detroit and just do the machine lives on a fucking, you know what I mean, on one of those step ladders with a megaphone. You know what?
So how does one, knowing this, how does one get to higher frequencies? How do you raise your spirit? Right? Good speech, good actions. How do you raise your spirit? You know what I mean? How do you raise the level that you're operating on? It's by the things you do and say. So we have to be mindful of the things we do and say, because, you know, back to the idea, bro, words are spells. We're out here casting them whether we like it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it goes down to this. You know, there's a story, you know, about the slave, you know, Luqman, who basically, you know, one day he prayed to Allah, you know, to either give him wisdom, understanding, or revelation. And then when he was given a choice between wisdom and revelation, he chose wisdom so that he could understand the power of nature. And then once people noticed all around that he was a wise man, you know, his master called him forth and said, Luqman, you know, I've heard from around that you're very wise. You know, so he asked him to get him a sheep. And he said, give me the best parts of the sheep. And Luqman brought him the heart and the tongue. And then he asked him, now give me another sheep and bring me the worst parts of the sheep. And then he brought him the heart and the tongue. Basically, the master asked him, "How come you brought me the heart and the tongue as both the best and the worst parts of the person, and of the sheep?" And he said, "Well, it's the two parts that if they're corrupted or if they're beautified, the whole person becomes good as a result or evil as a result." You know what I mean? So it really is the purification of our heart and our tongue, what we say and what we do, that's actually going to purify our deeds and make us pure vessels so that we can fight in righteousness and truth. And it really is. If we look at garbage, we look at pornography and shit, we eat fucking plastic shit. What I mean? That's what the fuck is gonna come out. And we keep looking at shit. No, we need to build with nature, take walks in the park, look at your wife, turn off the TV and stare at your wife and your kids and nature. That's what it really is. Unless we could do that shit, nothing's gonna come about. Right? You got to purify yourself from the inside out. The body is the temple. God is not present in idols. Your feelings are your God. Unless you could let your actions control your thoughts. Where most people are letting their emotions control their thoughts.
It's like this, yo. When you are still and quiet, the noisy one is the demon.
Real talk, yeah,
Because you are still and quiet. You're just observing. So
yeah,
what
if you
is
lonely, if you lonely when you're alone, you're in bad company. You know what I'm saying? That's what.
now? Here's the thing, bro. When you're still and you're quiet, and you observe the noisy demon, it no longer has power. It has been spotted.
No, and that is true. And I'll tell you, like, that's why I'm a big advocate of telling people to try and get somewhere. I mean, for me, I had to go out of the country and go to the middle of nowhere. But when you go out there and no one's able to really speak to you in the language you understand, and you're not really able to really communicate with people, and you've got to really shut down everything, you start noticing stuff that you never noticed before, and you start seeing it in other people. And that's when you start really, I mean, that's how I always knew it was there, but there's a difference between kind of knowing and then seeing it. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you guys are right on the money, in my opinion.
A lot of times, you know what I mean? I come out here, bro, and you know what I mean? Sometimes you have to go to these extreme lengths to make points and wake people up. But at the same time, bro, at what cost? You know what I mean? The energy that you got to expend, is it worth it every time? Most of the time, it's not. You know what I mean? Most of the time, people just drag you into negativity because they don't understand the truth. They don't understand reality. They're just bent out of shape and angry that they don't have it, and there's no way you could have it either. You know what I mean? So we got to be mindful of the present all the time and constantly try to raise our vibrations, if you want to sound cheesy and woo-woo like that. But on some real shit, you do have to raise your spirits, your vibrations. If you wake up in the fucking morning and you don't feel good, right? Nobody's going to come and pat you on the fucking back. You might have to put on a song that gets you hype, and you might have to bang out some fucking push-ups to get the engine running. But most people will just mope around all fucking day. You know what I'm saying? You have to make those constant observations. You have to understand what you need to put in the fucking machine to get what you need out of it. The body is a machine. You're in control of it. If you get in a car and it stops moving, do you just say, oh, that's it, we're not going anywhere? No, you say, I need fucking gas. But most people have fucked up cars as bodies, and they don't even understand how this shit works. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers know how to use their phone, but they've been fucking attached to their fucking body for their whole life, and they still don't know how that shit works. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, you know, I haven't really watched that thing about Sydney, but like, I just opened up an app, and the first thing I see is like the people running from the guy wielding a knife, and I'm like, you're telling me there's hundreds or thousands of motherfuckers just watching this dude run around and stab people? No one just grabs a big ass stick and whacks the dude in the head.
Hell no. I would have kicked that motherfucker right in his throat. A knife? You kidding me? Hell no, bro. I would have been coming at that motherfucker like Liu Kang.
Yeah, like pick up a fucking brick and throw it at his head. You know what I mean? Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
hell no.
Drive the car into the motherfucker or something.
I would have
like-
just clapped off on him. You know what I mean? Pulled a Glock out of my sock, bro.
Well,
and just-
they're in Australia, so they don't have that, unfortunately.
They don't have guns in Australia?
Look, I'm
Not
gonna
allowed.
keep it real with you, bro. They didn't have guns in New York City when I lived there, but I still had a Glock in my sock.
Right. Right. You could 3D print one of them bitches at this point.
No, bro. They had listen. They got guns in Australia. All right. Somebody on that street should have had one.
I thought in Australia, I thought motherfuckers would be barbecuing and shit with bazookas and shit. Like
What happened to Crocodile Dundee, bro?
Yeah, what the fuck happened to this shit?
Boomerang at that motherfucker, bro.
They'd be like girls with big tits and just fucking beer and shit, fucking alligators and shit. Fuck.
It was in Australia?
Be Australian.
How do you not have guns in Australia? They got fucking kangaroos and elephants and big game hunting. They got some of the most deadly creatures on earth. How can they not have fucking guns?
Yeah, there's motherfuckers.
I'm pretty sure they
getting-
got guns in Australia, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Well, not in the major cities, at least. I mean, I think that they've been neutered.
They got
Unfortunately,
fucking koalas jumping on people's heads, fucking pulling people's eyeballs out, fucking kangaroos graping people, and they can't have a fucking gun.
I think out in the bush they do, or whatever they call it. But no, I know it's very disappointing. Like, I think Australia is one of those places. Like, if it wasn't so, you know, whatever they've done to it, like that would be a cool place to go. You know.
I mean, you could hit a motherfucker with a trash can lid, bro, if they start bugging out with a knife. That was always usually a good one. You know what I mean? Or a backpack. You know, you can catch it in the backpack. Trash can lid, real good. Even plastic, bro. You just catch the fucking knife in it, and then you just kind of rotate that shit like Captain America. It's amazing. A fucking stick. Bro, anything, like. I don't know. I mean, there was a dude in the river started stabbing everybody too. And you know, like I don't think everybody's built for the shit. You know what I mean? Like there could be 20 people in a place and shit could pop off and they just freeze. They don't know what to do. You know what I mean? We look at it as if what would we have done, but like
I mean,
You know what I
if
mean?
somebody grabs a knife, I'm grabbing something. I'm grabbing a sharp, like, you know,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
but
break a
that's
bottle or
you,
do
right?
something.
That's me. What I'm saying is most people nowadays, that's not them. You know what I'm saying? Like we live in a world of people who don't understand violence. Never seen it. When it happens, it's like they freeze. They don't know what's happening. You know what I mean? Like there was people bleeding from like fucking knife wounds in that river shit, and they didn't even know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, like Pakistan, like even the homeless people have knives in Pakistan. Shit is crazy. I mean, like everybody's like, I don't know, like you don't really just walk around. Like, I don't know. There's people just shooting people on fucking motorcycles and shit. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I really don't know. Like Australia, I guess it might be a different type of place. But yeah, I don't know. You know.
Did this guy just say a knife is more deadly than a gun? So that's not really true. You know what I mean? At all. That's the reason why the military uses guns and not knives to assault like buildings and shit and do like warfare. If knives were more deadly.
Well, I guess in terms of like efficiency, pure efficiency.
I'll tell you what. If you're locked in a closet, yes, the knife is more deadly than a gun. Maybe.
Yeah, no. I mean, just in terms of like the same way, like a bicycle is more like, like deadly than a car, because like eventually a car will run out of gas, whereas you could just keep on riding the motherfucking bike. It's just like
You would think so, but you know what? Knives actually get stuck in people if you stay
yeah.
on long enough.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You might not be getting your knife back. You just be like, oh
So
man, that knife is gonna be part of that motherfucker for now on.
When it takes calories too. No, you got
also, like, depending on what kind of knife you have, if you're not like a fucking knife guy and you just have like an average fucking knife, you know what I mean?
That's gonna be the first debate on this channel. Knives or guns. You know?
Well,
I'll tell you what, it's guns all day for me, bro. Because you know what I mean?
If you had to pick a knife, what kind would you pick?
If I had to pick a knife,
fucking Tonto. I don't know.
Well,
a Tonto blade.
I carry like a karambit style Tonto blade on my normal daily carry, mainly to like fucking as a backup, like in case I have to grab someone's arm and like sever their fucking nerves to their hand to disarm them. That's why I have like the karambit to go around the wrist, like and it's like just the bicep. You know what I mean?
Really small and easy to carry too, right? Like it doesn't.
I mean that's my main shit I carry in a Kydex sheath, but I also carry a gun as like my main.
I cut you.
I actually do have knife training. I have a lot. Comes hand in hand with martial arts training, which I also have a lot of. 13 years to be exact.
What kind did you study?
I took mainly Shinjuro karate, but I also took like 3 years of again Gracie jiu-jitsu just to like round it off to get up on my ground fighting.
Yeah, I took a little bit of that stuff in the past too. I like doing that stuff, but ultimately, once I started doing my study shit, like I had to stop doing it, to be honest. But like, yeah, I used to do that back in the day, like back in high school, back in middle school. I like to train martial arts shit. This shit did give me a lot of joy and shit of, like figuring out like your capacity, and shit and all that type of stuff. But, ultimately, I think I'm more of a brains fucking guy. Like I don't know. I'm not really very much sports type of guy. You know what I mean? But like it is what it is. Ultimately you got to do what you got to do to survive. But yeah, the thing is that if you're gonna do sports, fighting or hunting or like learning how to use a gun or something like something practical is obviously better than learning how to play fucking baseball or basketball or motherfucking surfing or some stupid shit like that. You ain't gonna really be able to do much with that type of shit. But like I do appreciate like practical sports like hunting or like like maybe like knife fighting or like wrestling or like jujitsu or some shit. The shit is useful.
Real talk, right? I took like 13 years of official training, like in schools. Went a lot actually, won tournaments, but I've fought a lot in the streets. That's what really changes you as a fighter, because when I first started trying to apply martial arts to street fights, there was like a disconnect. You know what I mean? But once I got it, it was good. You know what I mean? Once you get comfortable with fighting, getting hit, you get comfortable with all of it. It's not really that problem. In junior high school, like grammar school, I want to say 5th grade through 8th grade, I had about 300 fights on record. I spent most of my time just suspended. So like I had no indoctrination. Then I got to high school and basically just started selling fucking weed and not going to school. So like I basically stopped going to school at 5th grade level, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I know that sounds crazy. You should ask Pops next time you talk to him. He'll co-sign that I drove him crazy as a child, fighting basically every day. There was a point when I was young, I didn't want to fight, but I was very trained on how to fight. And then I just snapped one day. I stopped taking shit after a bunch of Russians rolled me down a hill in a garbage can. You know what I'm saying? So I just went on like a rampage, started putting fucking work in on everybody because I had the capability. I just didn't want to hurt no one. You know what I mean?
What's the deal with the Russians?
I lived in an all Russian community and I was the only Italian. And I was basically like, you know, just I didn't speak Russian. I wasn't like them. They didn't fuck with me. And so I think you got a guy spamming out your chat.
Yeah, peace to Pops, prayers for Pops, and thank you for joining the panel last time. And also everyone else who's out here. And yeah, blessings to Bong Ripper and Cam and Reddington. And oh yeah, Adam Lanza out here too. Shit. Almost forgot. Lanza.
Yo, Cam's a straight pussy that won't say anything, you know what I'm saying?
This is gonna be
he just chats. He's a chat cell pussy. What's up, Adam Lanza?
Not much. Just got some new orders from the bunker, and I'm supposed to change names and go to a different school pretty soon. But it's just MK Ultra stuff. So
I've been on camera before, by the way, so I don't know what you're waiting on.
But that would be a good you know what I mean? Like, because then we actually get Kem on the panel, because that would be the shit, because Kem has appeared on the panel before and it's a fun time. Kem is the shit. You know, yeah, man. It's definitely a good time.
Camera. The reason why I don't come on camera is because motherfuckers be doing black magic. Okay? It's very simple. I've stated this since I think day one, have I not?
Yeah, I started appearing less, like, since you like said that to me. I was like, but actually, like, I was thinking about it the whole time, but really it was like motherfuckers would clip the shit out of me like multiple times and literally be doing like magical shit where they'd be like sitting there talking about a clip of me for a long ass time. So I'd be like, yeah, this is literally like some black magic. Like they put some spells on motherfuckers.
It's not a lack in faith. It's an acknowledgement of what kind of fucking game we're playing. And so, like, at the end of the day, you're not a faithful man if you stick your hand in a fucking oven, right? You're just an idiot.
Yeah, but I will show myself on my solo presentation in the beginning and just be like, motherfucker, you know, here I am. You know,
for we are not ignorant of his devices. You feel me?
No, I used to go on camera a lot, way back in the day too, and I mean, exclusively like before I met Machine. I never was without my camera on. But then, as soon as I ran afoul of these people, I was like, it started dawning on me like these dudes are doing weird stuff with other people, and I don't know exactly how you mean black magic, but yeah, I wouldn't be shocked that they're doing some.
Oh, they put. Remember Drew put like your head on a voodoo doll thing.
Oh
It
yeah,
was
yeah,
fucking
yeah, that's
creepy.
true.
Yeah. He actually was
Here's
doing
the
that.
thing.
It was
The
fucking
dude
weird.
who's
Like this
in
motherfucker
chat,
making them like voodoo
right?
soap dolls of motherfuckers. Like it's like, dude, you know,
The dude
what
who's
the
in
fuck's wrong
chat
with you?
crying about
Putting
wanting
pins
people
and shit
on
and shit.
camera is probably trying to do black magic. It's very simple, and they just can't do it, and they're tight. Just saying.
Yeah, they put that. Yeah, they put that in the Discord before Reddington. But yeah, you might have missed that one. But yeah, if you scroll up on the Discord, they try to like do.
They did those weird pictures of you where they like cross your eyes and like draw weird stuff on you. And
Oh,
just,
they
like,
put me. Yeah. They made me into a monkey. They made me into a Cthulhu type of thing with Jay
Yo.
Dyer like fighting me, battling me.
Kim is trying to do sorcery right now and manipulate, and I can show you that because I actually called Kem a pussy for being in the chat, and now Kem is trying to mirror project that onto me for not coming on camera while they're still in the chat. Never came on the panel.
This is gonna happen. Kem's coming up.
Kem better come on here. You
I
know
could be
what I'm
sure
saying?
Kem's coming up
Or
soon.
Kim is just a straight pussy trying to, you know what I mean, mirror project pussiness out into the atmosphere.
Unless his phone's fucked up. But yeah.
It's one of the most pussy things to do. It's not fucked up because they're claiming they will come up, which means they can come up, which means they should already be up and stop talking from the chat like a pussy, right? I'm just saying. You say they're also evil. You know what I'm saying? Totally evil. Trying to manipulate others. That's sorcery. Think about it. I have several videos. I go live. I don't have any black magic on me. I guess you're just the pussy rant from the chat.
When was Goblin up here, yo? Yo, my bad, Goblin, man. I didn't see you out here, man. I see your comments backstage. You could pop back in if you want, man. My bad. I might have been like stepped away or some shit because I was making coffee at some point. But yeah, man. Shit.
I love the chat clowns, bro. I love it.
I missed the Goblin when he was here. Thoughts, Lanza?
Just been listening. That's really about it.
Oh yeah.
I just joined like 10 minutes ago, so I haven't really heard exactly what. Other than I did want to become more of a Black Israelite myself.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, for real. Like instead of like I thought like if I had to trade like the people who are actually in Israel now for these Black Hebrew Israelites, I'd rather they be in charge.
Listen, we was kings, all right?
Yeah, like I'd rather put like Tazariak and the ISUPK in charge of Israel than the people that are in charge of it right now. Like that's for sure. You know, there's no question about that. So if I were to pick like who are the real Jews, I'd definitely pick these guys instead of the Jews that are calling themselves.
GML. The white man took us and brought us here on ships. Okay? It says it right here in the Bible. On ships. We was kings. Okay? Says it right here. Moses was black because when he stuck his hand in his garment, it came out leprosy. And leprosy means white people. It says it right here. Now you see, Edom and Esau came out first, but Jacob stole his birthright, okay, for a pot of porridge. And therefore, because Esau had red hair, all white people must die and be our slaves. We will get 2,800 white slaves. They will be our slaves because we was kings. I rest my case.
We was kings.
We was kings.
So what is the black Israelite position on Jesus?
Jesus was black, actually. Because if you look in Revelation, it tells you that his feet was like bronze and his eyes were of fire and his hair was white like wool. Do you know any white mans that has wool for hair? No. Therefore, Jesus was black. I rest my case. Any questions? White devil.
Bob Ross kind of had red, woolly hair.
And he was the devil, Satan himself.
Okay.
Dragged my ancestors here on ships, obviously.
That's one of those things, though, about slavery, man. I never really understood. Like, we have all these we have all these different museums for all these different causes everywhere. Never seen a slave ship in a museum.
That's because they hid it.
Yes, because they don't want to remind you that we was kings and we was slaves too.
We was kings, okay?
Go ahead, Judas. It's your turn to talk. By the way, we are on Trovo. We just have an ad. I had meant to have a setup where we'd have a restream on YouTube, but the actual stream on Odyssey seems to be working well for most. Yeah, you can't hear.
Yeah, he wanted to say the nigga from Harlem. He gonna tell me about.
I never want to insult the person personally, and I don't want to insult people's religion.
That's just because they're racist.
Are we doing the interrupting?
White people need to kiss my boots.
I said I wasn't gonna say anything
Because
else about you interrupting me, but if you do,
we are the chosen
I'll
ones.
look at it as that's how you want to dialogue. And you interrupted me, and I didn't say nothing.
So
So
you
from
can't
now
say
until
nothing
now
now.
until the end
Do
of this
nothing
year,
wrong.
White people are racist.
I don't know. I may
We
be
hate
quiet.
white
I
people
may not. But
because
in
they're
all my,
white.
in all my speech,
Go ahead.
Actually, studying that Harriet Tubman was not as a kid. So matches.
Go ahead. Go ahead and speak, Judas. He got to talk.
In the States, and when I was a kid, even though I was born in Jerusalem, and I don't remember studying that.
Did you
Harriet
know the
Tubman,
devil was white?
Was not only did I not remember her studying that she was Jewish, I remember being taught that she was from the Ashanti tribe, if I remember correctly. Her name, she did not have a biblical name. Yes, many slaves,
Ashanti
and
was fine.
ex-slaves, and people who tried to free themselves found meaning in our story of redemption from slavery, and they adopted it, and we are totally okay with it. But
Okay, so I mean, was the Ashantis were they aware that they were quote unquote black Hebrew Israelites? This is the claim that's being made, and yeah, I mean the
Well, certainly
Ashantis.
not white Hebrew Israelites, because obviously the white man is the devil. So there is no other Israelite. It's not black Hebrew Israelite. It's not even Hebrew Israelite. It's just Israelite. Everyone else is the devil. Okay. Israel, not white. Israelite. There you go. Israel, not white. That's what it means. Says it right here. You know what I mean? It's very simple. Basically, if you're white, you're the devil. That's the religion. You know what I mean? That's what it says right there. Jesus was black. Satan was white. You know what I mean? We was kings.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the Ashantis, they followed an indigenous religion, and then like the other part of them converted to Islam. And there's lots of cases of African princes who talked about performing the Islamic prayer rituals, because a lot of Africans from North Africa, they were Muslims. So, and a lot of the slave traders were Sephardic Jews. So
Islam is our cousin.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I'm
like
saying? When Abraham divided, he divided it into Israel, and then he had Ishmael, which is Islam. That's
but
their
this is
stance.
weird.
Their cousin,
Like this
bro.
is weird. Like, how is Harriet Tubman a Jew? Like, this is crazy, right?
Is because, you know what I'm saying? Because it says right here that we're going to be scattered abroad in ships. And since we was taken here in ships, do you know anyone else that was taken anywhere else in ships?
And
No.
Harriet Tubman was a
Not
broad,
one.
therefore she was a Jew.
Not one peoples was persecuted on ships except for us. And so this prophecy right here is about our people. Obviously.
Was
Just
Aunt
like-
Jemima? Aunt Jemima, was she a black Israelite?
That's right.
That's all I got. Just Aunt Jemima.
Look, if she wasn't an Israelite, why did the white people persecute her so hard?
I got a better one. We was
Think about it.
Koonz. Coons.
See, now I don't really have. I mean, look, I don't have too many problems except for the mass racism that doesn't line up with the whole spiel of the. You know what I'm saying? And also that you can't take both sides of the Bible. It's kind of impossible. So, it's a problem. It's a problem when you realize that to follow it makes you hate everyone else.
It doesn't matter what color you are if you have a terrible heart.
Yeah,
that's what it is. That's what it is. It's like, even if you do have the truth and you are the chosen people, you're not expressing any kind of acceptance to anyone except your people, which is in itself not good. So you can't, it doesn't work. That's not God's plan. You know what I mean? God doesn't just have all these human beings on the earth and just be like, you know what? Only one version of them matter, and you're the one. And everyone else is shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he quotes the Bible and he says, "If it ain't white, it ain't Israelite."
Something like that, you know. But it's like basically, whenever they say Esau, they mean white people.
No,
and
I
they
know.
would get really fucked up when I would argue with them because my skin is white, but I'm not Esau. So how do you explain this? And they just can't. It fucks their whole shit up because they can't really, you know what I mean? Because they can't accept me, but they can't reject me. So I'm just there. I'm just like, well, what do we do?
No, but that's the whole thing. No, but that's the whole thing about Jacob and Esau and all that. Like I mean, the more I looked at it, like you said, like they see everyone as the enemy other than themselves, and then that's the weird thing about this black dude adopting it.
And then
It's
you're
like,
basically a Pharisee.
yeah, and no, and
You
he's
know what I
actually saying, and it's actually like he's actually engaging in racism and saying
Yeah.
it's like exactly the opposite of what you say you're against. Like you're saying I'm against
He's
it, but
over here pulling the race card, right? Saying, oh, a brother from Harlem, right? But their whole thing is that they really hate white people. Like, and they believe it's okay because they believe God hates all white people.
yeah, and they think that
And
they're
so,
chosen
hold
by
on, bro, they literally make white people kiss their boots in public to demonstrate that they're not racist.
No, and that's the whole thing with
While
like
they're being mad racist.
No, and that's the whole thing with like the whole Israelite thing, like as it exists now too, is like they're like Hitler was a really bad guy. It's like, well, he actually has the exact same ideology as you, allegedly, right? Like everybody who's not us, fuck them. I mean, that seems like pretty much exactly the same. You know what I mean? It's like if you ain't us, fuck you. I mean, that's pretty much
Well,
their worldview.
he wasn't that bad according to Tazariak.
Look,
He
maybe they
actually said
really
he wasn't
are
that bad.
Jews, okay? Because they've adopted the mentality. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hitler was
Right. Like
working
once you once
Swiss.
you say you are one, like maybe we should just treat you like one. Yeah,
Well, they're doing exactly what the Jews do. They're just like, well, I hate everyone that's not me. They nailed it. That's the mentality. That's why it's a problem.
Hitler was a Jew.
Well,
no, what I'm saying is Hitler worked for Switzerland, and he the whole thing was to get rid of the
Exactly.
good
Switzerland,
Christian-
right? What's their flag? The same as the Viking flag. The same as the English flag. They're fucking crypto Jews. I told you.
Yeah.
I told you.
I'm pretty sure NASA can't do anything without checking with Switzerland
Just look
first.
into the flags. The flags don't lie. Okay.
Tribe
You
of
can follow the
Dan.
Jewish flag. You're gonna find lions. Okay. You're gonna find the Ari, the lion. You're gonna find it all over the Jewish flags. You're gonna find the cross, and you're gonna find the dragon.
Check this out though. Check this out.
You're gonna find the cross, the dragon, the lion.
Check this out because this
Everywhere.
is what'll trip you up. Like this is
The
what's
Swiss run the world.
It's the Phoenicians, the
Yeah,
Phoenix, the Phoenicians. Come on, guys. They're
Tribe of
the
Dan.
Phoenix, the Phoenicians. Where do you
No,
think
I do-
it comes from? Where do you think we get
I-
phonetics? Where do you think how do you think we became deaf Phoenicians by getting the deaf Phoenicians?
No, I actually
Okay.
agree with everything you guys are saying. I want to mention this real quick. So
Do you know what deaf Phoenicians are? Okay. Do you know?
oh, I do. Check this out. Here's
You
what's
think you have
here's,
English?
here's
They've
what'll
made
trip
you
you
a
up. Have you
definition.
guys ever
Cast
looked into
spells
the
on you.
Have you guys ever looked into the Satanic Temple or anything around Satanism, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah, like when you
Oh.
actually understand what they're into, like they're actually like neo-Nazi crypto Jews that pretend to hate everything about Hitler and shit like that, but it's like they actually like worship the occultism around that kind of shit, and they incorporate it into like a weird Judaism fucking shit. I don't know what the fuck it's
Judaism.
Yo,
bizarre.
I remember. Yo, I
Satanism.
remember when you explained this to Drew, a fucking cockboy hotline, and he was like, I'm more confused than when I first started talking to you. That shit was hilarious.
Who, me?
Remember that?
It's all Satanism,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
It's just like I
Yeah, that's when I just started looking into it too. That's what's trippy about
Yeah,
it.
I was
Like,
watching.
just barely looking into it.
Yeah, I was watching that this morning. It was making me laugh. Let me pull that up because that's such a hilarious interaction.
the Jews don't like to admit it, but if you get them to admit it, they'll admit that their God is Lucifer. Keep that in mind. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's what
God
the whole
is their
Baphomet thing is actually.
Synagogue of Satan.
That's what
The
that whole
synagogue of
Baphomet thing is about, though. Like, if you
They
actually,
don't
Jesus
even
called
believe
them out.
Satan is bad. They believe Satan is just like their buddy that teaches them lessons by like spilling their milk. Okay, they're friends with Satan.
well,
They
no,
worship
they see him as a prosecutor. Like, that's why they treat everything like a court proceeding. That's why I keep telling people you got to look at the court system. It's built as in like a adversarial prosecution versus defense kind
Bro,
of.
it's built like a magical ritual. You got a guy comes out in a fucking black robe. You've got the fucking people being summoned. You know what I mean? It's a magic ritual. What do you think this is?
Might as well be.
The
Yeah.
judge is the fucking high priest of the court, bro. That they're enforcing the law. You know what I mean? What law?
It's the Roman cult courts.
It's they're like warlocks with better costumes.
Maritime law, bro. The Romans are the fucking rulers of maritime. And if you look at the statue, they got the obelisk with every nation waiting around to fuck the obelisk. You know what I mean?
The Swiss guard the Vatican. The Swiss CERN. They opened that tunnel with their satanic ritual. They rule the world. They're the international banksters. They're the headquarters of the Knights Templars. They're the tribe of Dan, the Danish, the
They're the
Dans.
white gloves, bro. They don't get involved with nothing. They just control everything.
The only
Okay?
tribe not mentioned in the 144,000, the tribe of Dan.
Yeah, Sweden.
Not mentioned.
Eden.
Sweden.
Denmark.
Denmark. They even have a butterfly.
London.
And they're octagon. Their number is 88. And they even have a butterfly called the Danish, but that has 2 8s on it. And it's really weird. They're like
yeah, that's right. It's the Vikings. It's the Phoenicians. That's right.
Well,
that's the cross.
The
That's the
Israelites joined the Phoenicians, the 8 tribes of the northern tribes of Israel. They were the first to be like lost. They were spread out. They joined the Phoenicians, and they went north. The tribe of Dan went north, and all these other the other 10 tribes went north, and the 2 tribes of Judah and what was the other one that stayed behind? I forget. Anyway, there were 2 tribes that stayed behind in Israel, and Israel, and it's not a race. It's a belief.
Straight Jew, bro. All right.
The Khazar Jews are fake Jews. They're not even fucking Jews. They're Khazar.
No, that's actually, see, I don't know that for sure, but that makes a lot more sense. Like, if you look at everything Russia's doing, like, they're fucking crypto Jews. Like, whoever's running that shit is like, might as well be like the Orthodox Russian church. Like, I'm not saying they're all bad, but
Yo, they're crypto Jews, bro. I'm telling you. Look at their fucking shit, bro. They got the schema with the fucking Jacob's ladder, bro. It's all fuckery. All right.
The Bolsheviks, yeah.
They look like Jews. They wear black like witches. They all wear black because black is in occultism. They wear black so they could fucking absorb any kind of magic thrown at them, and they can't be susceptible to fucking spells and shit.
Jesus called them out.
You know what I mean? Black absorbs
the
light.
synagogue of Satan.
well,
Jesus
and I used to
called them
work
out.
for the
Money changers. Who are the money changers now? The international banksters. Switzerland. They have all the gold hidden in all their caves. They have thousands of caves, thousands of underground caves. The Swiss hide all the fucking gold they stole from the Germans, and they got all the money. They're the money changers. They're the fucking modern day money changers. The
So we should all start pushing the UN for refugee status in Switzerland and see how they like it. I think that's what we should do.
They're also Highlanders, and Highlanders live forever.
Blow Switzerland up, bro, for good measure. Okay.
No, we should force them to accept us as refugees from our own country because of what they've done to us. There you go. And then,
Trump is related to the Highlanders from Switzerland.
and see how they like it when a bunch of people show up on their doorstep and start living in the street with nowhere to go because the bullshit they're pulling. How about that?
Switzerland, okay.
The Red Shield, Red Cross of Red Shield,
The Red Shield,
Rothschild,
bro. The Red Shield.
Switzerland.
Okay. The Red
Red Shield.
Dragon.
And who's the Red Cross? Where's the Red Cross? Switzerland. The
Yeah.
Red Cross.
Dude, I'll tell you one thing. Like, I don't know if you guys believe in vampires and shit, but I've been around some people, and I've been around like some Red Cross buildings, and like, I'm not saying there's vampires going in and out of that place, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Why do you
Who's the
think the
one who
Red Cross
pushed
truck
the-
always pulling up to rich people's houses, bro?
Yeah, they want your blood. Donate some blood.
Yeah, there's something very weird with the
I
blood
think it's a
industry.
Rockefeller thing, right?
Say what?
I think Red Cross is a Rockefeller thing. I could be wrong.
No,
Red Cross stands for Red Shield.
Bloodlines, 13
Red Shield.
bloodlines, okay.
The cryptic Jews. Red Shield. Red Cross. Red Shield. The Rothschilds is from Red Shield. Red Shield is from Red Cross. The Knights Templars, the Red Cross.
Yep.
It's all.
I agree with everything Rocky's saying. I think he's on point too. I just want to ask you guys, like, have you guys ever looked into any of the vampire shit? And like, I know that sounds like totally schizo, but I'm just curious if anybody ever looked into it, because like,
David Rockefeller right now and tell me he's not a vampire.
no, like,
You know Al Gore? Al Gore got caught at the airport with blood.
Vials of
Some
blood in a
vials.
briefcase.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Al Gore.
The link
Al
on that,
Gore.
You got the Astors, the Bundys, the Collins, DuPonts, Freemans, Kennedys, Lees, the Onassis, the Reynolds, Rockefellers,
all related.
Russells, and
They're all related. They're all related, and they all come from the highlands of Switzerland. They're all fucking related.
But then you got the families that actually run the world: the Borgias, the Breakspear, the Somalia, the Orsini, the Contis, the Chigi,
And they all moved to Switzerland. The history of Switzerland, they originated from the Renaissance area,
and the
black nobility moved to Switzerland in the 1200s.
the Illuminati, okay, and then the Merovingians. Don't forget them either, okay.
The Statue of Liberty is a statue of Satan, and he's got a chain around his fucking ankle that's broken. That means he's let
Statue
loose.
of Liberty
What
is
do you get? What do you get when the captain? What does the captain give you when he lets you off the ship?
The
He
Statue
gives
of
you
Liberty is
liberty.
the statue of Apollo.
No, this
Liberty
is
is
what I
not
was gonna
freedom.
show you, Neurojack, this thing about fucking Nosferatu. You ever hear about this shit? How this shit is actually based off of the Nazi shit, you know, esoteric Hitlerism, and obviously the Bram Stoker shit. And then the image of Nosferatu is based on stereotypes of Jews, and it was produced by the Hitler shit. Right?
I didn't know that, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
And
it's got a lot of connections to it. Yeah.
yeah, you look at Bram Stoker, who he was writing about, the guy he was
yeah.
for.
Yeah, he's like in the OTO, I think.
Yeah,
When I was growing up, they used to, if you knew someone who was stingy, you'd call him a Jew. You stingy Jew. You Jew. You Jewed me. You Jewed me out of this. You Jewed me out of that.
Yeah, that's in football too. You got to juke them so that you make them miss. You juke them.
Hitler was into occult shit. He was working for the fucking Swiss. He was
Yo,
getting girls.
what's his favorite fighting style?
He got the German people to commit
It was
suicide,
jujitsu, okay.
basically, because the Germans were good.
How did
people.
Moses make his coffee? He brewed it.
That's pretty good.
He brewed it.
No, check this out. You guys should really look into that Bram Stoker thing. But the other thing is, God damn it, you guys made me forget. Shit, making me laugh. God damn it. No, do me a favor. Before we listen to this clip, type into Google if you don't mind, because I'm on my phone and my hands are full.
You mean Google?
American Colossus, Giorgiani, and look up that website. So
Yeah, the Statue of Liberty is a statue of Colossus.
Yeah,
which
no,
was the representative of
but
Lucifer.
they want to put one on the West Coast.
Statue of Liberty is wearing the crown of Mithra. It's a sunburst
Yeah.
crown of Apollo. Don't you know?
Oh, Neurojack wants to do this drop on them about.
Yeah. Did you know the Statue of Liberty is a
that we were talking
tranny?
about on the Discord? Right,
Statue
Neuro?
of Liberty is a
Yeah,
tranny. and
like
it's a,
they put the website back up, and Giorgiani did a.
Oh, you're gonna have to send that to me because I can't even find it by looking it up.
I'll look it up. Hold on one second. I'll send it to you. Hold on.
Giorgiani.
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure
let me see if I can-
Giorgiani's a Luciferian.
Oh, okay, I did find it. Give me a second.
So,
liberty is different than freedom. Liberty is what you get when your captain lets you off the ship. You have liberty. It's different than freedom. So the captain allows you to have liberty. So you're still under the control of the captain of the sea, which is the international courts, the sea, and that is Switzerland. Even they're the international bankers, the international everything.
That was the Masonic cry for the French Revolution, bro. Libertad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, liberty is different than freedom. Liberty means that you're given time ashore. You get to go off the ship and have liberty.
Yeah.
But you're
This is the
still
project he's
under the
talking
boss of the captain. You're still,
Yeah, that's
you got to
right.
come
That's why
back,
we got citizenship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's because
Yeah,
you're a
they-
ship.
Yeah, they want to build a colossus of Prometheus on the other side on San Francisco Bay overlooking California, just as the one in New York, the Statue of Liberty. So it's going to be a counteracting. They're trying to do magic on a fucking crazy scale, building two monuments on two different poles of the nation, one representing the divine feminine and one representing the divine masculine aspect of creativity, liberty, and Prometheus. It's some crazy sick shit that they're trying to pull off, and yeah, it's
And
crazy.
actually, I want to mention this because I cannot remember, but they actually have a Discovery Channel, or it's one of those channels, documentary about Alcatraz, and they talk about the geometry of Alcatraz and the ports in Oakland and other places in the Bay, and they talk about how they actually aligned it with some like esoteric weird shit to line up with something. So they chose that spot for like an astrological reason. You understand what I mean? Like that spot right there, they chose that exact spot for a reason. It's really weird, and it's like mainstream like documentary shit. Yeah.
Yo, easy, Red. Peace.
No, but
Well,
it's like Giorgiani. People are underestimating Giorgiani's role in all this.
Vision, his vision, you know what I mean? Right? Just because it's like,
You know
I
what
think
the
his
white
vision
supremacist-
represents like pure like
white
pure form of
supremacist-
Satanism. I'm
You
sorry,
know,
what was that? Rocky?
I met some white supremacists in the, Adam Adam means Rudy, which means like red face, like when you blush, white people blush, like red face. And so they said that the mark of Cain was
Adam
that he
means
was
man.
dark.
What are you talking about?
It also means Rudy, which means red.
Adam means man.
Adam also, look up. Okay, never mind.
The word means man. The word Rudy means
Adam.
Rudy.
The origin of, I know what you're saying, but Adam also means Rudy, which
No,
means
Rudy
red.
means red.
Right. Red face, like blushing. I'm telling you a theory of the white supremacist, okay? So can I finish what I'm saying?
Doesn't mean red.
I'm just telling you what white supremacists are saying. Okay, I'm not saying it's true. You fucking, can you listen?
How did you learn? Were you a white supremacist?
Oh my God. Jesus. I live near white supremacists, okay?
Hang out
And
with white supremacists.
so they say the mark of Cain was that he was dark. That's the mark. dark.
All
Anyway,
right,
I'm
can I
just
tell you
saying
the
that.
craziest thing I ever heard a white supremacist say?
That's all I'm saying. It was just I'm just giving you some information.
They told me that when God created the beasts of the field, that's when he created black people, and I thought they were crazy, bro.
What?
I don't know, but all can be saved because it doesn't matter anyway. Because the Gentiles, it doesn't matter. Anybody can be saved. It's bullshit because it doesn't. You know, was Abraham wasn't. He was a Chaldean, I think. It was from Chaldea, and then he started anew. And then David had his wife was had David's had that affair with what's her name. She wasn't from it. You become an Israelite when you believe the religion of Israel. That's when you became an Israelite. It didn't have to do, and the seed of Abraham has nothing to do with it's the seed of Jesus. Jesus came from Abraham, which means, so don't fuck with the seed of Abraham, the people of Jesus. That's what that means. It doesn't mean don't fuck with the people in Israel. It's not what it means. It means the seed of Abraham. You're not supposed to mess with the seed of Abraham because those are the people who believe in Jesus. Those are the seed of it. There's a war between two seeds, the seed of Satan, said in the garden, and the seed of the woman. The seed of the woman is going to crush the head of Satan. So there's a lot going on in that, and we're learning new stuff because the scriptures have been hidden through language and stuff, and they just try to hide everything, and then they got these teachers.
And your seed will bite his heel, and her seed will bruise his head.
Right.
And so it's referring to
his heel was nailed to the cross. It bruised his heel.
The serpent is the occult mystery religion that was temporarily stunted by the actions of Jesus Christ.
If you believe in Jesus, you're
But it
from the
tells
seed.
you that the serpent is going to come back, which is what it has done now. And now we're dealing with the serpent again, but Jesus Christ is going to come back to finish it off. That's what it says, actually. And that's exactly what happened.
I've been researching.
He exposed the Pharisees, okay? And they're going to bring back the one world religion, which is going to be the occult one world religion, and it's going to be the re-establishment of the serpent. And that's the point where Jesus is going to have to return to finish it off.
I've been studying the Satan's little season, and it makes more sense now, I think, than
you see what I'm saying? He bruised that understanding of God, but now people have lost the true understanding of God again, and we're almost at the point where they've lost it completely. And it's going to be taken over into the one world religion. The Antichrist is going to be established as a good man that's going to appear to do miracles, right? And fix the whole world, fix all of our problems, and bring us all into an understanding of a one world religion. Now, the way that I believe they're going to try to pull this one off is I believe they're going to try to reveal the Antichrist as if he's some kind of like alien or some shit where they have advanced knowledge and advanced technology. And I believe that's how they're going to get everybody assimilated into the matrix finally, but first they got to lure you in with something, they need the carrot to get you to move. And so basically, we're going to have the Antichrist step in and then usher in, that, the occult mystery religion, that's actually the truth. We know this because we know all things, look at all of our advanced med beds and all this fucking flying spaceships.
No. And they're positioning Christians to say, well, don't worry, Jesus doesn't have a problem with it. I mean, we're already there, basically, with Christians.
Christians are some of the only people that are going to realize that this is happening. It'll fit into every other world religion, I believe.
No, I agree, but my point is like they've already positioned like I would say at least 75% of Christians to be like.
But yo, even some Christians are gonna be fooled, like most of them.
There's two theories going around with Christians now.
Because you got to
One
understand
is-
when the Christian believes that Jesus Christ is God, right? Then they could also sit here and believe that, you know what I'm saying, that the Jewish Messiah is that God, and also, you know what I mean? Like it could be Buddha, it could be everything. And they could just, like, this is the one God finally.
Well,
right?
they're trying to use Christianity to basically say, well, we have to
But if
exacerbate.
you believe Jesus is not God, then they can't be the one being. You can't have the one world religion unified under that one being. What's wrong, my buddy?
Well, they're trying to force this whole like antichrist thing as the Messiah for like a secular age or whatever, but then they're trying to use that to like say, well, see, Christians, the false one comes first, but don't worry, that second one is going to work. And it's like they're using the prophecy, quote unquote, which has to be interpreted, to force the hand of God. And it's like, well, how do you think that's going to work out when you're trying to force the hand of God? I mean, that's very, you know what I mean? Like you're trying to do a ritual to get Jesus to come back. I mean, it's a very, I don't know. I don't understand how Christians can think that you can tell God when to come back or not. I mean, that's a very weird thing, you know?
The Antichrist wants to counterfeit the millennium. He wants 1,000 years of peace to prove that he's as good as God, and he can't do it because he's a liar, a murderer, and a thief. So he can't do it. But there's a couple theories on the end times. One is that when the rapture, if people believe in that the Christians will be raptured, and then the aliens will come down and say, we needed to get rid of those motherfuckers because they were causing problems. And then the theory I'm working on now is that we're in Satan's little season, Revelations 27, and that the rapture, millennium, all that's over with, and we're in Satan's little season, which is making a lot of sense to me. Anyway. Have you heard of that?
I don't know about Satan's little season, but the devil has been ruling over humanity for like thousands of years. So
The Bible says that. The Bible tells you that.
yeah, obviously. I mean, so I'm
You
just
can
saying,
live-
like, I'm not surprised that like we're still ruled by evil. I expect this. I honestly don't ever expect us to not be ruled by evil until the world ends. So like, I don't believe I can change it. I don't believe you can change it. You know what I mean?
The world is ruled by evil, but you don't have to be a part of the world. You live in the world without being a part of it. As long as they don't force you to break God's laws, then everything's cool.
Absolutely separate from the world as much as possible. However you can do that, just completely separate. And then, right, unite with people who are walking with God. That's the only thing you can do. Help
why I
each
live
other
in the world.
fucking, through the valley of the shadow of death, bro. Because that's where we're at.
Daniel, the book of Daniel was about excuse me. Daniel lived in Babylon and became the second. As long as he wasn't forced to not worship his God, he stood up. He said, I'm not going to do that because that's against God's. And so you can live in the devil's world and, be prosperous and, and multiply and have a family, as long as they let you study the scriptures and don't have to break God's law, like, bow down to someone and worship him or something, then you're cool. You can live in the devil's world. It shows you instructions how to do that in the Bible. It shows you how to live in the devil's world. You got to stand up for some things sometimes and be willing to die and not be afraid. You spread the gospel. If someone tries to stop you, well, then that's, we did have the freedom to do that in America, but they're trying to take it away. They're trying to, they're making certain things against the law, like hate speech. If you say anything against the homos, like even if you're just trying to help the homos and tell them, that's a sin and you should stop it. Oh, they'll throw you in jail and shit. America, we came over here, we were anti-Rome. We wanted to get away from Rome. The Protestants means protesters, protested Rome.
That's true. Why did they model the
Then we
fucking
were also,
Rome?
while they came over, also the esoteric Rosicrucians came over at the same time. And I think the fall of America was 1776. It wasn't the beginning. That was the fall.
What do you think?
They gave us
Columbus was a good man or some shit, bro? What are you talking about?
They gave us a pretty good document, the Constitution.
Think Columbus
but they
was a good dude? Just came over and made peace, or did he come over and like kill everyone, take over America? I don't know.
I don't know the true history.
In his first conquest of America, right? Columbus killed more than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined. How about that? In his first
Columbus wasn't a Protestant. He was a Catholic working for the Catholic Church.
Oh yeah, clearly a Catholic with that many.
Protestant means protester.
Hey,
Protested Rome. We were anti-Roman. We recognize Rome as the Antichrist. That's what Protestant means. Protestant.
Whatever it
Throw
was.
it out. Protestant. Protesters.
Are you a Protestant?
I don't put my name on anything.
You go to Protestant church where they speak in tongues and shit. Fucking do the and then they, play guitars and
That's
shit.
not Protestant. That's not Protestant. That's evangelicals or something.
No, that's Protestant. They also do the anointing.
No, the people that came over in the 1600s that were anti-Rome, they didn't speak in tongues. They didn't speak in tongues. Their motto was Scripture and Scripture only.
You're right.
They were infiltrated by Rosicrucians, and they
right, bro. That's the Pentecostals that do this, the snake talking and shit. I had them confused.
Right.
Protestants is like the Pilgrims. Okay.
Yeah, the Pilgrims. Their motto was Scripture and Scripture only, and they had to relearn what because the Bible had been hidden for so long. They came over with the Geneva Bible, not the King James version, and they like
Quakers too, right? The Quakers.
The Quakers, the Amish,
similar to Amish. At the end of the day, they have a very Jewish flavor to them.
Well, Washington D.C. sits on 7 hills. It's in Maryland, Virginia, and it's like we were 1776 was like the fall of America, the beginning. They left out there should be no usury because they knew all you had to do is be control of the money. So they left out. They didn't put one of the 10 amendments say thou shall not do usury. They left that out. So who controls the money controls everything. So
no, you're actually correct in a way because the Articles of Confederation was trying to basically keep America a very loose association of clans.
A loose association, not a federation, a confederation.
Yep. It was supposed to be almost like tribal, like the way the natives were and shit. They were trying to keep things very broken apart. And then basically that failed. And then they came back in with the I guess, I don't know, whatever you call America now, whatever the form is now, like you said, as a bastardization of what was intended by the people who fought and died and, murdered their brothers and sisters to,
Lincoln, the Civil War didn't free the blacks. It made everyone a slave.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Growing up in the South, they try to avoid telling you that, but I studied the Civil War very intently as a kid, and when you really look at that war, I mean, it was literally like the enslavement of America. Like, I think America died at 1865, in my opinion. Like, it's been put in the grave at that point, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, yo, after the 1800s, they started to fucking basically rewrite all the history books.
The
And
United States was incorporated in 1892, I think, or somewhere around there.
so, like, if you get pre-1800s books, right, you'll start to see like a different history. And you know, I've got really old 1800s encyclopedias that have just way different stories than we're being told.
Can you give me an example of what you're referring to? Just out of curiosity. Because
Yeah, bro, it's called History of Civilization by E.A. Allen, 4-volume set.
no, I mean, like, what's the general narrative that you're saying
It's
is like?
not just it's a whole encyclopedia, but it has stuff like about like giants, lost races, fucking, you know what I mean? There's a lot of crazy shit in the books.
Yeah, I like my 1828 Webster's Dictionary. It's like there, you know. And
Yeah,
then I got a black.
I have an old dictionary that was for kids in like elementary school, and like the first words that they teach kids are like tyranny, you know, liberty, freedom. Like, it shows you like what like it was like literally like trying to teach kids like don't be a fucking slave.
It's neuro-linguistic programming.
Yeah, I have some copies.
So, like,
old books they used to teach the ABCs. They used to use A is for Adam, B is for the you know, they used scriptures to learn how to read, and back before, you know, back in the 1700s and stuff. Yeah.
you got like, you know what I mean, you got all kinds of shit also happening at the same time in the 1800s. All these different like pseudo religions are formed.
Yeah.
Like the Jehovah's Witnesses,
Spiritualism,
Mormons, like all this shit just pops up. Right?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Like, you know, Abraham Lincoln was basically kind of a communist and also kind of a spiritualist as well. Like, he was kind of like this weird, like, weird religion shit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was based on like the satanic mind state. I mean, communism is basically Satanism, and it's also basically Judaism. You know what I mean? It's all the same thing.
I totally agree with you on that point. Honestly,
Now, true commun, like I can, you know, like the Puritans tried communism first because they thought that everybody, you know, like be like what it's going to be in heaven.
No,
you know,
no. You're being colloquial. You're using like a colloquial term, because like I know, like if you look at American history before the British Empire came and like really tried to dominate the whites and the natives who were kind of coexisting here. Yeah, I agree with you, but like technical communism by Marx and his predecessors, and yeah, I mean it's like
about that Marxism shit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I think they tried to make it like everybody was pure. Like you can't live like when Jesus reigns. What is that? What would you call that? Capitalism? Or
It's called the kingdom.
Yeah, he's a king. Yeah, he's the kingdom.
I think it's a theocracy, bro.
Right, but
theocracy, exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is like people are bastardizing that now with like all this Christian nationalism, and they're trying to say, oh, we can have all of our magic technology.
You can't actually bastardize it. All you can do is put up a fucking alternative, like, you know what I mean, imitation of what it could be.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is like they're saying, well, like, oh, the Russian Orthodox Putinites are gonna rescue our fallen West because they're traditional Christians and shit like that. And I mean,
you gotta understand, like even Masonry, Rosicrucianism, they use the idea of Christ, but they consider it a Christ consciousness, right? And then they justify magic because they use Christ's actions and words to justify it. They say, like, you can do greater things than I.
Yeah,
you know?
no, exactly.
And then they use Gnostic texts, like when Jesus is telling the apostles to heal people before, right? they minister to them, even the word.
Right.
You can't minister to a sick body.
Right.
And
Well,
so
and-
now you got people trying to study magic to do miracles, and they end up becoming Luciferians.
No, exactly. They missed the point. Like Christ, I mean, Jesus was never trying to prove via miracles he was the Son of God. In fact, he was trying to, right, and he was trying to say like, hey, like
He was trying to
don't-
hide it, but like he just couldn't stop himself from doing the good.
No, but my point is like they missed the point and say that like that proved he was the Son of God when that actually wasn't what was proving he was the Son of God.
Right. I never cared about like all the miracles. Like for me, like I talk about Jesus and God all the time. I rarely ever speak about miracles or any of that shit. Do I?
No, I know, but that's my point. Is they use that as
I referred to the message.
No, but that's my
My
point.
main
The point trying to make is that they use a lot of stuff in scriptures to misunderstand things, like when the apostles were told everybody to give everything to, so we can sell everything, give it all, we're going to go travel and spread the gospel. And so they say, oh well, that's communism, so maybe we should they misunderstand.
That's what they were doing at that point in time, because they wanted to spread the gospel. Now guess what? The gospel has been spread across the world. Okay, that mission has been accomplished, and that's not instructions for every human being. People don't know how to separate instructions for the people that were there and instructions for all of humanity. You have to separate the things. Like there are things that Moses was telling the people in the desert that was specifically for them, like bury your shit out in the desert. That doesn't mean everybody has to leave their house to go bury their shit in the desert. This is the problem. Okay.
Well, the parable of the guy, I forget what the parable is, but he hired some people at the first hour of the day, and then he hired some more people the 6th hour, and then he hired someone on the 12th hour. They all got paid the same. That's capitalism. So the guy who hired you gets to determine how. I mean, he made a contract with the first people he hired. He said he's going to give him 1 dinar, and so. And then later on in the day, other people he hired, they didn't even ask. They just trusted him. And then so the people that got hired and worked all 12 hours got 1 dinar, and everybody else that worked 6 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour, they all got 1 dinar too. But they never made a contract. They just trusted. And so it's like, it's like anti-union. It's like an anti-union. It's a pro kind of like capitalism. Whoever hires you, you can make a deal with them or you can trust him. So that's Jesus wasn't a communist. He's telling you the parable of I forget the name of the parable. The guy who went out to work in the vineyard.
Like every man worked and every man needs to eat. So every man gets paid. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he made a deal.
Basically telling the slave, like, yo, you made a deal to work all day. What is it to you if I pay someone who worked a half a day the same amount?
Yeah, right. Because the guy who owns the money, the guy who has the capital, he determines. I mean, it's his business. He do whatever.
No,
he
it was
fucking
that
wants.
you accepted these terms. What does it matter? Why are you looking elsewhere? Why are you looking at somebody else trying to fucking compare? You made the deal at this rate, and I paid it for you. What is your problem? That's what he's trying to convey.
Exactly.
Like, why are you looking at
Pro-capitalism.
him? Why are you jealous? Why are you? You know what I mean?
It's pro-capitalist, anti-union shit.
I don't think it's even that deep, bro.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think it's more about be happy with what you got and stop wanting more because someone else got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they say that there's like 7 different ways you can read. Like if you read the Bible, you can read
The
it.
most simplest
you want.
fucking possible way is
then-
usually the way. You know what I
And
mean?
then there's like 7
Is that
different
called Occam's razor? The most simplest
Everything.
the most simplest explanation is usually the correct one.
You can read the scriptures once and then go
what I
back and
mean?
read it again and get like different
Like,
meanings
is
out of
it
it.
more likely Jesus was trying to promote communism? What would you say?
No, capitalism.
Is it more likely he was promoting capitalism, or is it more likely he was promoting just be happy with what you got and stop wanting more because someone else has it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What lines up more with what he normally teaches?
Be a good
What's more
employee.
simple?
Be a good
what I mean?
employee.
Hey, yo, historically, do you think the pyramids were like connected to some network? Does anybody
I
think
don't
that?
I think
They
that,
look
like I
like
was
the
explaining
sigils on the back
earlier,
of your
A new
computer.
way to just do
I
the
think
same
they
thing.
harness energy from that's coming from underneath and they funnel it into a point and project it into the air. What exactly they do, I don't know, but I'm sure they were part of some type of advanced technological system because they're found all over the place.
What if it's like the original harp?
Could
Because
have been wireless electricity, could have been stargates, could have
right
been mind
now we're dealing
control
with like
towers.
radio frequencies, like
I
at a
think it had something
cellular
to do with mind
level.
control. You know what I mean? Probably like Wi-Fi mind control, bro.
We already have that.
Pre-flood.
We have that now. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're
Maybe it was
remaking, we're
maybe it was
re-engineering the shit of
good
the old,
mind
bro.
control.
Right. Right.
Maybe it was good mind control.
As it was in the beginning, so will it be in the end. They didn't
You know,
invent anything new. We're just reverse engineering ancient shit we find. It's not alien shit. It's old shit.
We're just
you know how the
disguising it even.
big bells used to ring the bell in the town, and everybody would have the same frequency, ring them big bells, and
Yeah, they
everybody would.
worship Baal. Baal.
No, I'm talking about the bells like in the towers, tower bells. You ring the bells,
the
and
same
it
thing, bro. What do you
gives you a
think?
frequency.
You ever
Calms
seen
everybody
Moloch?
down.
It was a giant fucking bronze bell that they burned children in, and it would ring because it was a bell. Baal, bell, Baal, bell. How do you think they
Well,
named the bell? You know what I mean?
You're stretching it there.
They named the bell after Baal. Baal.
Well, all the star forts and all those things, they had bells, and
Yeah,
they
because
can be
Satan
used for
worships what
good.
is
They
God
can
of
be
the
used
air,
for
right? What is God of the
you don't
air?
think that they can be
Frequency.
used for good, like calm everybody down, keep
Vibration.
everybody in harmony, go to the same frequency, so you don't have fighting in the streets, and you just ring the
Yeah.
bell.
God of the air, bro. Lucifer.
Well, right now with like communication towers and all that, like they are actually pumping legitimate tones that actually, with the use of the sky trails or whatever those, like whatever the metal in the sky and shit. It's a massive like field that they can actually like sonically. Like you ever see that movie Batman?
Yeah, bro,
Where
they've got us enveloped in a fucking field. They're attempting to do what I was saying, right? How when you do fucked up shit, it lowers your frequency. I believe they're trying to lower the whole fucking like Earth's frequency as a whole, dragging us into the apocalypse. But you know what I'm saying? As far as the ball field, look at all the sports: baseball, basketball, football. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my theory on all the star forts and the ancient, beautiful buildings and things, I'm thinking that was during the millennial reign, and the saints and the saints built that stuff.
What's the first two letters they teach a child? They teach the child about the toroidal field and the apple, biting of the apple. And then the second is ball.
And then you have the star forts. They were built. They harnessed energy through the ether, and they had technology that because during the millennial reign, the saints would know. They would know all the natural laws and how to work things, and they made beautiful cathedrals, and they had beautiful carvings, like Michelangelo. That guy, he made all these beautiful paintings of God, and everybody, it was all about God and
the golden
worship.
age.
And then what is Michelangelo?
It was pre-reset, pre-dark age.
Michelangelo, Michael the angel, Michelangelo. so I'm thinking the millennial reign is over. We're living in Satan's little season. And so what the big conspiracy is that when the New Jerusalem or comes down, it's going to look like a mothership, and everybody's going to war against God's New Jerusalem coming down. So that's the real alien
Yeah,
fakeology.
that's one of the things, but another thing is that the aliens come down and pretend to be God. They pretend
That's
that
if
they
you think
created us.
that's if you think the rapture hasn't happened and that
That's another
the
one.
millennial reign hasn't happened. But if you
Yeah,
know
there's
the
a lot of
millennial
things that
reign
we
is
need to
over,
see. We need to see what happens in order to basically figure out where we're
yeah,
at. Because it's
you
hard to
figure
say
it.
we're somewhere in the horsemen. You know what I mean? There's a lot of shit going on that mankind is
But,
causing
but
also
think about
parallel.
this. Think
You
about
know,
this, because they've got us believing that a pyramid is evil. They all see an eye in the pyramid, but the Bible describes the New Jerusalem as being 1,500 feet by 1,500 feet by 1,500 feet, 1,500 wide, 1,500 long, by 1,500 feet high. The only geometrical shape that can be is either a cube or a pyramid.
what?
And there you go. The New Jerusalem that says comes down from heaven, it's described as being 1,500 feet or 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles high. Now, the only geometrical object that could be is either a pyramid or a cube. And they got us thinking that that's an evil symbol. It's an evil symbol.
It's Emerald City, bro. It's supposed to be an emerald cube.
Yeah.
But
It's either a cube or a pyramid.
but you also got Metatron's cube, the black cube, the cube
I'm
of
thinking
Saturn.
yeah, they got us thinking that the New Jerusalem is an evil looking object, a pyramid or a cube. I don't like the black cube of Muslims or the pyramid of the Illuminati. They're both considered nowadays evil. But if that's what God's New Jerusalem looks like coming down, everybody's going to think it's aliens and that they're all evil, and that they're going to war against God's New Jerusalem. So that's a theory I'm working on.
Okay, so it's a personal theory. Okay, never mind.
No, Revelation 27. It describes, and then you got, then you have the Statue of Liberty, the Statue of Liberty, which is a representation of Satan. His chain, he's got chains on his ankle, and they're broken. So his chain has been broken. Statue of Liberty, 1776.
Just because a word or a similar concept can be found within the Bible does not mean it applies overall to everything you see.
I'm just giving you something that I've been studying for a couple months.
Because a lot of these,
everybody's waiting on the rapture.
That's just
how do you know the rapture didn't happen in 66 AD? 66.
Weirdo John, do you know that we live in a fucking matrix?
I understand we live in a fallen world controlled and run by Satan and shadow governments. That does not mean that you can use these word concept fallacies and pick and choose whatever you like throughout your own interpretation of the Bible, instead of taking the system as a whole and appealing to the people who actually gave you the Bible. And
I can do whatever I want.
You can do whatever you like, but
why did Jesus say to the people who were
I can do whatever I want.
He says he said that
You know what I mean?
there's a
Like,
scripture.
if you're gonna accept that parts of the Bible are the raw truth, are you saying the truth is not
Well, how do you
applicable?
determine?
in
I have
multiple
a methodology for
of the
canonization.
reality?
How do you have? Because what you guys are sounding
Because
like.
what I'm saying is, if we could establish a truth, right, that truth is applicable
How do you establish
all over the reality.
Okay,
It's not just applicable in that one statement. You're trying to limit that one truth to that one statement, and that's retarded.
No, but if we're talking about the Bible, then we're going to be talking about.
So yeah,
We're
actually,
talking about truth.
Hold on, let him go. I want to hear how do you know who to trust on interpretation of the Bible? Who how
we
exactly
go
do you
with the people
interpret
who are
the
given,
Book of Revelation?
given the authority to interpret it and preserve.
Okay, yeah. Who do you trust to give you that, to tell you that they have the authority to tell you how to
It'd
interpret?
be the apostles, the one who's who supposedly
So,
which
so when they did, all right, let's take something like hesychasm in the Orthodox Church. Do you know that there was a big contention around that?
Why did Jesus say, all these things will, you
all
will
I'm
see
doing is
all
pushing back on these Gnostic,
and
because
then
these are
2,000 years later, 2,000 years, supposedly 2,000 years later, and he still hasn't come. And he said, "You will." He was talking to the apostles. These things will, you will see all these things. So 66 to 73 A.D. was the tribulation, and the star forts and all that magnificent buildings were built in the millennial reign of the saints and the angels. They built those.
So
And that's why they're so beautiful, and that's why they have technology we don't know of. And then Lucifer was let out of the pit with Leviathan, which caused.
So you're appealing to Gnostic texts.
That's not Gnostic. I'm reading the scriptures. Jesus said he was talking to the apostles and everybody in front of him. He said that it's Matthew 24:34, I think. It says, you will see, even those who pierced me, you will see these things. And so I'm saying that the rapture happened. Nero was the Antichrist. He in the martyrs of the saints, they killed all the saints. That's already happened. And that the millennial reign was like started right after the tribulation from 66 AD to 73 AD, and then the millennial reign, and then Satan was loosed. That's the symbol of the Statue of Liberty with her chain
what I'm
broken
getting at is
loose.
I want to know
Can
your
I finish?
standard
Can I
of
finish? I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm almost done. Okay, so the Statue of Liberty has a chain broken loose. Lucifer was loosened for a short season, which so there you go, a short season. We don't know, that could be 250 years maybe. So and he's deceived. He's let loose to deceive all the nations. Are all the nations deceived? We're all deceived. We've all been deceived, and everybody thinks we're waiting on the rapture when that's already happened. What we're waiting on now is New Jerusalem to come down, probably a pyramid, 1,500, and you're going to think that it's the devil. You're going to think that it's the alien devil coming down when it's really,
and
you're going to war against Jerusalem.
Got it.
Okay, that's my theory. Did y'all get that?
Convince mankind to go to war with God. I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Look,
I see where you're at. You're
there's
on
a lot
like
of-
a preteristic
Yeah.
70 AD type of deal.
It's a partial preterism. It's not complete preterism. Partial.
I see
So
you
can
also
look it
mixed
up.
in some antediluvian, you know what I'm saying, star forts in there. I like that. With
Mud
the whole
flood, mud flood. Because
that
the
flavor.
Leviathan is said to be a huge motherfucker. He comes up out of the thing and causes like a mud flood and buries half this shit. And then they repurpose all these beautiful buildings that were built by the saints, and they didn't. And it's called Freemason. Why? Because they were already there and they unburied them. Freemasons.
Yeah, the
They-
founding fathers just straight found everything. They didn't fucking
Yeah,
build.
and they found it. It's called. This was founded in 1835.
They didn't
It
build
was
none of that
founded.
shit, bro.
It wasn't built. It was
Hey
founded.
guys,
They
if
found
you
it.
don't mind, I would really like to cling to what I was taught by school. So I'm gonna have to disagree with everything you guys say.
Shut the fuck up, Donnie. You're out of your element.
So weirdo John, after that, how would you respond to what they're saying? Like, how would you contextualize?
Well, it seems like the only actually like established doctrine is that Satan takes over and controls and deceives the nations. The rest of it seems to be just a theory of grabbing and attaching different conspiracy theories and applying it to the Bible, which it could be possibly true, maybe, but there's no like actual. Where are you getting your standard for interpretation? Is it just whatever you're thinking of?
No, we're reading the Bible.
John,
does
can you point
Scripture
out
read it? Does
the first
Scripture interpret
example?
itself?
Can you point out some examples?
Well, we're just so you know, Weirdo John is an Orthodox Christian, so he's
Yeah, I'll
born.
give you an
I feel like Weirdo.
I'm an inquirer. Don't
Excited
jump me in.
with
I'm
this.
not an
He
authority.
hasn't done the
but-
research, and that's
No, I-
why he's so confused
Framework.
right
So here's an example.
I've
This
been through
is
the whole
red
mud flood
letter
thing. I've been
Jesus
through these
talking.
things, and it could possibly be true. Well,
This
what I
is
see
red
you
letter
doing is
Jesus.
that
I'm
you're
trying to give you an
picking and
example.
choosing your
just feel like-
interpretations.
I feel like if you can give me some examples as so, like you're saying,
Matthew 24:34. Jesus, this is Jesus.
So no, but we're talking about
Verily, verily, I say unto you,
provide an example of what
you're
is
just
like
making
loosely
this
grabbed.
generation shall not pass till all these things be
Here, hold on.
fulfilled. Talking
Here, hold
about
on. I'm gonna let one person talk to John because it feels like he's getting like browbeaten out here. But yeah,
Well, I mean, they're just gonna keep. They just keep. I was gonna get this one quick thing. You're still going. Like,
I can't really hear you.
so how do you get? What is your standard for interpretation? Just
Well,
basic question.
Really quick though, before we get into that,
No,
right?
not really quick. You
What is
guys
an
can't just keep
example of
obfuscating
something that
forever.
you're saying we're just loosely grabbing and like slapping scripture on it? Like, what's an example of something?
You're saying it's your random interpretation. It's not like any of the
All right,
church
just, like,
fathers
give
never
me an
once said any
example
of
and
these
I'll-
things that
and I'll
you're saying.
clarify it.
The only thing that they did say is that he will deceive all nations, and is in the Bible. That's the one thing you guys did say, but that
Right.
doesn't follow. The rest of these things don't follow. These are
What?
things you guys already believe, like the mud
What
flood and things like that.
I never said anything about a mud flood.
Well, he did, and I was discussing with him.
That has nothing to do with me. I'm saying, what is something that I've said that, you know what I'm saying, is just loosely grabbed out of the Bible and just slapped onto some type of whatever conspiracy you believe? What's an example of something I said that fits that description exactly?
Well, I was talking to him. I don't remember what you
Oh.
were saying.
All
But
right.
regardless, I mean, because he was telling me his theory or whatever.
He was
But,
talking to me. He asked me a question. Where do I get this from? Okay, I was trying to give you a verse. Let the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is what reveals it to you. We don't listen. We read the scriptures, and the Holy Spirit reveals it. That's where you get
you
interpretation.
get personal revelations from the Holy Spirit.
Yes, the Holy Spirit. That's right. You don't believe in the Holy Spirit?
I do, and
Does
ultimately,
he not?
ultimately, we
not-
have to have faith that the Holy Spirit moved throughout the church whenever they created the Bible. But
Okay,
who
let me
should
give you
approve it
one
whenever
verse.
You're asking for the interpretation of the Bible.
I'm trying to give you one verse to back up the partial preterism. This is Jesus speaking. Matthew 24:34. And it says, Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. And he's talking about the tribulation and the end times. So this generation, that word means the people he's talking to right now. It's not talking about 2,000 years later. This generation and all these things shall be fulfilled. So that's showing like 66 AD, 73 AD was the tribulation. The millennial reign started after that. And who knows what year we're in.
Is that not
Is
the
it
50th
2000 years?
generation though, Rocky?
It's
Like
talking
you're
about
making a
the
lot
end
of
time.
assumptions on top of the scripture.
Yeah, I
based
know how I also studied the scriptures for 40 years from a Greek and Hebrew scholar, but you know, he believed the earth was flat, a ball spinning in space. But he didn't know. We're learning more stuff more and more we get closer to the end. You know that, don't you? That God reveals the end to the people before it happens. It's in scripture.
Until it's spread to all
Are
four
these not
corners of the
assumptions?
earth.
What do you think? We're
Absolutely.
static? You think we're static and we only know what we know and we're not going to learn no more? Like now we know the earth
Knowledge
is
has
flat.
increased, bro, tenfold. Like my grandfather
Knowledge is
didn't have access
increasing.
to all this shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Truth
That's
doesn't
why
change.
they were so deceived. We're waking up because we got
Jesus
the
Christ is the
fucking
truth, and the truth doesn't change. So
Yeah, but we
no,
got
you
access to
don't
so
get
much more
magical
info.
personal revelation, and then because you can easily get into delusion. How do you know you're not in delusion right now?
You have to go through
We're
all of
reading
it,
the
and it's a
scriptures.
lie.
You need to research.
Well, you're
certain
applying. You're
season.
looking back into the scriptures to justify the scriptures. What I'm
I
saying
didn't
is,
just
that
look
you,
at the
certain people,
You know
Who
what
are
I
the
mean?
people who put together the Bible? And
I
canon?
read as much information as I
Do you
could.
throw away the church fathers' interpretation of it?
Basically,
The church fathers. You go by tradition and the church fathers, huh?
yeah, that's no
Are you
better than the
Catholic?
fucking Talmud, bro.
You Orthodox Greek
When
or
we're
what?
commanded to come out of her.
You
Facts,
Russian
man.
Orthodox, Greek
Who
Orthodox. What are
did Jesus Christ give the authority to loosen and bind?
Not Rome.
The Holy Spirit is what reveals the truth
Oh,
to
you
a
didn't
person.
answer my question.
Okay, what was the question again?
He didn't give it to the Vatican. I'll tell you
Who
that
did
much.
Jesus Christ directly give the authority to loosen and bind sins?
Not Constantine.
Okay, keep
Tell you
talking.
that much.
Loose and bind sin. He gave the apostles the gift for temporary to prove they were apostles, but there are no apostles. The scripture
There's
is
no
complete.
apostles?
There are no present day apostles.
No, exactly. It's
Only
well,
God
now
can
you're
forgive
contradicting
sin.
because
I
you
don't know
just
what
said
kind of
that
crazy
it is
shit you're on
changing
about
and
right
it's not static, but
The
now
gift of
it's static.
miracles, the gift of
You can't change
tongues,
it. There
those
isn't
are all
any-
gone.
Right.
No man can forgive sin, my dude. Only God can forgive
What
sin.
is the last line of the Bible?
You know what I mean?
Don't add to these.
Or subtract.
Right. I'm not subtracting. I'm reading the scriptures.
And then you're adding on to
Matthew
your
20.
presupposition.
While it also says that all
No,
these
I'm
interpretations
using the
are
Holy
up for
Spirit to
debate.
discern.
You're missing that part.
Yo, the last part of the Bible almost didn't make it into the Bible, by the way.
And what we're
Erasmus
discussing
was
is
forced to
who
put that in.
canonized the Bible that you're using in your hand right now.
Well, the New Testament was
reading from?
canonized by Erasmus, actually. And the
Actually,
powers
the
that be
people
pressured him
decided
to
which
put
ones
in
were
the
popular.
revelation of John of Patmos, who is not the apostle in the Bible. Was not the apostle John, because John was never imprisoned on Patmos.
Did Jesus Christ give the authority to a church body or not?
Jesus Christ never gave the authority to John of Patmos, and you're sitting here quoting the last fucking verse of the Bible as if it's the word of God.
Who is the body?
It only made it into the
John was
Bible because the Medici
representation of the
family
Christ
wanted
who
Erasmus
Is
to put
it
it in.
infallible or is it
Jesus was
not?
first. It's
Hold
very
on. Okay, explain to me who's the body.
I mean, in the Greek text, the text.
What is the church? Who is the church? Who is the body? What?
We want an apostolic church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, or just the Catholic Church, if you want to.
Church is where two people are gathered together, and His name is the church. Everybody who's a believer is the body of Christ. Some people are the hands, some people are feet, some people are the mouth. We're all the body of Christ. We're all the body of Christ. Church is not a building; it's not an
So how do
establishment.
you differentiate between one's interpretation and
Jesus Christ did not establish Christianity.
You're putting them on an equal playing ground to where
Yeah,
one
there's a
one
difference between a Christian and Christianity. Let me tell
That's
you,
right.
because if you're a
That's right.
Christian that does not identify as being in Christianity, that means you're in Christ, which means you're in the anointed.
Hey, yo, if at the end of
Religion
the
is
day,
division.
at the end of the day,
when you put
people
it
have
all
to
together,
aim to
it's
be
divided.
followers of
Atheist
Christ, but
people.
not Christians.
Do what,
You gotta
John?
follow Christ.
Do
But
what,
he never
John?
told you to be a Christian. He told you to follow him. So we have to be followers of the way of Christ.
and then Christ gave the authority to the apostles. And the apostles gave the authorities to the church fathers therein.
Well, guess
Did,
what?
did the Holy Spirit leave the church? I mean, you don't you believe in an invisible church that anybody can be a part of the church.
God left
How,
the
how
church.
do you loosen and bind sins
I
whenever
don't know.
you
How does
loosen and
God
bind,
turn?
you can't
How does
even
God turn
you
hearts
can't
of men
excommunicate
against the
anybody.
church?
How do
When
you
it says
identify heresy?
When it says that God is going to turn the hearts of men against the church, how is that going to happen? If the church still has the Holy Spirit,
Thou shalt not prevail against the church is also in there.
because that's what's happening right now.
Do we want to just pick and choose the Bible
And
verses?
men's
that we
hearts are
like?
being turned against the church.
Do we just want to pick and choose the Bible
Because
verses
the
that we
church
like,
has
or do
been
we want to take the
poisoned.
dogma as a whole?
The church has been poisoned. They're a bunch
At
of
what point?
hypocrites.
I'll take the scripture as a whole, John. What about it?
Right, and that
And I
includes
study knowledge,
what
gnosis,
you know.
Gnostic,
The
because
Bible
my
was a
people
liturgical
fail for lack
document
of
that was used
knowledge.
in practice,
You're
and that
demanded to teach knowledge, bro.
that lectionaries were used to determine the canonization of what was actually being practiced within the churches.
Based
What,
on
that
the
helped
same people that
determine
were
what
burning
the actual
Christians
canonization
alive,
of
right?
the Bible is.
By the same people that
One thing or
crucified the
another.
Messiah, right?
How many books? They took like what,
You
40
guys are
hours?
gonna
How
ask
many
like
books?
6 different questions. You
What
guys,
books are scripture? Who decides this?
the ones who gave you the Bible, the ones who have the
Who? The
authority given
Council
by
of
Christ.
Nicaea? Is that who gave me the Bible?
What was that?
The Council of Nicaea? When they decided
It
what
was
books would
several
go in the
councils
Bible
for a lot
under
of specific. I
Constantine?
mean, a lot of different councils. There were
Who is a
6 or
pagan?
7 different councils, and they were all for different reasons to stomp
Well,
out.
you don't even know. You don't even know the council. This is fucking child's fucking work. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
what is it then?
It's the Council of Nicaea.
All right. Okay,
It was
so then,
built by Constantine, who was a
but that is
pagan.
not the only council. But yes,
That's the one that
Noah's
canonized
is
the
what you
Bible,
need to
my
be
friend.
paying attention to, John. Is
Okay,
Noah.
Romans 1:8. It says, "For I thank my
So, yeah,
God
do you
through
follow
Jesus
all the
Christ
books in
for
the
all
1611
that
Bible
our
or the reduced
faith has
King
been
James
spoken
version that you
throughout
have
the
now,
whole
missing
world."
the apocryphal texts
yeah.
that
What
were
justifies you
considered
throwing out
the
the
Bible?
deuterocanonical texts?
Well, do you accept the apocryphal texts too? Because they were considered the Bible in
They
1611.
weren't. No, they weren't.
In 1611, they were in the
By
King James
who?
Bible in the original copy. Why don't you look it up?
It's everything. It's going to be
No,
an
no,
endless
the King James
conspiracy where
Bible
there's
that you
more
think
corrupt.
you're
Are
reading
you
is
taking
not
a
even the
Muslim
full
position
Bible.
where the Bible's corrupt?
You don't even read the full Bible.
The Word of God
As the Orthodox has
is
more
alive and
What do
powerful.
you have?
The
Do you
true
have
record of the Word of God is
too?
done.
Do you follow the Gnostic texts?
No, because those are heresies.
How do you
And
know?
that was determined by the councils,
By
guided
the
by the Holy
Council
Spirit.
that burned Christians at the stake. Are you confused, bro?
The Council of Pagans?
Oh, so they're all paid. So you deny?
No, no, but the
Pagan
Council of
holidays, man,
Nicaea
very
was held
simple.
by Constantine, who was a pagan. That only used Christianity to unify Rome under one religion.
These are a bunch of assumptions.
No, it's
Justify any
facts.
of these assumptions.
No, it's facts. They changed all the names of the statues from their pagan gods to Christian ones.
Yeah, whenever they transfer, yes, that's how it works. Whenever you transfer,
Well,
a
they
nation
also
to a
adopted
different
all the
nation.
pagan ritual days and turned them into Christian ones.
Oh, you saying
Exactly,
because
the
I'm
holidays.
saying when you got your Easter eggs, bro, that's a witchcraft
Ishtar.
ritual.
Uh-huh, okay,
Ishtar,
there we go.
rabbits
No,
don't
no, it
lay
is.
eggs. Yup.
It
The
is.
rapture, the tribulation,
All
and the
Saints
millennium
Day
are
is
all
All Hallows
over. You're living in
You
Satan's
know what I
little
mean?
They
season.
converted
History
it
is
to
a
a
lie.
You
how do
can't
you say the word
convert the pagan
monotheism?
holiday by observing it. That's
You
retarded.
don't think Easter is about Jesus Christ?
That's like worshiping Moloch
think the
to fucking take it
Passover is.
over.
I think
That's
you're making a
retarded.
lot of
You
assumptions
guys
based
are
off your
retarded.
previous.
You have horns on your head with your stupid icon too, by the way. Because you're
Yeah, I know.
retarded.
Does that mean I'm a part of the Illuminati?
No, it just means you're retarded.
I believe the Passover is about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I do not believe
Passover
that Easter is. I
is
believe Easter
April
is celebration of
Well, you don't need to paint eggs like a witch's spell, because that's what witches do. They paint eggs in blood for spells. Okay?
Okay,
Then you
ease
got
up on the
Satan
guy, man.
Claus
And
from
then
Christmas
It's not his
Saturday,
fault.
you gotta
with
think
Jesus.
about this stuff, man.
You hang up
Well, yeah,
trees in
I
your
already know
house.
what you guys all believe.
Which
Ease
is
up on the
literally
guy.
against the
In
Bible.
Ease
It
up.
says it in the Bible not to
Ease up.
decorate
Ease
your
up.
house.
Ease up on the guy.
You
Shut
know
the
what I'm
fuck
saying?
up.
You decorate the fucking trees with
It's all
tinsel.
pagan because they had similar traditions.
Are you
That
an
means it's
Orthodox
equivalent.
Christian that
Word
worships
concept
fucking
fallacy. Word
idols?
concept fallacy.
Do
Word
you have
concept
idols in your house that you pray to?
Are you talking about icons?
No, idols.
Do we
Don't change the
worship
fucking
them?
name. It's an idol and you worship it.
Oh,
right?
okay. Or do
Yeah.
you worship
Just because
idols?
you call an idol an
Or
icon
do
doesn't
you-
make it an idol. It doesn't
Or
make it
you
not an
use
idol.
it? So you're deny? Do you deny the Eucharist?
I deny idolatry.
Do you deny the Eucharist?
Correct.
You do deny the Eucharist.
Yeah,
the body
I
and blood
deny
of
all
Christ. You deny
idolatry.
the body and blood of
I
Christ.
don't need any of your
So
idolatry.
you're not actually a practicing Christian. You
Well,
just
you
want
could ask God about that when you meet him.
is being a Christian experiential or is it completely random
You'll
scholastic?
find out.
You'll find out. Good argument, dude.
It's not an argument.
I know it's not.
It's me
Exactly.
communicating to you directly as a
Fucking
man.
blabbing your mouth off.
No, I'm
You're
telling
not
you.
justifying a single thing, and you
I'm
think
telling you that
you
the
think
fucking
you know.
the fucking blood
You-
ritual with the
egotistical
bread.
buddy.
that you
Isn't
call
that
the
not
Eucharist
ego?
comes from Mithraism, but you don't know that because you
Oh,
didn't
okay,
do the
yeah,
research.
because it is because there's something
was brought
similar
to you
in
in part by
other
Paul.
religion. Yeah, I know. So how
Yeah,
far
do
does
your
it go back?
research. The
How
Last
far does
Supper
it go
was
back, buddy?
introduced by Paul.
How far does it go back? So there's not really Christianity. You're not
Look
actually
into
Christian.
it. Look into the
You
blood
deny the divinity
sacrifice.
of Christ.
Was Moses a Christian?
My God. That is was Moses a Christian before Jesus Christ was a
Tie
thing?
it to a
Well,
when you
yeah,
tie a
yeah,
religion
yeah. I'm
to
asking
a
you.
title like that, you're
He believed
limiting
in it. They
yourself.
believed.
Listen, bro. When we could just have
You don't
idols
think
and call
you
them
don't think
icons.
Moses knew who Jesus was? You don't think Moses knew who Jesus was?
Well, Jesus said that he saw him.
So Moses was a Christian, but they just called themselves Israelites back then because
That's
he
not
worshipped
how it works.
Jesus.
Okay,
Yes,
you're
it
trying
is.
to you're literally like trying to go back in time.
Just a
before
word. Christian is just a word that was first used in Antioch. It
Do
was
you deny the divinity of
Even
Christ?
a Christian, it was a derogatory term invented by the
derogatory
Jews.
word.
You want to pick and
They
choose
called
what you like.
you
You're not Christians.
You
Jesus didn't walk around with a Bible. He gave the Sermon on the Mount. Everyone there was saved. You didn't need no apostles' gospel.
So you deny the apostles.
No, I'm telling you, you don't need that.
You don't need that.
No, that's why Jesus didn't tell you the whole gospel in the Sermon on the Mount. What do you think? Those people aren't saved? That only heard his words?
Okay, the Jews
You're
were
saved
saved
through
by
Jesus
All
believing
you need
who
is the teachings of Jesus Christ. Everything
Jesus
else
was.
is
And it's the Bible.
extracurricular.
Who gave you the Bible, my friend?
It's all extracurricular.
Okay, let me tell you about who the two witnesses
The
were
Bible don't even
during.
matter.
You know who the two witnesses were?
Elijah and
66
Enoch.
to 70.
Elijah
No,
and Enoch.
Paul and
Go into
Peter.
particulars all you
Paul
want.
was
Elijah
the
and Enoch.
witness to the Greek.
Deny the true
Greek.
Father and the apostles.
Peter was the witness to the Jews. Paul and
You
Peter,
also got the
the
keys.
two witnesses have already came and gone. Paul was the witness to the Gentiles. Peter was the witness to the Jews. It makes very much good sense because they're called two candlesticks, which are two olive trees. The olive branch. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. That the rapture's over, the millennial's over, we're all living in Satan's little season. You need to study the scriptures a little bit more, go a little bit deeper, and stop listening to all your Orthodox Christian
I just don't know
bullshit
enough.
that you grew up with.
You deny the fathers and the apostles.
Yo,
Okay.
can you do me a favor? Can you read the second commandment
Fathers?
to me?
What fathers?
From whatever
You're not
Bible you
call
want.
anyone your father, but your Father in heaven. There's
Really
only
quick,
one Father.
really quick, Rocky.
There's
Anybody?
one Father.
Hold on,
You
Rocky.
have fathers.
Rocky,
That's very
Rocky,
suspect.
can I ask your silence for 1 minute? Can someone read the second commandment, please? Anyone?
Oh my God.
We're just gonna address this icon thing really
You
quick.
have the lowest fucking TikTok tier arguments. Do you think
I'm
that
just
this was
bringing out the
discussed in
second
icon?
commandment. It's
The
just the
icons
second
are not
commandment, guys. And we
necessarily
sit here and
icons.
So we're gonna listen to Protestants that came thousands of years later.
tell me, what does
after
the
a
second
unified
commandment
church.
say? Can you read
Oh,
it for me?
you're Catholic? Oh my God.
The whole second
Orthodox,
commandment,
which is before Catholic.
real quick. It's important.
What?
Pull it
Okay,
up.
you said you have fathers. You said, Weirdo John, you said that you're supposed to go by the fathers.
You're
right?
supposed to go by both. And then one is not more.
Okay, I'm telling you, the Bible said that Jesus said, call no one your father, but your Father in heaven. So you just broke one of Jesus' commandments.
Do you call your dad?
God! Oh my God! Is
Muslim
that what
argument.
you do every time you say, oh my
Muslim
God?
argument.
That's your answer?
Watch a Muslim debate. This is a Muslim argument.
I'm not a
Are you
Muslim.
ready?
You're making
Are you
Muslim
ready,
arguments to justify
No.
your Gnosticism.
Are you ready? Here we go. Here's the second
Not
commandment. I'm going to
Hold
read it
on,
for
no.
you.
Go ahead.
Are you ready? Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. So would you consider an icon
You're like
any
a
of those
Muslim
things?
and you're not allowed to draw a picture of Jesus Christ.
Is it drawn? Is an icon drawn, or is it a graven image?
Which one?
That is your assumption. How do you determine if it's graven or not?
Do you potentially carve them?
Does that matter?
It actually does. Because that's what it says. I mean, look.
Do you
if
think
you
that's
believe
what
this
they mean by
Bible,
graven?
if you believe this Bible, right, then you have to confront with yourself whether or
you
not
think
you're
that
breaking
it is
that
being-
second
that the
commandment
idols are being
that
worshipped?
you believe in.
Idols are those that you
It
worship.
didn't even say worship. It says do not make any graven image
Graven images
of anything in the heavens.
It doesn't
Are
say
those
just any
things that
image.
you have of images of things in the heavens? Tell me. Is Jesus in the
You have
heavens?
Jesus
Mary? What else do you
screensaver
have?
on your screen?
Are they all of the
Do you
heavens?
pray to that screensaver
No,
whenever
I'm
you have
asking
a
you.
cross?
Do you have the
Do you
things?
wear a cross necklace?
I don't.
No.
Okay.
But
This
at
is
the
a
same time, a
quote
cross
from
is not a
Jesus.
Is it the same
Matthew
thing? Is it the same thing?
23, Matthew 23:9.
Just
Red
saying.
letters.
I know you're just
Jesus.
You're gonna have to address that. Look, you're not
And
arguing
man,
with me. You're not arguing
your
with me.
Father
You have to trust
upon
me.
the earth.
Me.
There's two
I'm
different people
nobody.
talking.
You got to
Where
deal with
one
the
is
man
your
upstairs.
Father,
Well,
That's the
Rocky said
reality.
he's a Christian.
which is in
You're
heaven.
accusing him
If
of
you
being a
think that
Gnostic.
that's a good enough argument for Judgment Day, then go with it. Honestly, go with it.
What works for you? If you feel like everything that you've been taught is correct, and
Look, everything I say, I stand on, not only with me and you, but I'm willing to stand on it on Judgment Day because I believe wholly
And your
what I
ego
believe
will be
because
your
I've
downfall.
studied to show myself approved.
I
So I'm
believe
ready to
God
stand
is-
on it with God.
I
But
believe
are
God
you
is
ready to
came
stand on it?
back to this earth a lot of times. Like I was trying to tell you earlier, John the Baptist, he represented the Christed one prior to Jesus. And then you got to think about, you know what I'm saying? It's the Abrahamic religions. All three are tied together. You can't really prove anyone
Well, y'all
wrong.
have a good one. It's getting pretty late.
Mhm.
And this obviously isn't going anywhere. So
I ain't
about
even
it
been able
tonight.
to speak to him.
When you look at your graven images, just think about that
I ain't
second
even get to
commandment. That's
speak
all
to
I
him.
want you to know. Goblin, hello, welcome.
What's happening?
What's up?
Chilling.
I seen you the first day on the stream where you was talking to a video for an hour. How you doing today? You feeling better?
Yeah.
You're less intoxicated?
Yup. Actually,
Good.
I only had two or three beers today. But yeah,
That's
before that, I was drunk for 2 days.
I could tell you were quite intoxicated.
Yeah. That's the biggest demon I've been battling, man, for about, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years now.
I was about to hop on and tell you to stop throwing up gang signs while you're intoxicated, but they wouldn't let me up to let you know that you were talking to a video.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's content, if nothing else. You already know. The ones
Well,
that are
it might be
astray-
all good.
What's up?
It might be all good. It might not. It depends on who you've pissed off.
I ain't disrespecting nobody, dude.
I don't know. You was throwing up a hell of a lot of gang signs.
Oh, well, that's cool. Good for them people.
Maybe.
I don't gangbang, dude.
I know you wasn't gangbanging. You was set tripping.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? You got to be careful with that shit.
I think I'm doing all right though, man. I'm getting knowledge out there that I know about, like, you know what I'm saying, history, things I learned too. So I sit back and I actually, yeah, when I come over to the Machine Lies, I like to just observe because
I feel you.
It's a lot of knowledge and gems in there if you're actually on that wavelength, if you will, you know.
I observe a lot. That's how I know so much shit.
I don't know. I think that what Rocky's saying, I think there's some validity to it. I feel like this shit has been over and over and over and over again. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's because people don't want to listen. They want to follow doctrine and they don't want to follow truth.
The thing is, the Bible tells you, even at the end of the Bible, it basically tells you that it all starts over.
The Bible tells you not to be a part of a church.
Yeah, I believe that.
It says the body is the temple.
That's what I believe. as well. And especially under the new covenant.
Because if two or more are congregated in my name, you have a congregation. You don't need a building. You don't need to give them money. You don't need to pretend to be good around everybody. People should accept you for who you are. You shouldn't even have to pretend. That's how you know they're not real Christians. They're all pretending to be good. You don't have to pretend to be good. I'll see what you are, no matter what you look like. They judge you on what you look like. You got to put on your Sunday clothes because it's Sunday. It's the day of the sun. Put on your clothes while we worship the sun together. All right.
Judge them by their fruits. And
You got to judge them by their fruits.
Saturn Day is the 7th day of the week as well. Even your
When you grow up in the shit, you learn that a man that looks like a good man in a suit may not be a good man in a suit. And you may also learn that a dirty dude with a beard isn't always a bad guy. Looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, that's the facts.
You might have an angel walking around looking like a bum. You might have a demon walking around looking like $1 million. That's usually how it be anyway.
That's what I've learned in life. And now that they've flipped everything upside down, and look at what they're trying to do with conservative values in this realm now. You know what I mean?
Conservative values.
Look at what they've tied that title to, right?
They're trying to take conservatism to the extreme.
It's just it's astounding that the world is completely backwards right now.
They push you as far left as the pendulum would go, hoping that you swing as far right as it can possibly swing. There's no such thing as common sense. They want you polarized to either extreme. They don't want anyone in the middle. And that's where the truth is. It's in the middle. Either polarity of any extreme is going to be bad. You can't be an extreme tyrant. You can't be extremely lax. There has to be some type of fucking balance. That's the world. The world is supposed to be a balance. They're trying to cause imbalance. It's very simple. Too much control is bad. Not enough control is bad. You see? You don't want the cops fucking with you for everything you do, but you also don't want fucking your whole fucking neighborhood running amok with fucking crime and violence. So you got to pick. You got to pick a fucking poison. The problem is it's never been done correctly. The way we made cops is wrong.
Well, the whole thing about the lesser of two evils, that concept or whatever, but
the reality is there may not be
that the issue really is there's an identity crisis.
There may not be a right way to do it
because
in the physical.
Over
I don't know.
the world has been completely confused, diluted, regurgitated, entitled all this bullshit.
We've been programmed. It's mind control.
Yeah, I hear you. Neuro-linguistic, bro. I hear you, bro.
They got us early when we was waking up in the morning watching Pokemon before going to school. Okay, they got us with all of that shit. Everything was a program. We just didn't understand the program. Okay.
This has probably been since the beginning. I mean, even if
they got your mom when you went to school. All right, you went to school. They put Oprah on the fucking TV and they brainwashed your mom while you was at school. Then when you got back, your mom was tripping on some crazy shit because she'd been watching crazy ass Oprah all day, witchcrafting the fuck out. You know what I mean?
It's very fascinating to see it from that perspective, man. I appreciate that.
I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Your
Facts,
dad goes out. He's trying to provide for the fucking family, right? And they're fucking with your dad too with the economy and this and that. So now everybody's just being fucking, you know what I mean? Basically mind controlled. Fucking when your dad comes home, he kicks back. He throws on the TV to relax. He gets mind controlled. It's just a nonstop fucking mind control system that's just been running amok. You know what I mean? The intelligent ones over us, they get told that they're special and they get indoctrinated into Satanism. You know what I'm saying? They get told they got secret knowledge, but they're too dumb in their intelligence to see it. You know what I mean? Those who see through the matrix get labeled as criminals and put in a box and beat down and fucking...
Oh, don't forget the crazy card. Don't forget
You know what I'm saying? Oh, if you fucking really see through the matrix, they'll label you as crazy and then fucking, you know, bring you into a psych ward where they could, you know what I mean, basically brainwash you and dumb you down with all kinds of toxic chemicals, you know what I mean, possibly even satanically, ritualistically abuse you. I don't know. That's the world you live in.
Dark City shit, I hear you.
You know what I mean? They tell your parents that they're going to put them in fucking jail if they don't send you to the indoctrination program. You know what I mean? You got to go to the
Yeah,
indoctrination
I was like
program where they
muted for like half an hour. Didn't even know it.
where they feed you hormone disrupting chemicals in their fucking pseudo GMO modified fucking haram ass food. All right. You know what I'm saying? While the teacher fucking yells at you for not knowing shit that you didn't even learn yet. You know what I mean? That they're never going to teach you because it might actually be a real life skill. And they just want to force feed you garbage and nonsense. So you understand how to fucking read the books that they're going to use to further indoctrinate
that
you
shit 100 though.
when you get to fucking, you know what I'm saying, the university level, in which they're going to try to persuade you, you know what I mean, through some kind of crazy force to join one of the occult fraternity organizations or become some type of other cog in the machine that is going to work against humanity. And they're going to explain to you how this is actually the right thing to do, even though it's wrong in your heart. And then once you've fucking been completely demoralized, dehumanized, and indoctrinated into one of these establishments, you know what I'm saying? Then they're done with you, and you can become a cog in the machine. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Doing your GMO,
That's a lot to take in.
glyphosate-infested cornflakes in the morning.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot to absorb.
They sell you a vision of the American dream because you have to be fucking asleep to really appreciate it. Okay? After they've finished the indoctrination program, you come out with zero fucking life skills, a mind that's up your asshole, and a debt that you could never pay off.
And they always try to tie you to the material world.
You're encouraged to go out there and meet somebody and have a fucking marriage, but not have children,
And
because
buy
that
and
would be bad for
quote-unquote
the
own
corporate
everything
machine.
Yeah.
Because if you had children, then you might need to take some time off to spend time with your family. So we're going to need you to not have a family for the planet and shit, because, you know, carbon fucking imprints and carbon footprints, people are just shitting too much. And basically, we just can't have too many of y'all. You know what I mean? So we're going to need you to be selfish and basically work for the corporate slave master and put all your money into our system and leave nothing behind. But you don't need to, because you have no offspring.
That's the consumption. Consumers being consumed by their own consumption.
Now, if you somehow reach a higher level of the echelon to earn the privilege to have a child, right? You're still going to work for the corporate matrix, and you're not going to have any life skills to pass down. So you'll have to basically have a bunch of money to send them to a school in hopes that they could obtain the same fucking enslavement protocols that you've obtained. You know what I'm saying? In order to carry through with their trust fund.
Just look at exactly what they do to us as soon as we're born into this realm. That right there is just insanity to me.
Bro, you're born into this realm.
I'm saying what they do,
You know what I'm saying?
as soon as you're born, like what the doctors do to you.
You have a
that right
couple of
there is
years.
crazy.
You have a couple of years in the system, you know, protocol. You get a couple years and then that's it. You start indoctrination at like age what, 6? 4? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they say, but you know, they encourage preschooling and all this, that, and the third. But what I was
4
getting
years
to
old.
is they draw your blood, hit the sole of your feet, your prints, you know what I mean? And you already know what they do, what the doctors do as soon as you're born into this realm. It's that's insanity. My mind will never be able to wrap around that.
We are cargo. We are
Yeah.
cargo that is received at the dock by the doctor,
Yeah.
birthed through the birth canal of the water.
Yeah, the manufactured man. I hear you.
You know what I mean? Your mother is a vessel that delivered you to the dock. You know what I mean? You were dead on arrival. They stamped your feet. You were pronounced missing.
Lost at sea.
Afloat at sea. They don't know where you are. They don't control you. You're a citizenship afloat on sea. All right.
Yeah, and then the identity that's created for you, they turn around and use that as you know what I'm saying, like payment for world debt type shit. It's crazy.
Look, I can't fully wrap my head around the lyrical English right now, but I'm getting there. You know what I'm saying? They're controlling us with the currency. It's the current of energy flowing through the people. You got electors, you know what I mean? It's electricity in the election, and you get votes, but you really get volts. You cast your votes, bro, get elected. You know what I mean? It's all fucked up, and that's how they set it up. They set it up all crazy. And if you even talk about it, it sounds crazy. It's perfect. It's the perfect cover.
Yeah, that's something else. That's how they get away with the whole admiralty thing, and they really do treat us like we're inside an ocean.
They made it sound crazy because it's dumb easy to understand once you understand it, but it sounds dumb. So most people won't understand it because they reject it. Sounds dumb. That sounds crazy. Who told you it sounds crazy? Oh, the people who told me what sounds not like crazy. Oh, the same people who invented the system that sounds crazy?
And now basically like almost everyone on the planet they're being consumed by some sort of fucking pharmakia and shit like that on top of it.
They tell you we live on a planet, right? You take the T, like NASA, T minus, right? We live on a plane. You add the T to NASA, you rearrange the letters, you get Satan. You know what I'm saying? That's where the T goes. When you take the T off of planet.
That's a good catch there. I never caught that though.
T minus, right? They say T minus, and you take the T off the planet. You have a plane. You live on a plane. It's flat. And you take that T, where does it go? It goes to the NASA. You rearrange the letters. You have Satan with that extra T. You know what I mean? Oh, NASA also means to deceive in Hebrew, Nasha. You know what I mean?
That's nasty.
That's nasty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just like the womb in Hebrew is matrix or portal.
Yeah. That which openeth the matrix, the womb, the portal, the egg. You know what I mean? That's what Mithraism is all about with the two pillars. They open in the matrix, the cosmic egg, you know, the portal. That's what it's all about. They want to open the portal so their God can walk through from the lower dimension that they've been imprisoned. It's real simple to understand. Most people just ignore it.
I hear you. What you got back there, TMO?
This is a video I made about fucking technology and shit. I'll play this shit.
For the latter, people spoke of a sociology of the machine or of technology. However, a new concept was already emerging. On the one hand, technology could apparently be defined very broadly in terms of what had implicitly been its overriding feature since its origins, efficiency. People could now say that technology was the ensemble of the absolutely most efficient means at a given moment. This allowed unhooking technology from the machine. For there were so many other technologies than those coupled to machines, for instance, sport technologies. Moreover, this definition had a great advantage. It reminded us that technology was made up of means, but that we could focus only on those regarded as the most efficient at any moment, because that was the very criterion of choice and progress in the technologies. In other words, wherever there is research and application of new means as a criterion of efficiency, one can say that there is a technology. The latter is not defined by the instruments used or by some area of action, clothing, transportation, etc. There are perfectly abstract technologies, for example, speed reading. Yet the same word was employed to designate the parcellary, mechanical technologies and technology in that latter sense. 37. Lionel Robbins, for example, the sociological imagination, p. 80, rightly says, it is not an exaggeration to say that, at the present days, one of the main dangers of civilization arises from the inability of minds trained in the natural sciences to perceive the difference between the economic and the technical. 38. So long as we fail to study the technological phenomenon beyond its economic implications and the problems of the economic system and class struggle, we are doomed to ignorance of contemporary society, and hence, impotence for any revolutionary action. 39. Economic progress and technization are not synonymous. Technization does not have an economic aspect from the very outset. Today, if there really is a potential and debated kinship between technological and economic growth, there is no kinship whatsoever between technological growth and economic development, as we shall see. 40. There is a world of difference between the laboratory discovery of a technology and its universal application. 41. It is not the dangers in the growth of those technologies that frighten me, but rather the childishness of the authors who believe that these technologies are already here and that tomorrow's world is today's laboratory. To speak of machine that lives and thinks, or even reproduces itself is infantile anthropocentrism, von Neumann. 42. New Age thinking and technology, Carl Reich. Technology itself produces consciousness, which is that of man as a free and spiritual adult. Hippies everywhere. It suffices if the system of values changes, if psychological behavior is transformed, if the way of life is transformed, and poof, technology has no more power. The triumph of long hair and bell-bottoms, proclaims Reich, guarantees our mastership of technology, for the choice of a lifestyle is an act of transcendence of the machine, an act of independence, a declaration of independence. We are entering a new age of man.
So basically, technology prevents hippieism.
No, he's saying it causes it.
Oh, okay.
On the contrary, yeah, he's saying that the attempt to transcend the machine is like sort of allowed in a sort of playful rebellion, and that's what he's saying. He's saying actually countercultural modes are a form of intellectual, like urban sprawl, where like just in cities they create pockets of countercultural niches. That's going to happen on a global scale because because we're living in a global technological world. So it's like we're living in a global, to borrow a term from McLuhan, he uses the term global village.
That yep. Oh, are those the bio tattoos, the biosensor tattoos or whatever?
Yeah, biosensor tattoos. That's right. Yeah. Bacteria meshed tattoos developed by MIT to censor diseases and shit that they're going to implant in people. And they got a dude having implantable chips that he uses for his banking card as a replacement for his banking card. And they also got ladies putting chips inside of their nails under their nails to pay for shit.
There's a lady that's got magnets in her body and all kinds of crazy implants that like she could scan them with her phone, and she has her wedding video on one. You know what I mean? Like all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how the AI is teaching us how to hate AI. It's like that voice.
What if it's not
Robotic
AI?
voice.
What if it's just I, right?
The robotic voice that's freaking me out.
Yo, what if it's just intelligence though? Like what if they figured out a way, right, to connect the spirit world to the internet somehow? And now people are just communicating with, demons, and they think it's AI.
Because these people, these occultists have been communicating with demons for a long time, right? But they've been doing it through ritual magic and all this different shit. What if they figured out a way, like through D-Wave computing, where the creators of it even say, we don't know how this works. It's tapping into another dimension. We send information out there and it comes back solved, right? Where the creators of the D-Wave computer tell you it's like being in front of an altar to a fucking god. This is what they tell you. Okay? They said the fucking machine has like a heartbeat. And so if we do have machines that are tapping into another reality and we have shit coming back solved, how the fuck is that happening? Number one. And number two, yes, it's highly possible that that other reality is the demonic realm that they're tapping into.
And
it's
who's to
highly
say
possible.
that things like what's in that video right there that it was just showing are not the bodies for the disembodied spirits?
So now
I did some
That's what I'm
research
saying.
on Nikola Tesla. Do you know that he communicated with a spirit, a dove that came down?
Yeah.
So it started way back with Nikola Tesla,
but
copper wire and all that, and he got his inventions through auto writing.
Here's the
A
thing, bro,
spirit
right?
takes over auto writing.
Earlier, I was saying how the devil wants to basically connect everybody with this technology biologically. What is going to happen when we start having AI demons connecting to people's bodies, inhabiting them? Is that not total possession takeover of the bodies?
Hey, TMO.
Yeah, he wants to be omnipotent like God. He wants to.
You get what I'm saying? You see where this is all going?
Hey, let me share this with you though. The Bible does say that the dead will rise first. Okay,
See where this is all
wanna
going?
point that out. Okay, and I think that those robots are probably
It
This
says
body
they will be forced to take the mark of the beast and they will worship the beast. No one's going to willingly worship the beast. They're going to do it because they're under mind control. You understand? What is it to worship? To worship, to worship. Are you worshiping for God or are you worshiping for the beast? You understand?
Yeah.
Well, it could still be that the rapture already happened. It could be already over because Satan uses patterns. He's doing a pattern thing. Like he does it over and over again. Like, you know, that Rome had a chit that you couldn't buy or sell unless you had this chit piece of paper. It was called a chit that in order to try to get rid of the Christians, they made it so you had to have a chit to buy or sell. So that could have been already over with too. You know,
So
now it's just more modern. It's more modern.
to me, it seems like they're really one of the main focuses I'm picking up on is they're just fucking with water a lot. In the atmosphere, in the air, there's water. Bodies, water. There's water.
Well, 5 gigahertz causes the fucking oxygen molecule or the water molecule to rotate on its axis.
Interesting.
You've been listening to that.
And also with the laws, though, the laws being about water, I just think that, and like what,
bro, Jesus told you, bro.
Rabbit was saying,
water, bro. You know what I mean?
It's a
yeah, I'm just saying like people
Well,
say
water,
HH means 88, or like I'm just saying H2,
It's all
H2O something.
water. It's all water. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Baptized in the water. You know what I mean?
It is a little. It's definitely
In the-
that would be the system in which I
Wow.
would want to control
In the
if I wanted to
beginning,
control everybody.
Spirit moved upon the face of the water. You feel me? The water was the beginning, man. We're made out of mostly water and carbon.
And yeah,
Carbon is that.
and the frequency of that water or the structure of that water.
Carbon is that Saturn, that blackness, that black cube, that black goo.
I think water is like one of the only things that can what's it called? Like where they can go to different states of matter. Like it can go through the most states of like gas, liquid, solid.
It also has another state, where it's like in a gel state, but that's a whole nother story.
That's like blood.
Yeah, the
So water
Trinity.
in the gel state becomes plasma.
I'm just saying, if I wanted to fuck with the entire world, like I would probably settle on starting with water or something.
Life is
Like,
in the blood. Life is in the water. You got to be baptized in living water, is what it says. Okay.
blood may be a interesting form of water that we don't understand yet, or I don't understand it at least.
It is the carrier of life force through the body.
Jesus said he was the living water.
It's iron. The blood is iron.
Jesus said he was the living water.
Yeah, I mean, just because Jesus said he's the living water doesn't mean that all water is solely Jesus. You know what I mean? Like,
I think though water may be the fastest way to actually transmit a message somehow.
it's like we are water, Jesus is water. Like, yeah, it's all water. It's all water, bro.
Be like water, you know.
No plants. We have no food. We have nothing without water. Cannot live for more than 3 days without water. 30 days
Yeah,
without food.
You don't want to put too much emphasis on
3
water.
minutes without air.
Water's not going to save you.
What I'm saying is that the more I learn about water, the more I learn I didn't know about water and the structuring of the water. And I just thought since the laws had to do with water.
I mean, yeah, we can't be ignorant and be like, water is not important. Like, you're going to need to drink some in about 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
You guys ever heard of Victor Schauberger?
Yeah, Victor Schauberger was the fluid dynamics science vortex mathematics on water. Schauberger, he invented all different kinds of like bent copper pipes that mirrored the natural vortexes found in nature. And he would also like redirect rivers by placing stones in certain areas, and he would fix the problems with erosion. I'm actually studying Victor Schauberger's work for some of the work that I do with with water.
Right. Like I think because he mimicked it with the stones in like the middle of a river, and then if you got these stones right, they would make a centripetal force, and you'd actually get more water and less erosion.
It's a vortex that he's creating. That's what it like. He bends copper pipes so that it creates a vortex when the water flows through it, and so you don't have the whole pipe filled with water. You have the water crashing around the pipe, and it creates like an inertia. And it also creates like a vacuum for the air to go through the pipe back up through it, so you don't have suction locks. People use his pipes to revitalize water. It actually changes like the properties of the water and is more conducive to plant growth. And it promotes the reduction of like algae growth in lakes. So there's people that have like machines that run their water through Victor Schauberger type pipes and then spray it back out. Like big.
Did you hear about that anomaly? April 8th, when they turned on CERN, that there's a big something came out of the Arctic Circle in the under the ocean, and it
I saw it. It caused mad waves and shit, and there was a dark anomaly that came out of the Arctic Circle. I'm not gonna lie, yo. Ever since the eclipse, I have felt like a negativity was lifted from like the world. Since that, like, that's why I was explaining, like, I feel like there was a timeline shift or something. But now that I've heard about that, it's possible that there was some kind of dark entity that left the earth recently for whatever reason.
I don't know, something.
It may be back, but you know what I mean? Like, if that dark entity was here, what was that entity? and it was huge, dude. That thing was huge. It was like the waves were hitting fucking continents all over the place. This thing was like a continent. That was the size of whatever this thing was. Right? Am I
Yeah,
crazy?
well, some people think CERN opened a portal, let something out.
Well, what was it? And where is it?
We don't know what it is. Some people, they think it's like,
It was massive.
yeah, maybe like
Where'd it go?
Leviathan or the Kraken. The Kraken.
Yeah, but where is it now? You know what I mean? We saw it on the radar. Where'd it go? You know what I mean?
They turned it off. It went up north. It looked like it went up north.
I think it left the.
And then
the
if you watch the same time frame when that was out, it's not there no more. Like they hit it. It's like you can't find
hide
it
it forever, bro.
unless you recorded it.
You can't hide it forever, is what I'm saying. You can't how can they hide the anomaly forever? Someone's gonna do it. Was humongous.
People are waking up to something. Something is going on, and everybody knows that we're in some kind of.
We're in a prison.
Evil time. We're in evil times.
We're in a matrix. We're in a prison, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this is what it is.
We're in a test, and we got to get out of the matrix as a test.
Jesus came here to exodus people out the matrix, bro. That's what it's all about. It's an exodus
Through the
from
water. You have to go through the water.
You know what I mean? The water's above. You got to go through them.
The water separated, and Moses went through the water. Yeah.
So what do you get? You guys think water has memory? I think it might.
I don't know, but yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say.
It does, bro. That's the whole idea behind like holy water and all that shit. It really does have memory. Like part of what CERN's trying to do is rip apart the fabric of reality, and they're noticing there's data in between particles. There's just data. And they thought it was random data, but it's not. It's real data. And they noticed that if they alter that data stream, right, it causes Mandela effects. And that's just the data in between particles. So we're talking like water has so much fucking data in it. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because it's so many particles in what? Like a splash of water has tons of particles. You'd think it's all just inert. In between those particles is all data. It's not even just random data.
Interesting.
And if they break one of those atoms apart, they get tons of fucking data. By editing just a little bit of that data, they cause massive Mandela effects in the world. In just one particle of our reality, editing that. That's what CERN is trying to do. They're trying to open it up so they could edit the string of the in between the particles. That's what they're doing.
Like TDS meters, like telling you the total dissolved solids in your water.
Right. That's exactly what's going on. They're editing the ether. It's the fifth element that you're not told about. You got fire, air, water, earth, and ether. That's why you got a pentagram with all witches are involved. That's what the fifth element is, bro.
Well, once everything's tokenized, I mean, I would think it's a wrap at that point. They're trying to tokenize everything. Our breathing, our carbon footprint, whatever the case may be.
I suppose. You know, I mean, they're going to try to black goo everything and try to get everything wrapped up in a further matrix. They want to take the matrix and they want to implant a matrix between the fabric. The black goo matrix. And Satan wants to reside in that matrix, in the in-between. You know what I mean? Like Venom. You ever seen Spider-Man and Venom? Venom goes into the dude's body and becomes the dude's body. Venom exists between the fabric of the man's, atoms. It's nanotechnology. That's what it's all about. They're spraying it on us right now. They've been doing it. They're shooting it in people. They're spraying it on us. It's in the food.
I don't know, man. When I think of the black goo, I think of like what the inside of a battery looks like and shit like that, you know. But I get the concept with what you were just pointing out with
Look
minerals.
into graphene oxide nanoscale. You'll see what I'm talking about.
What you got here, CML?
It's
That's
just
all
random.
That's all
stock
forbidden
footage.
technical.
This looks like New York City, bro.
Right.
I can
It's like-
tell by the instant shittiness.
Or Chicago. It's either one of the
Philadelphia.
Because
That looks
Chicago has those like,
That looks like New York, though, bro.
yeah, maybe New York.
It's got the right kind of scaffolding and the taxis and the fucking, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
why I
got-
thought it was Chicago because of the scaffolding shit.
It's got the right shit. That looks like the Lower East Side, honestly.
Yeah, but it's like you know, like one of the things that Alul said was that all forms of magic are primitive technique, and then you go to Arthur C. Clarke where he's talking about, you know, how, you know, any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Right.
And of course there's also the work God and Golem by Norbert Weiner, who actually came out with cybernetics. I mean, he wrote a whole book on the golem, on summoning a golem. You
Right.
know, so you know, like, and in the book he specifically talks about Simon Magus, who's mentioned in Acts of the Apostles, where Peter does this whole magical battle with them. You
Yeah.
know, so
Yeah, no,
yeah, these are
that is a thing. There's a thing with Simon Magus. You know what I mean? That's where like Magus comes from, like magician. That's what it means. It's from Magi. Manly P. Hall claimed himself to be a magus. You know what I mean? Like that was his title. You know what I mean? It's where a lot of the Gnostics actually got the idea that they could do magic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's like,
that's what one of the saints said, that I think it was Saint Irenaeus. He said Simon Magus was the fountainhead of all heresies, meaning that he actually invented Gnosticism. That was
Yeah.
a claim that he made.
yeah. That's what it is. It's like the stem of it. And then you get into like the Gospel of Marcion and shit. You know what I mean? You can start getting into the Gnostic texts, and then it starts getting into like Kundalini and fucking, you know what I mean, Eastern shit.
Yeah, the Nag Hammadi.
Yeah. And so then, like, it's like they took it full circle back to Luciferianism. They were like, skirt.
But the thing is, if you think about it, man, it's very interesting the way that it's worded, because it mentions the Yahweh, right? And then it mentions the Elohim. So you have the one, the man, you know what I'm saying? That the Father, and then you have the sons of God. And like when you start looking at it, how we're created in its image, you know what I'm saying? Let us make
So
man in our image.
the Elohim is not the sons of God.
You could say they're the fallen ones. You could say, you know what I'm saying?
Well, the
But at the
Elohim
end of
is
the day,
referred to
there's-
as gods.
What?
Elohim means gods.
Yeah,
That's it.
lowercase.
Multiple gods, mighty ones.
Yeah.
The
And then-
Elohim was mighty ones. Let us make man in our image.
Yes, and then you have the Yahweh. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Elohim is plural.
I
forever.
understand that. Let us
Father, Son,
let us
Holy
make man in
Spirit.
our image. I understand that, but then also the Yahweh, we're made in His image.
So the
You
thing
see what I'm
is, with
saying? So,
with Elohim, for example, right? It's saying gods, right? Mighty ones, right? And so it's not specific as to how many that is, right? But some speculate that that's God and Jesus in the beginning creating, like co-creating.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like, because in Revelation, it tells you that Jesus sits at the right hand of the Father as a master workman, right? Which means that Jesus was involved in the creation process. That's how he can say stuff like, through all things were created by me and for me, right? It doesn't mean that,
he was a builder, you know.
right, but it doesn't mean that Jesus was God. What it means is that God created Jesus, was his son, his offspring, and through him and with him created all things for him. You know what I mean?
Well, I gotta go. See you later.
And that would be in the beginning.
Yeah, have a blessed night, Rocky. Yeah, thank you so much for joining. Peace.
Bye.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only understanding I can draw out of those portions of the book when it says in the beginning was the Word and the Word was with him, right?
Yeah, the word universe, one word. I hear you. And from my walk in life, what I've come to the conclusion is after all types of information studying and that I retain, it always just takes me right back to the books, man. So, I mean, that's my journey, I guess.
Yeah, you can't you can't at all deny that the Bible contains some of the most raw truths about the existence and reality we live in. It's one of the foundations of like human existence and experience. But there's also other books that contain a lot of valid information as well, and we can't just focus on only one book. Kind of have to be able to discern truth from lies, good from bad, and you have to kind of just experience all things in order to have a rounded understanding of what's going on. You know what I mean? If you polarize yourself into any one book or understanding,
Well,
you
that's
miss
the
out
thing.
on everything else.
And especially if you do decide to take the religion route, I mean, you can't dismiss the other ones. Those three religions are tied directly together. You know what I mean? And then you have the other, Buddhism, Hinduism, things of that matter. You know what I mean? I think there's facts in all of them.
Like, at the end of the day, what was really the point of all of it? It was so that we could understand what God is. That's what all of this is really about. Like, literally, all of our experience is about coming to conscious understanding of what God is and why God is that way. I mean, that's basically it.
I hear you. What you got here, bro? It's your panel and you ain't even talking. Walk away again.
Yo, a wise man listens and a fool speaks. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts.
Yeah, I mean, I just try to put in that like shit at the beginning of the show, and then just try to run the panel how it goes, because I notice if I try to interact too much sometimes, then people start, because like everybody just like stops talking if I talk, so I don't really like that, you put on the, because I like to hear what people think, but yeah, blessings to everyone, but yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of the books, yeah, I mean, I found great strength in reading all of the books and studying the books of the Bible. And, obviously I've written extensively on the subjects. And I've read a lot of secondary sources too, enough to know that, you know, all the experts or, you know, everyone that comes out with anything, you know, is based on a predisposed assumption, you know, like even the, you know, historical, you know, criticism, you know, you read some of the people who say like Paul is Simon Magus and some of those German scholars and shit. And, you know, they come to these radical conclusions. You know, we're talking about, you know, Albert Schweitzer and shit. And you know, you come down and look at them, and you know, they're really coming at it from a perennial and a Gnostic kind of perspective, where they are merging. Like, for example, like you know, like Albert Schweitzer wrote a book about Paul and mysticism, where he compares Paul to the Buddha, you know, and to Hegel. So that really lets us know where they're coming from. You know, some of these Bible theorists were young Hegelians, you know, in the League of the Just with Karl Marx, his Masonic organization, you know, and Karl Marx writing the satanic poetry and you know, all that type of shit, where it's like, you know, people really investigate where these ideologies actually came from, you know, and why they wanted to kind of cut some of this shit out and you know, expose people to some of this shit.
Who is that dude, bro? What was his fucking name, bro? He was like a fucking black magician that took over like the Russian Tsar with like
Rasputin.
Yeah, Rasputin, bro. That
Yeah.
people said he was.
People
the
were telling me I
devil.
look like him yesterday.
Yo, people called that dude the devil. Somebody like shot him a bunch of times and like he didn't die.
Yeah, they shot him with a shotgun. Yeah.
And like, yo, they threw him in the water and shit. Like, and he came back to
He
life.
wanted to have sex with him, and he shot him because he wouldn't have sex with him. Yeah.
That's crazy as hell.
Yeah, and they made a clay model of his penis and shit. The fucking Tsar Nicholas was like a total occultist. You know, he was practicing black magic and shit. You know, like this is the shit that they claim that the Orthodox Church under the monarchs, you know, was on some, you know, pure shit. But when they got taken over by communists and they got taken over by Stalin, you know, like the whole time the Orthodox Church was on some like weird shit for like 200 years. You know, so I mean, Tsar Nicholas was you know, he was in line with the occult. You know, that was a whole battle they were having. You know, it's like, you know, the Bolsheviks versus you know, Tsar Nicholas is like two sides of the occult having a battle. You know what I mean?
Word. I mean, they did all kinds of crazy shit, but you had Rasputin, bro, taking over Russia. There's just a lot of crazy ass shit, bro, in history. Yo, what about what the fuck was it, bro? I read a book about the assassins, and there was a dude that created a fake paradise. You ever heard about that shit, bro?
Yeah, Hassan Saba.
Yeah, bro, and he was straight like
he was
MK
an Aga Khan of the Ismaili sect.
He was basically the founding father of MK Ultra. All right.
Right.
Like, yo, he literally created the first like straight up like mind control agents that were out here thinking that they weren't even real. They were like, yo, I'm not. They were like, I'm not even in reality, bro. I'm invincible.
He had a dude. Yeah, he had a dude that was that he you know, he would trick people to say that he was gonna kill them and bring them back to life, and he would trick people that he could do this by making a guy that he already convinced hide the rest of his body under a floor and make it look like the dude cut off his head and then brung him back to life, and then he'd really cut off his head to show him like he controls his life.
Right.
So he would trick the dude while tricking everybody else. This shit was crazy. Like, you know what I mean?
It was quite crazy. There was all kinds of stuff, bro. He would drug dudes and like wake them up, bro, in a false paradise where he had like rivers of like honey and shit and like mad like the most beautiful like hookers in the whole area, bro. And he would just like, bro, he was like, yeah, bro, this is paradise. We're in heaven right now. He's like, all right, I'm gonna have to send you back to the earth and you gotta kill these guys, bro, and then you come back here, right? And they're like, okay. And then he drugs them again, bro, and sends them back out there on a mission. But this guy actually had this paradise in the earth, which just, you know what I mean, makes it even more fucked up. You know what I mean? That this guy created his own literal heaven in earth.
Who did this?
He was like the leader of like the assassins. It's basically like what Assassin's Creed is based on.
Oh.
And that shit was like the foundation of like all the secret societies and brotherhoods, and like, I mean, I don't know if it was the origin, but it was one of the foundations. Like the Templars was a foundation.
Indeed, it is. Yeah.
The
It's
assassins was
it's a form of Shia Islam.
Yeah.
That they call from a sect that's called Brethren of Purity. You know, so if you look it up, I'll show you guys right now. I'm sharing the screen out here.
They were an Islamic sect, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
That's where
Yeah,
the term assassin comes from. Hashash
right here.
It was on hash.
Yeah, a secret society of Muslim philosophers.
They were assassins, bro. They were on hashish, and that's where the name assassin came from. They were hash, you know what I mean? Hash murderers. Or hash assassins, or whatever, you know what I mean? They took hash, bro, and they killed people.
Yeah, look at this. The ranks. The brethren loosely divided themselves into 4 ranks by age. The first was the craftsman. That sound familiar?
Yeah.
One was political. The second one was the political leaders. The third one was the kings.
We was kings.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because in the order of shit, right? Like the actual rulers are hidden, you know, so the king isn't even the ruler, you know, he's actually just a puppet, and then there's a hidden ruler behind him.
Bro, they was the first kings.
Yeah, the hidden imam shit. And then they you know, sometimes because the Templars were against the caliphate, but they were also against the other Christians who lived in the area, you know. So so it was interesting because these Templars, when they went, they would kill a bunch of Jews and Christians, and then they would link up with people who were also against the caliphate in the area, like the Brethren of Sincerity and the you know, the Hashashin of Hassan Saba, which they were given that name because they thought they used like weed and shit, but historically that seemed like it might not be true. But yeah.
Well, it was that he was using hash to drug them to get them to the paradise, you know what I'm saying? And then he would use the hash again to knock them out, and then bring them back to like regular reality. You know what I'm saying? That was the practice. It was
but
like,
they do that, you know, within Shiism, you know, there's a sect called Ismailism, you know, and within the Ismaili, you know, Shias, because they're 2 different sects, depending on, you know, who you follow. So, you know, half of them are the 12er sect. That's a type that took over in Iran. You know, Iran is a 12er Shias, whereas the Ismailis are a sect that's different from the 12er sect. So they're against the 12ers, and they're ruled by.
What's the difference between the 2 sects, yo?
It's the descendant of one imam that they follow. It's 2 different descendants that fought each other because they believe in blood descendants, you know.
Yeah, I
Shias,
follow
yeah.
what you're saying. I subscribe to that. It's similar to like the Jacob and Esau scenario.
Oh yeah. It's like how the Jews think like genetics should rule. Like they feel that way too. They just think it's the descendants of the prophet's family.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So yeah. They believe they preserve that today, and then they got the 12ers believe the imam is hidden. You know, and then the these Ismailis, they believe in the hidden imam too, but they got the ruler out front, and then they got the hidden imam. You know, nobody really knows where he is. You know, like Aladdin, that's a story from the Ismailis, like Ali Baba and the 40 Nights and shit. You know, like you want to know, like why is Walt Disney making a story where like Robin Williams is a djinn and the djinn is supposed to be your friend and shit? You know what I mean? Like what?
Are you like, yo, is Islam divided over interpretation of the Quran, or like, I don't understand, because it's like the Quran's pretty straightforward. It's not like
No, both of them follow the Quran. This is more a political rule, you know, like who should rule in terms of the caliphate. So this is more about how you apply Sharia law than the
Yeah, I guess
Quran.
it's like
they don't really disagree over the Quran. You know what I mean?
they're
Like,
trying
they
to
both-
figure out who has the authority.
Exactly, because you're supposed to have a caliphate and a ruler, because that's how the prophet did things. So so Sunnis are just like, well, the imam chooses his successor, right? And they believe that the prophet appointed an imam that was not in his family, and the Shias disagree with that. So really, it's just over who should be the king, you know. But they all believe that there should be a king.
Yo, who is
And it's
who is
lineage.
the king
I
first?
hear you. Similar to like,
You know what I mean?
Judaism.
Who is the king first?
That's
Right?
the thing. That's the thing. From the beginning, there's two different ones. There's a Sunni one and a Shia one.
There couldn't have been two since the beginning. There had to be an original.
Right.
Who was the original? You know what I mean? And then who was the one who said no? Because whoever said no was the second one.
Well, that's what he's saying is
You know what I mean?
the dispute is, though. It's
Whoever disputed it was the second one. You know what I mean? Because like the first one doesn't even know it's not the first one to dispute someone else. You know what I mean?
I would acknowledge that, but
It would
what
have
I'm
to be
under-
the bigger set. The bigger
what
sect
I'm
is most
understanding
likely the
from
first sect.
what TML is trying to explain, though, is when the book was written, it already included two. And I mean, that really shouldn't be a surprise because all the other ones have two as well. Just like if you believe in God, you have to believe in the devil. It's very simple, right? Or no?
Wait, what do you mean? Did
He's-
like when the
he's
book was
saying that
written,
the
it
way-
was written with two
He's
rulers?
saying that the way that the prophet did things when the book
Well,
was
one of the
written, there was already two.
well, going off of what you're saying, like the prophet and Jesus and all those guys, they did make prophecies. Like, you know, as soon as Moses left and came back, like they had already broke the commandments and shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like so the shit is that, you know, like Jesus literally said, like it isn't like not a fucking single day is gonna even pass before false prophets come and start preaching in my name.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, I mean, it's written right there that, you know, the same day you get the truth, you get the lie right there. You know what I mean? Because it's got to show up right there. You know, so I mean, what you're saying, I mean, Goblin, I mean, I feel no reason to doubt what you said. I mean,
Oh no, I'm hearing what you're saying, man. I'm
So,
trying
like,
to look at your perspective as well.
I don't know.
It makes complete sense to me. I mean,
I'm just saying, there's got to be
we're
some
in
way
a
to figure this all out. Like, if
the
that's
whole
the
world
only
is
contention,
dualism, anyways. Think about
if
this.
the only point of contention is who is the ruler, right? If there's no real difference, then, you know what I mean? They just need to come to some kind of fucking, like, joint rulership or something. Like, I mean, I don't know. Or just combine it into one shit. You know what I mean? Like, why does it got to be two shits if it's the same thing and it's just about a hierarchy?
that's what it is. It's like the thing is that
It
I
don't make
can't really,
because I don't really know enough, to be honest. You know what I mean?
I can't really consciously like sit here and
It's a lot.
believe in my heart that like the Shias got like some genetic descendant worked out. So I'm gonna have to go with like we're gonna have to appoint a righteous ruler from among the ranks of like the Muslims that are there. So like the fact is that, you know, you know the Muslims got to step up and you know basically transform as a nation in order to make that possible, because right now it's like nobody's like ready to like man up and be like, all right, we're ready to like go under this one dude who's a righteous king, you know?
I feel you, bro.
Oh, it is.
It's also like that, you know what I mean? Like yo, the whole entirety of Christianity, right? Everybody is trying to be Christians, but they don't get the message, and so the whole thing is divided. You know what I mean? Like, I completely understand how something could be seem so simple.
Like
right?
I know for a fact that democracy is an evil system. You know, I know the autocratic state, the way it was derived, the principles under which it was derived, all of that shit is evil. You know, the idea of man that they have, you know, the idea of universalism, the idea of secularism,
Agreed.
the idea of all of these things. I know that that's pure evil. So I know that
agree
there
with
has to be some truth in the formula of God, king, and people. So something has to be done in terms of bringing that order back, you know, but for some reason, you know, the people are not with it. That's the problem, is because they are inundated with, a whole host of, ideological and technological viruses, in my opinion. So unless they get ready to free themselves of those things and seek some sort of ideological purity and then some sort of physical, freedom, then, it's not even going to be a choice,
I don't see that happening. Like yo, Christianity, right, is like you said, slipping into witchcraft, right? Islam is gonna slip further away from fucking a solidified union.
Yeah, it's not going to happen in terms of religion, but
More
it is
technology, more luxuries, right? More Babylon.
right. But eventually, like the thing is that these people who call themselves Christians and Muslims,
Right.
are not really Christians and Muslims.
Correct. Correct.
So the fact is that they're not even carrying out the laws that are already on the books. So we
Agreed.
can't even sit here and complain and act like, all right, well, these people are not going to change. These people are not the people I'm even referring to. It's like the religious game is not the game.
I know. I'm just saying, like, the
game
majority as a whole.
The game is that people are going to have to figure out what the objective factor of power is in this world, realize that it's technological, and then decide how much technology is necessary to live a good life and how much power can you have, once you counteract that change. So I think until that basic question is resolved, because until then we're all just bartering our time with whatever we can out of the system that's in place right now. You know what I mean? It's just like we're wondering how much of it we can use, how much of it we can't use, and it's just a constant bargain. But the ultimate question has to be posed. The ultimate question of authority, A, and B, the ultimate question of ethics. The question of who should rule, and the question A, of who should rule, and the question B of how much technology is necessary to live a good life. Which happens to be tied to a second thing, which is simplicity, which is the cornerstone of virtue and the cornerstone of freedom. It's really a dual thing.
You know what the problem is, TML? The problem is that man, right, cannot actually rule man because man is corruptible. And this leads to the next problem, right, which is going to masquerade as a solution, you see. They're going to say, since all man is corruptible, we need to be judged by an AI that is not corruptible. It's a perfect program, you see.
Well, if
it's going to be a false god.
If the timeline and YouTube knowledge is worth any accuracy, supposedly they're supposed to be doing the whole red heifer thing, and I don't understand how that's going to be possible because
they're already testing out AI judges,
Muslims have right to that
So,
land as well, though. You see
keep
what I'm
that in
saying?
mind.
How are they gonna do the red heifers, and when that's Muslims have right to that land as well? You see what I'm saying?
I'm just saying they're gonna have AI ruling over people soon and making judgments as like AI judges, right? And then who really controls the system? Because you got to understand, man is always going to be corruptible. Man can never rule over
I
man.
truly believe that there is an NI and that there is an AI.
Doesn't the
There's
Bible
natural
say that
intelligence.
mankind demanded a ruler, an intermediary between God and man, because mankind did not want to be ruled by God? And we have failed to rule ourselves ever since. Ever since the first king. Ever since King Saul. What was it, King Saul? We failed to rule ourselves. Because we did not want to be ruled by God. We wanted to be ruled by man. With an intermediary. That's the thing. Man is always corruptible. Even the greatest of kings all fell short in the eyes of God. You know what I mean? Even David was after God's own heart, was out here sending his homies out to die so he could steal their women. Right? Paid with the life of his child for it. Even the man after God's own heart fell short in the eyes of God. So there is no man that's incorruptible, and the only one that was in the earth, the only man that lived in the earth was Jesus Christ, that was not corrupted. And this is the reason why, you know what I'm saying, Jesus Christ, King of Kings, is required to rule over mankind, because he was not corrupted. All men is corrupted. You know what I mean? Jesus died as a good man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I subscribe to that. I'm just saying,
So, like,
regardless, there's a timeline in these books, man. And like with Rocky thinking that we're in this Satan's little season, I'm not comprehending that. Like, even if you believe that it already happened and you believe in everything that Bible says, the Bible says at the very end basically that it all starts over.
King of Kings. Yeah, we live in a cyclical reality. It's just a learning process, you know what I mean? It's an ebb and flow like all things in reality. With a beginning and an end.
But the end is just a new beginning, man. You know what I mean?
Well,
it really is.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's a reboot. The experience continues, right? But where does your experience continue? Does it continue in the prison? Or are you going to have an exodus from the prison? You gotta understand, we're in a learning experience. If you didn't learn, then you either have to be destroyed or repeat the experience, right?
I would assume based on that concept, yeah.
I mean, what else is the point of this but to learn?
If we all fall short, you see what I'm saying? That pretty much tells us that we cannot be perfected, just like what you were saying. All men are corruptible.
Yeah, all men are corruptible.
So
right?
what are we? Are our wages based? Our fruits based on the knowledge that we've gained? Or
You have to learn that you're corruptible, right? And just realize that you are corruptible. In knowing that, you have to allow yourself to be ruled over, right, by someone that is worthy. But no man is worthy, right? Who is worthy to rule over you? You know what I mean? I don't worship Jesus Christ as God, but Jesus Christ is the king, right? The ruler over mankind, the intermediary, because no man could fill that gap. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about. You know what I mean? I allow goodness and righteousness to rule over me, right? In my actions, in my desires, in the way I build myself. Yeah, we might fall short. You get what I'm saying? But we have a target. We have a model. You know what I mean? We have a guide, a blueprint.
Yeah, a prototype. I hear you.
We have something to aim for. You know what I mean? You got to aim at the target to hit it. If you're not even aiming at it, you're never going to hit it. If you're aiming at it, you might miss it. but you might hit it.
You were speaking some knowledge on Summerland earlier, and I found that very interesting as well. I've done that study. TML, have you?
What was it again?
Summerland and the Black Sun.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not really that familiar. But yeah, Summerland. You're talking about. Go ahead.
Like the reflection that's underneath the earth. Like you hear people talk about.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Arguing over the shape of the planet.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Yep.
You think there's some validity to it, or what?
Well, I know definitely there's not a fucking like metal ball in that bitch. Like fucking like this is probably not true. You know what I mean? The metal core in that shit. Like we know less about what's going on inside the earth than probably we do about like outer space and shit. Like I actually don't think like we know what the fuck's going on either out in space or inside the earth. You know, for sure. But yeah, the esoteric Hitlerism, we were kind of pointing out that is linked to some of the tales of the Black Sun, and then we were tying it to some of the writings of Georges Bataille and his whole sort of like sexual themes that are attached to it, which I'm not going to repeat here because it's he's on that faggotry. I mean, but yeah.
It's the same thing with the Santa Claus story, bro. You know, you go down the chimney, you get the coal. You know what I mean? It's all the same.
Yeah, they got a lot of interesting ties to that shit. But yeah, I mean, about the geography of that shit. I mean, yeah, I mean, I definitely think there might be, in my opinion, there could be, definitely civilizations we don't know about underground, breakaway civilizations, shit that happens underground, cave shit,
Oh yeah, there's caverns all over the world. You know that.
Crab people.
They look like crabs, but they're people.
You know what I'm saying?
It's the whole thing.
You know what I mean? It's more than just crab people, bro. There's all kinds of shit going on.
Look at the shit from the Mariana Trench. Now, either James Cameron created that shit or that shit is indicative of aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only two options. You know what I mean? Either they created, like, either somebody sat in a drawing board and was like, let's create new fish and make these motherfuckers believe that there's glowy motherfuckers down there. Or, like, you know what I mean?
Bro, there's legitimately, like, there's all kinds of shit in the ancient antiquity that, like, these people could not have just made this shit up. It's, like, way too creative. Way more creative than any of the shit we've come up with. Like, we're just copying their shit.
Yeah,
and making movies out of it. Like, nothing is original, bro.
The Kraken, the Cyclops and shit. It's all just same shit over and
Bro,
over.
you literally cannot show me anything on the fucking in Hollywood, and none of it that is original. All of this shit is borrowed from ancient concepts. So where the fuck did they get it? You get what I'm saying? I don't think they invented this shit. I think they just portrayed it.
Right.
You know what I mean? like all of this shit, nothing is new under the sun, bro. None of this shit.
Well, that's like what you guys were talking about earlier, like when things were founded. There are remnants from a past civilization. We know that. And as far as like the Kraken, Cthulhu, things like that, the Leviathan, I'm convinced that there is some type of
We shall never surrender.
Down in the water somewhere. What's this one?
Secret Brotherhood of Atlantis.
Thousands of years had passed since the battles between the two priest castes, which triggered the decline of Atlantis. The mysteries of Atlantis and its magic era had been forgotten for a long time. The invisible forces of the spiritual hierarchy and the Space Brotherhood secretly introduced a brotherhood to erect a chain of world empires. Entire civilizations have risen under the secret guidance and inspiration of this brotherhood. All the secret societies constructed the world's temples and cities, while God erected his temple, man, who had reached maturity in the playground of infinite experience. In ancient Egypt, the Brotherhood of the Snake had been in power for a long time, when arguments originating from the old conflict between the two brotherhoods of Shambhala and Agartha from
That's
Atlantis
Asclepius, bro.
arose and flared up time and time again.
Yeah, the staff of Asclepius.
Yeah.
The two snakes.
Fucking given to him by Hermes, bro.
Exactly.
Who is Apollo? Who is Lucifer?
This came to a climax in an argument between the Babylonian and Hebrew castes, in which both argued that they were the god race of the extraterrestrials. Thousands of years went by in which the same game of power and polarity opposites took place. Finally, the Hebrew Brotherhood on Shambhala's side won against an Aramaic branch of Agartha, with the help of Atlantean high technology, such as the Ark of the Covenant. During the entire time frame of the Old Testament, from the flood to Abraham and Moses, who received new guidance from God's guardians, there was a brother war between the scattered Aryan castes of Atlantis with their ever lower descending consciousness. Thousands of years went by, and the Hebrew caste system with its tradition of lodges blossomed and freed itself from the high priest Egyptian power. Once again, the spear of destiny was taken from one culture and handed over to another. The Space Brothers secretly inspired the Hebrew priests and guided them in order to direct the newly chosen people of God. The Hebrew leadership role strengthened, and generations grew up under the influence of the deep mystique of the Hebrew initiation scripts and ceremonies of the rabbis. The prophets told the priests that they could foresee the birth of a new Messiah who would bring a new age. The prophecies also said that the Messiah would have incredible abilities and would be more powerful than all the world's kings. So the Hebrew Brotherhood knew for a long time approximately when the Messiah would be born, and they were very afraid to lose their spiritual and worldly powers. No wonder King Herod, when he heard of the birth of Christ, sent people to look for him. The Brotherhood feared that their power would be taken from them. By the time Christ started his work, visiting the scriptural scholars and making it clear to them that God's life was in the inner life of man and not in their dead scriptures, the end of the magical era of the Atlantean Brotherhood was not far off. From Atlantis' dark age to the rebirth of light, the path of becoming human was long and cruel. Through thousands of years, the Brotherhoods worked undercover in all cultures. Thus, we can trace their path from Atlantis to Egypt, to the Holy Land.
Can you pause
from
this for
Greece
1
to
second,
Rome,
bro?
And in all European royal courts.
Is this not what I've been saying the whole fucking time? I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's why I played this.
Yeah, this is
Yo, what
making
the
a lot of
fuck, bro?
sense, actually.
Has this
Yeah,
guy
that's why
been in my presentation?
Yeah, that's why I played this shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can send you this too. Yeah, this shit is
You have to
dope.
send me this. All right, I'll
Yeah,
shut up
we'll
now,
do- It's cool. Yeah, I'm trying to get to this this Hitler part because this is interesting with the Hitler part. How it ties into esoteric Hitlerism, which is the original reason why I played this. There's our gal right there. The Russian madam Blavatsky. Yeah, how it ties into Hinduism and esoteric Hitlerism ties into Hinduism, and it ties into the religion of Tibet more specifically, because that's tied into the Bon shamanism. You know, the indigenous religion of Tibet is not Buddhism. It's called Bon, B-O-N, you know, and it's full of you know, demonic rituals and shit. And that's why the Tibetan priests, you know, they like do all sorts of shit. You know, they do all sorts of PDF shit. They drink all sorts of shit and blood and cum and all types of stuff. They have like these holy rituals and shit. You know, where they drink these like secret, like these sacred, like, you know, like fluids and shit, and they come from human fucking bodies. I mean, like, this is what it is. You know,
Crowley does the same shit.
Tantric shit. Yeah, he gets it from them. You know,
Yeah.
because he's studying the Kabbalah, he's studying Blavatsky, and she's studying the tantric rituals of the Tibetan priests, and she's studying the Kabbalistic rituals of the Frankists and all this stuff, how they're doing orgies and stuff in the book of Abramelel and fucking all of this
All
shit.
the same.
Yeah, so that's all coming from the Kabbalah. So
It's all
you
the
know,
same.
that's where they got it from. You know, they got
And
it
it comes
right
from
out
the
of
same
that.
origin.
Right. And she even went so far as to refer to the practices of the Hindus as the Oriental Kabbalah. And I'm pretty sure that also Swedenborg did that shit too. And and we were
You
talking
never
about
saw the movie the Man Who Would Be King that shows how the Masons go over to Tibet and they're like, oh, these are the guys, they're of the prophecy. And it was a Masonic, the whole operation was all Masonic, ancient Masonic. That like
Right.
all the Tibetan monks had Masonic symbols under the stones. It was like, check that movie out, bro. The Man Who Would Be King. It's old movie.
Yeah, Tantra from the Vedic
Expose
text,
it.
and then Kabbalah from the Jewish text, and both of them project a physical and a connection between the physical and the spiritual. You know, the spirit body and the physical body through these practices. You know, left hand path. You know, tantric practices. You know, so
They're not a Yahweh cult, Aaron Corbett. They're a Luciferian cult.
Yeah.
Just like the Jews, they claim to worship, like, you know what I mean? And look, at the end of the day, I'm not claiming that God's name is Yahweh, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. But at the same time, right, their God is Lucifer. That's their God. So, you know what I mean? However you want to look at it.
I'm liking this video piece here. This is it's very synchronistic, man.
Yeah, I played this early. I played this on some of my earlier streams when I was talking about esoteric Hitlerism as well. So yeah, it is a very interesting piece. But yeah, blessings.
And there were even
Yeah, I kind of went a little bit further in the video so I could get to those parts with the where they talk about the esoteric Hitlerism and the rise of the breakaway sect by Lanz von Lebensfeld from the OTO that actually led to all the writings of esoteric Hitlerism, especially cryptozoology, you know, and that was one of the things where, you know, he was combining the theory of evolution and, you know, with the views of like Nietzsche, with the views of the occult and all of this type of shit, and with the ideas of Atlantis and all that type of shit. It's fascinating stuff. You know, they come up with the, you know, demonology, and some of the demons kind of look like animals. So he had tied that to evolution and talked about cryptozoology. You know, so it was all this study of these monsters and these hidden realms of nature, the connection between the natural and the spiritual. You know, very interesting shit.
Yo, Aaron Corbett, no one cares about your doctorate if you're too scared to fucking come on the panel. All right.
No, I think Corbett been up here, you know, but yeah, blessings, Corbett. You know, yeah, you're welcome to come up here if you want
Talking
to.
about your doctorate, you know what I mean? Studying for 24 years, but I bet you couldn't articulate half of that shit on the panel.
Oh, doctorate. Oh, I thought you said doctrine. Oh yeah, doctorate.
Man said he's got a doctorate, bro.
Yeah.
How about come on the panel and I'll get at you right now. Yeah, right.
Yeah, blessings.
Might as well
Some
run the
combination
video. Tiny
of
balls
both.
not coming off.
Thus, through a cleansing process and through the slavery and oppression of the so-called lower human beings, a godly era would appear, if the race conflict was to be won, in Lance's view.
Indeed, this is the root of racism. Since the time of Atlantis and its sinking, two castes of priests fought against each other, the Shambhala and Agartha, constantly changing into new shapes and new cultures. The earth and its eras may only be a mirror of this spiritual argument. In Austria, the old Austrian Templar monasteries are situated all along the river Danube. One of them stands in Branau, the birthplace of Adolf Hitler. We can only guess as to whether Adolf Hitler in his youth met Lanz von Liebenfels already at the Branau monastery, or whether he met him later during his years of study in Vienna. We can be sure that Lanz von Liebenfels initiated Hitler into the old Templar knowledge, the brother war of Atlantis, and into the falsification of Christ's message, the persecution of the Aramaic Brotherhood by the Hebrew Brotherhood, and all these secrets of the past. There is an indication that the first contact happened in the Branau monastery, where there is a copy of the Roman lance of the Legionnaire Longistas, which Hitler searched for even more fervently than for the Ark of the Covenant. The Lance of Longistus was supposed to hold magical powers, as it had been thrust into Christ's heart. The secret Atlantean teaching tells us that when the extraterrestrial gods fell in love with the still reincarnating human animal women, there was a war between the gods. The dissidents, the fallen angels, were banished to become humans. The last remains of the fallen gods from Atlantis were the kings of the Indo-Aryan castes and priesthoods. These Aryan priesthoods were dispersed by the incoming black races of the subcontinents, and the era of the gods came to an end. For thousands of years, the god humans from the stars were incarnating into humans, while the Indian scholars were still fighting over which of the descendants of the Aryan gods belonged to the animal-human race. The initial root of racism, distinguishing between a superior and an inferior human, was thus revived, when, at the end of the 19th century, the search for the Aryan god humans was taken up by a European esoteric elite. It was Nietzsche, with his superhuman and many other prominent writers, who drew the idea of the god human from Atlantis out of the Indian texts. It was a few decades later that the secret esoteric teachings, mixed with the lost times of the Crusaders.
So Nietzsche and a few others like Blavatsky. Well, obviously Blavatsky and some of the people in the Theosophical Society, they visibly seem influenced by the writings of Nietzsche, especially Rudolf Steiner. You know, he's into that whole thing. Actually, he was there on Nietzsche's deathbed. You know, one of the founders of the Theosophical Society was right there on Nietzsche's deathbed, and he came up with this Apollo and Dionysus, you know, these two poles, which is really Venus and Mars. And if you really zoom out further, it's Atlantis and Shambhala. You know, these two, type of figurative divisions within occultism. And then, obviously, Nietzsche and Swedenborg and Blavatsky and some of these other people, they would be the cornerstone, the cornerstones of what is to be like the occultism. But then they would go on to influence these guys like Crowley later, so really it goes like
wrote the secret teachings, the secret doctrine, I think it was.
Yeah, the secret doctrine is Blavatsky. Yeah.
And Manly P. Hall was also involved with the Theosophical Society somewhat, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that does. Yeah,
But
Manly
I'm
P.
pretty sure
Hall
he
was.
studied Theosophy.
Yeah, Manly P. Hall was could tell you about it all, and yeah,
he was around Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
Yeah, they killed they murdered the shit out of Manly P. Hall, pretty much. You know.
I mean, he was all kinds of you know what I mean, fucked up. I don't really think he was a good person. So
Yeah, most likely not, but even then,
he was really smart though and put out a lot of shit, and I think his like desire to like put shit out was more than they wanted out, you know what I mean? I think he put out more shit than he was supposed to, basically. And they whacked him. You know what I mean? Like he hated Crowley though. Like
clog in the system.
Like Manly P. Hall had Crowley books in his library, but like he didn't let people read them because he, you know what I mean? Like he said Crowley was like disgusting and like detestable. So it's like weird. It's weird. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Sounds like power plays to me. But TMI, I appreciate the time, man. I'm gonna jump down and just observe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
about to shut it down in a little bit, anyways. But
All
yeah,
right.
thank you for
Have a
joining,
good one.
brother. Yeah, you too, man.
It gets real muddy when you start getting deep into like who the occultists were, right? You know what I mean? A lot of these motherfuckers is probably demons. Like, let's be real. You know what I'm saying? Or at least possessed by demons.
Oh yeah, yeah. They be working with several types. That's the whole thing of occultism. Is like a way to manage your demon possession or some shit. It's like
Yeah, that's what the
But-
Sephiroth is. And I mean, like, they do shit to people in order to make them demon possessed and then, like, teach them how to, like, harness these demons or whatever the fuck. Like, that's Solomon
Right.
binding of demons. And, like, they think they could become a god by, like, you know what I'm saying? Obtaining all the demons, like Pokemon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, ruling over men, I think.
Got to catch them all or whatever the fuck, and then, that's why like the highest ranking motherfuckers in our political systems and shit are like the most demonic. It's like they're fully possessed by many demons, like not just one. They've been through all the rituals required for all this demonic possession. It's like you got to kill somebody. You know what I mean? They do it. They get the murder demon. You know what I mean? It's like they drink the blood. They get the blood demon. I don't know exactly how the fuck it works, but that's basically like my, you know what I mean, understanding of it. And they like stack them up, and each one is a Sephiroth. And if you collect all fucking 10, bro, you're now a demon god with all the power of all 10 demons. It's like,
Yeah, it's like you look at impure things, you read impure things, you look at like shit, you try to conjure shit up in you, you create vectors for demonic spirits, and basically you invite them into you, and then basically what it is that then you have two options, because you're sick. Then you could either practice occultism and cope with the demons, or you can pray and get the fucking demon out of you. So like the shit is like it's like the same way in like what we're facing right now. Is like we're poisoned, mentally, physically, spiritually, and like what we have is like we could either go to nature and like get the shit out of us, or we could just improve the shit and cope with it with science and technology. Just add that shit. It's just like the same shit. It's like the same puzzle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like, analogically, it's like obvious, what has to
I
be done.
agree. I've experienced it in my life, you know what I'm saying? I've built up a whole bunch of fucking demons inside of myself and then didn't really study occultism, so like couldn't control the demons. It was just free range fucking demons, you know what I mean? And then like you get to a point where you got to either like find God or these demons are going to destroy you. You know what I mean? Hence you destroy yourself. You know what I mean? And like for me, God is the only thing that could cast out these demons. Like, you know what I mean? Like the path of Jesus cast out the demons for me. And like at the end of the day, it's a long process. It doesn't happen overnight. And like the same way that you incrementally get the demons, you got to incrementally get rid of the demons.
Right.
You don't just snap your fingers and now all the shit that you did didn't happen. Nah, that shit happened. You know what I mean? Some of them demons are harder to get rid of than others. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to learn how to just ignore them. You know? Sometimes you'd be inviting them back in. You don't even know how you did it. You know what I'm saying? You allow hatred or some kind of fucking whatever. It doesn't matter. You allow a lust into your heart. Boom. You opened up the door. Right? Shit's wild in the hood. Sometimes other people get demons on them too. Right? And you don't even realize you're dealing with a person who now has a demon on them. Maybe even multiple demons. This is that shit. You know, why are people so self-destructive? They're not. People are not self-destructive. People get infested with demons and destroy their lives. You know what I mean? Demons are destructive to humanity. It's not called emotion. There's emotion involved, but it's not just emotion. There's actually demons. And if you're unaware of them, then you literally are the most susceptible. They want you to believe psychologically that there is no demons, so that you believe it's your emotions and it's you. And you believe that it can't be gotten rid of without the psych meds that you need to eat to feel happy, or to feel like everything's okay, or to feel like there's no more purple people, or whatever the fuck it is, right? You could destroy the faculties of the mind, and then the demons go away, right? Or you could remove the source of what's feeding the demons, which is your toxic behavior, you know, the negative behavior. But if you just cover it up with drugs, the demon just stays there. You don't feel it. It's still there. It's never been dealt with. You got to deal with this shit. You got to face your demons. That's a real thing. You never heard of it? First of all, what is it? What is it that needs to say it? Exactly. Where does it say any of that? I just said it out of my mouth. That's where. Do you even know where you are right now? What the fuck's wrong with this guy?
Oh, you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to this fucking snowflake in chat that's got a doctorate. Doesn't know where it says it. Says it right here on the TML show. That's where it says it. Am I the supreme authority? No. Did I claim to be the supreme authority? You know what I mean? That's the thing.
I actually appreciate Corbett for being the only member in the chat. I feel like that is a YouTube award, sir. You know, in terms of just because there's 31 people here, and Aaron Corbett is the only member of my chat. So these 31 people, man, you guys are really watching hard. Some hard watchers.
I'm just saying.
Yo, I want to address the 30 so-called people and the 31st, which is Aaron Corbett. I'm not addressing Aaron Corbett at the moment. I'm addressing the other people. Now 30.
You know
now
what?
29 people. Man, what the fuck is wrong with you guys?
You know what, bro? We have 30 people with tiny, tiny balls, like microscopic testicles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's 5:30 a.m. There's 30 people watching this show for no reason and not saying a fucking single thing.
That's just crazy. We must have
Yeah,
put
man.
people to sleep with my beautiful lullabies. And they're just sleeping to the sound of the TML show.
To the murmurs.
To the murmurs. It's just 5 a.m. and Asperger's.
Sterling Ray, bless. Driving. We got one person driving. We got one person in chat that accounts for two. See this is weird. See Sterling Ray? See, this is weird. See what
And
I mean?
of all people, bro, it's like Sterling Ray, bro.
Sterling Ray is always watching this shit.
He's what?
Sterling Ray knows more about my personal life than some people in my family at this point. For real.
Sterling Ray's got a notebook. All right.
Sterling Ray's the real deal.
He's preparing for a debate that he'll come and have one day.
No, that's a lady.
Is it?
Yeah, Sterling Ray's a lady, yeah.
I thought that was the guy Sterling with the notepad that hangs out with Wild.
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no.
I
no,
think
no,
that's the notepad, bro. And he
Yeah, that's
debates with the notepad.
No, he's a scientist. No, he's he is a hardcore atheist. So yeah, you got to talk to him about.
He's hardcore.
He follows Matt Dillahunty and shit. You got to convince. Like, it's easy to convince him of shit. But yeah,
It's the stupidest loop I ever saw, though.
well, it's the empiricism loop. It's just
Bro, it's like a roller coaster ride that does one loop and gets us back to the station. You're like, wait, was that the ride? He's like, yeah. You're like, oh, all right. I guess so.
Yeah, but I like how he was talking about how he's gonna pick this girl up with a purple Lamborghini. This stripper that he met, that he fell in love with. He was talking about how he fell in love with this stripper, and he's like, he's like, I'm gonna pick her up in this purple Lamborghini, and I'm gonna take her to Costa Rica. I was like, this shit is hilarious, yo.
Bro, shout out to the 3 ballsy chat subscribers. Sterling Ray, Creek Mary, and Aaron Corbett, which are totally legitimate sounding names, by the way.
This is legit right now, yo. Honestly, Sterling Ray. About to get modded up in this bitch. Let's do this shit.
Yo, why they all got 2 names like fucking John Wilkes Booth or some shit? They all got 2 names, bro.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I just ate like 2 pounds of straight up grilled chicken. About to smoke a fat joint. Let's go.
Sterling Ray, longtime fan. Blessings to you. Thank you so much. Please don't worry about writing in the chat. Continue driving safely. One of my friends died texting and driving, man. I'll never forget that shit, man. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Everybody's in a hurry. You know what I mean? People text. Oh shit. What is this? What happened to the screen? Is there just no screen behind us at this point?
It's black.
Son of a bitch. Well, I'll pull it back up. What minute is this? 21 minutes into the video. Yeah, no problem. I'll pull it the fuck back up. Sorry, guys. Remove that from the studio. Yeah, and I guess Lanza left us. All right. Well, I guess this is it, folks. We've been here for 9 hours. You know, the machine lives, and there's nobody up in the chat that's actually being responsive. You know, we KO'd the entire audience at this point. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, thank you for joining. You know, us versus 30 people. You know what I mean? But yeah, bless, man. You know, thank you. Hit him off with a closing statement, my brother.
Hey, yo. Subscribe to The Machine Lies, where the machine lies about the machine lying.
That's accurate.
On the machine that lies. There you go.
That's very accurate. Thank you, my brother. And you have a blessed day and a blessed night, with your family and everything, and I'll be praying for you, and I'll be talking to you soon, my friend. And put you here
You were ready to know.
for sure. And yeah, let me put my camera on for you guys. Yeah, how's it going for all you people here? Thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine, on the machine that lies, the Mashiach lies. You know what I mean? Bringing that truth to your dome. You know what I mean? Every Saturday, every Wednesday night, and every Friday morning. So be prepared and don't be scared. You know what I'm saying? And pull up a chair. You know what I'm saying? And blow the smoke in the air. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, bless you people out there. And thank you for joining us here. I will be putting some things out for you guys in terms of, I'll play more of this video, that I was playing. We're 21 minutes in, as I promised, so you guys can enjoy some of this video. And yeah, we'll come back with some of this debate analysis. Our third attempt to get the famous Tazariak in here, the LeBron James of debates. You know what I mean? So, you'd think if there was LeBron James of debates, there would be a lot of debate analysis videos. So it's okay if we do 3 videos of analysis on Tazariak debates. I mean, he's the self-proclaimed LeBron James of debates. So, imagine how many videos there are analyzing LeBron James and his basketball career and all that type of shit. So we're just making 3 videos on Tazariak. Maybe he'll come and debate us. I mean, that would be a good thing because we have comparable insights into the Bible, the New Testament, and the history of, how these events transpired in our world. We just gave a powerful demonstration of that this evening. And I hope that you guys enjoyed it. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends, and, be aware and be prepared. You know what I mean? And yeah, thank you for joining us. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to, defeating the programming is to realize what the programming consists of. You know what I mean? Let's go to this 21 minutes here.
Who drew the idea of
And yeah, you have a blessed night, my friends. Thank you for joining me.
the god-human from Atlantis out of the Indian texts. It was a few decades later that the secret esoteric teachings, mixed with the lost times of the Crusaders and the lost ideals of chivalry from the Germanic god legends, would influence a young man in Vienna. In Hitler's childhood, his father beat his mother while under the influence of alcohol. Thus, the desire to free his mother from evil as a knightly hero grew in the young Adolf Hitler. Already in his early youth, Hitler took refuge in the romantic world of Germanic legends, in which good wins over evil. This mysticism of the polarity of good and evil reached its peak in Vienna with the study of the esoteric literature of the Indo-Aryan battles of the gods. In these ancient texts, and in the first lectures of the contemporary authors, the worldview of the young Hitler was even more split into good and evil. In Vienna Men's Hospice, and inspired by these texts in solitary moments, Hitler forged his worldview. This worldview can hardly be reconstructed, yet the world of the god-humans from Atlantis and their fall through evil influenced him so much that he lived in his own fantasy world. When Hitler came across the books of Guido von List, and later of Lance von Liebenfels, the fire to free the world from all dark forces was unleashed.
So according to Lanz von Liebenfels, originally there were people with blonde hair and blue eyes. They were godlike. They came from somewhere in the universe, and amongst them were the animal-like humans, particularly the so-called monkeys. According to Lanz, the races commingled insofar as the blonde and blue-eyed women united with the animal-like human beings. This is how the mixed races appeared, and these were called the little monkeys or Chandlan. Indeed, this comes from the Indian tradition. These animal-like beings and so on, in the whole world history, threatened the culture which the blonde and blue-eyed people had created, and which they still create. So this conflict is the fight of the animal-like, the lower beings against the so-called noble, heroic people. This leads to the necessary destruction of the lower beings. This program of destruction is the ultimate goal. It is indeed a form of apocalypse, in which the lower beings will have to be cast out, and the blonde and blue-eyed beings will survive.
In der also sozusagen die Untermenschen ausgeschieden werden sollen und die Blond-Blauen allein also sozusagen überleben.
With Hitler's view to save the world from evil, the catastrophe was already preordained. In the text by Lanz von Liebenfels, we can find the inspiration ground of all racist teachings of the time, and Hitler embraced literally all of these ideas. Thus Lanz von Liebenfels spoke of a purebred race of Aryan people and the reviving of the noble qualities of the gods, and of the end solution of getting rid of the inferior races in order to establish again the god-human race, blonde and blue-eyed, as the superior race. But Hitler was not the only one to read the teachings of Lanz von Liebenfels in his paper Ostara in Vienna. There were many different personalities from various organizations who later came together in order to pull on the same side and to establish the idea of the new superior race. Ludendorff and Dietrich Eckart already subscribed to this racial publication. Strengthened by his interpretation of esoteric material, perhaps already a member of the Templar Order, Hitler launched himself into the First World War. He may have already made contact with Ludendorff before the First World War as an equally esoteric-minded friend. His chance to convince all that he was the German savior who would lead the battle against all injustice on earth came a few days after the beginning of the First World War in Munich, where he spoke up after the liberation battle against the communists. For a long time, he kept secret his esoteric knowledge and his membership of one of these esoteric sects. It was only when he came to power that people started to think about the idea of a blue-eyed race superior to all other races. A new Atlantean god was to be bred again, who would embody the godly qualities and psychic abilities. And the animal human of the rest of the world was to serve the super race. Due to the esoteric studies, he lived in the very personal world of his own imagination, where he saw the normal human being as degenerate and the archetype of the Atlantean legends of the gods as the standard to be re-established. We are quite sure that Adolf Hitler was an honorary member of this order. He knew Lanz von Liebenfels personally. That is what Lanz told me and two other friends. He said Hitler had visited him in 1909 and previously bought the Ostara, but a few magazines were missing, and Hitler had thus asked Lanz to give him the remaining issues. Lanz did so. He gave them to him. And this means that Hitler knew the complete Ostara. He probably also knew the book published by Lanz in, I think, 1905, with the title Theozoologie, or
of Sodom's monkeys and the dream of the path of the gods.
Encouraged by his occult knowledge, he decided to lead the world into the 1,000 Years Empire as a messiah and savior in a final victorious battle against evil. Through the influence of drugs, he became a medium and naturally saw himself as the carrier of the lost qualities. He took the idea of a 1,000 Years Empire from John's Revelation. However, Hitler was not alone in his dream of establishing a Germanic empire with re-emerging god-humans from Atlantis. The Tula Society of the Germanic Order and the Armenian Order of the 19th century, which met in the Four Seasons Hotel in Munich, had the same dreams with one difference. They saw the Freemason lodges and the Illuminati as the supreme evil.
Not many people know that the Tula Society was a cover organization of the Germanic Order. This Germanic Order was created around 1912, and the Tula Society appeared later. Theodor Fritsch was the driving force behind the Germanic Order, and he, of course, was the mastermind of German anti-Semitism. At the beginning of this century, he had already conceived that the Jews and the organization which represented the Jews, which embodied Jewish culture, namely Freemasonry, in his opinion had to be fought against, preferably by an organization of the same caliber, indeed with a secret lodge. That is why the many anti-Semitic associations of the time, as well as the readers of his magazine Hammer, became united in the Reichshammer Union in 1912. The Germanic Order was created as a secret sister organization. Their principles were identical to those of Freemasonry, but it fought against its opponent with Germanic ideas. Finally, a work of conspiratory nature emerged. The Germanic Order would only take on trustworthy people of Germanic nature. To that effect, very detailed prescriptions were applied in order to achieve the desired result. People had to be preferably blonde and blue-eyed. They had to have a secure income. They had to have status and, of course, have internalized the appropriate ideas. The Germanic Order did not develop very well in the First World War because many of its members were involved in the war and membership dwindled. The first disagreements occurred, and in 1916 the Germanic Order was split. One branch of the Germanic Order renamed itself and became the Germanic Order Pilgrim to the Holy Grail, out of which the Tula Society emerged later. Rudolf von Sebottendorf contacted the Grand Master of the Order, Hermann Paul, and both decided that Sebottendorf would build up the Bavarian provincial branch of the Germanic Order. Indeed, he did so. He recruited members, and in August 1918, the great inauguration took place. The Germanic Order was initiated in the headquarters, that is, in the Four Seasons Hotel in Munich, with an inaugural lodge. Shortly after this came the well-known events of the end of the war revolution. From then on, we can speak of the Tula Society. The Germanic Order then renamed itself with the cover title Tula Society in order not to divulge the conspiratory secret alliance and to hide amongst other popular organizations, thus having a greater range of action.
Adolf Schicklgruber, Hitler, the Enlightened, wants to release the
Your goal is to produce a new product
the newest possible product at the lowest possible cost at the maximum possible output. So the only way you could completely realize this is to have a machine do the work. If you rely on humans to do the work, there'd be no way to realize the situation. So they had humans run the machines. Well, pretty soon the economists lost out to the people who developed machines, and this would be the engineer. The engineer soon overtakes the economist in planning society, because the engineer knows how to run the machines, and by knowing how to run the machines, he gains access to what makes products that keep the society intact. And also they create weapons, and they create medical supplies. These are people who have technical know-how. But soon, when the technical know-how is no longer sufficient and the machines are one has to compete, and everybody has access to the same machines, well, then you need to theorize how to invent bigger and faster and better machines. So you need to bring in scientists, and scientists are the ones who improve machines. And soon the scientist overtook the engineer in planning society, because the scientist, he doesn't only invent machines, but he's also responsible for developing machines. And since he's responsible for development of machines and not simply in running the machines themselves, they're especially seem to be a step up than the scientist. Now, the scientist creates something which is a machine that seems to watch itself. Now, this, of course, seems to be automation. And automation means that once the scientists create automated machines, then all that needs to be updated within those machines is the software or the computer, or the code. The code needs to be updated, but essentially there's no use for the scientist anymore. Now we have programmers running the society. So it seems that the programmer overtakes the scientist in developing new ways of interacting with the environment. But see, all of these scales of changes, some may call it, this is another way of looking at it, but they have the 4 industrial revolutions, which we'll hear about, quite frequently. And we just heard partially from the excerpt from Jacques Ellul that on various changes, various designs in the technological system seem to pile on top of one another, and it seems to be like a pyramidal development of these things. But I guess we would also have to say that since the technological system is so interconnected, the reform of the technological system is not exactly possible without some sort of mass scale suffering because so many people rely on the technological system. So it would seem as if nonviolent reform of the technological system is actually not even possible at this point, given our late stage. And this is quite a astonishing point. Not sure what is to be done with it. We know the history of planning nonviolent reform within societies has not been very successful. We're looking at changes, massive changes in human civilization that are driven by large-scale violence, to be precise. And that large-scale violence is usually attached to technological advancement, as we see many writers and thinkers seem to argue. Furthermore, we see that propagation and that propaganda and manipulation of the technological system seems to be pretty pervasive due to mass surveillance, mass data gathering on citizens by private contractors and other sorts of mediums. And it seems that even as we're talking now, criticizing various aspects of technological change, we're forced to do it using the same tools that have been given to us by the system. I mean, the machine lies is a clear example of how we're forced to use the medium that we criticize to criticize the medium itself. There is no way to escape the fact that we are living in a complete age where the medium is a message. Who controls your eyeballs controls your brain. And this seems to be a quite nefarious development. Another last sort of range of influence in technology is that the technological system, by improving itself beyond human means, will force humanity itself into a position where humanity will either have to abandon the technological system under great stress, political and economic stress that will lead to obviously massive casualty, and or humanity will simply be overtaken by machines, and machines continue to improve themselves beyond human means. Then, as certain technologists predict and even anticipate and even support, quite paradoxically, they want to be subsumed under technology, or they feel that this is a natural evolution. We see this in thinkers like Elon Musk, who admit the dangers of technology, developing technology, not knowing what's coming next, awakening a demon, and then developing a neural link. I mean, these are all paradoxical activities. Why would somebody who says is afraid that something might become the incarnation of evil also be involved in developing that very thing? You know, I mean, we have to ask ourselves that.
They call me an alpha dog, so I came here to prove it. They ask me how it's done, bitch, I just do it. Nipping at your heels with some swag-ass beats. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. Don't sleep. They call me Great Day, cause that's what I am. Like Emerald Legacy, I did it like bam. Alpha dog. Came here to prove it. They ask me how it's done, bitch, I just do it.
Come through, piss on your leg, hit your bitch dog style, roll over in bed, smoke all your weed, eat your food, then I'm out like Rick James. Fuck your motherfucking couch, nigga.
Ragtag rebel armies of alarming proportions, grenade launching, fearless little orphans, fully dipped clerics who throw the wind caution, intel operatives who instigate holy wars and tiptoeing at Fort Beach. You're gonna need to know basis with derelict new contagious enzymes to play with, cause a well-educated, prosperous nation is dangerous. Walt Disney Kingdom, where history comes in two flavors, blood soaked to the bloodstains, cleaned up with detergent later. Excuse me, Miss Liberty, I don't mean to be misogynist, but put some lipstick on a green lip, cause the truth ain't a pretty bitch. In the US, even Martin Luther King kept a gun in the crib. So whether you a clueless bastard with no relations, or more tonight with genealogy of King David, you witnessing the logistics of a gun-running operation by big mama policy makers. Intricate surveillance next to the crib placed by proxy administration, funded by drug money pushed out of US air bases. S&P time, hollow mountain shadow ops, nanobots who make remote control parts for overhaul. Double, triple agents who leave how to fly books and glove box, and drunken moments left holy Korans and city strip spot. Boom, CNS to the phenomenon of albatross, heavy burden around the neck, depending what side the cornball, and my old-fashioned nickel slugs all always draw hard. Boom, CNS to the phenomenon of albatross, heavy shit around the neck, depending what side the cornball, and my old-fashioned nickel slugs all always draw hard. Mountains of atrocities as hard as the Acropolis. A vulture wretched skeletal wingspan screaming, no one is stopping me. Legions of minions ready to mar themselves for college money. Republican dummy, besieged with fanatical cherub Enoch says the coronation of King James pontificating. Sistine Chapel look like Quranic box paintings, where if you look closely, you can see ghostly images of Norval or 9/11 wargaming. Cold-hearted killers, you like tear ducts in a broken mirror. Haunted face appears in Judas in the form of Zell Miller quoting Hitler, who once said the bigger the lie, the more people likely to believe it. So nowadays these rappers spit vagina monologues, cause most of them are way too pussy to say shit. Hell man, you can never ever be God, no matter how intricate you paint yourself in his image. You just waging advanced forms of barbaric tribalism. That's the stupidity war that man is never winning. So gather the women and children, prophets, priests, and men from the forgotten books of Eden. Warn treachery would stem from the presidency and all the kingsmen. So close your eyes if you're squeamish. It's about to get sick, free to warrior here, meaning it's good time to eat it. So G-Man, start the deprogramming sequence. Boom, CNS to the phenomenon of albatross, heavy shit around the neck, depending what side the corn fall. On my old-fashioned nickel slugs, so I always try hard.
Understand the so-called ancient myths, which I take as factual records, one has to factor in the acceptance as a reality that people from another planet, when they found mankind worthy of more knowledge, more technology, more science, and more advancement, they gave it to us.
Supply me with the poison ivy, Joseph's still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once trod. Supply me with the poison ivy, Joseph's still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once trod. Lords of chaos, the wage Aquarians, savage barbarians, Sumerians mixed with the astral race. Take your face, midnight alchemy, blood chemistry, choose your weaponry. I leave foes exposed, you best to step secondary. Enter through the iris, spiral out, darkness, suicidal. Misbecame the miracles, ethereal for my survival. Wandering so collector, cave vast, hidden treasure. Alexandria, Copenhagen commander, Tibetan Lama, Major Kana, regurgitation, deciphering coded by the Maya. Mesmerizing temperatures off the burning empire. We came in blaze of flames, dwelling from the two planes. Insane, mystified, no remains, scattered from the grains. Motionless, spiraling star systems, most explosive. Merciless, desperate, doomed and hopeless. How I wrote this time, bending, unrelenting, never ending. Spirits descending, cyanide, wicked cherubim, decipher what we sending. Raised up out the earth, cross the walk and spit the dust. Chronal discharge, my dagger carved from mammoth tusk. Particles collide inside the mind, ocean multiverse. Voids filled with the worst verse that leaves you cursed. The lost book of Enoch, torments await the damned. Pharaoh Abraham, the last stand, fallen from my hand. Yo, we smash bow codes, broken tombs, walls of Jericho. Ice go with the flow that takes hold and never let you go. Yo, and never let you go, never let you go, never let you go. Yo, supply me with the poison ivy, Joseph's still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once trod. Supply me with the poison ivy, Joseph's still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once trod.
I am the idea and the reality, the motion and the act, the synapse gap, the time lapse, leaving your mind cracked. Sumerian scientists slicing the wax, cross fade from the conclaves of the highest divine math with a fiery blast from in between the eyebrows, flying to the clouds, shining a blinding light from my crown. Sky like I'm bound as I leave the king's arena in the will of Ezekiel with the Elohim as they beam us up in mercury vortex proportion. Blasted sources from the summit of the pyramids, the Ben, the center serious, Ben superior, the mortal man ever since. The soul bending the barrier to the best, you're inferior to the jaws of death. We're sending ya, the gods are blessed, no beginning and end for us. Crushing your bones to dust is not strenuous. Scrape your brain off the asbestos, smashing your essence to an infinitesimal decimal. My decibel indelible, arm, leg, head. The supreme personality of Godhead, wrapping yards of gauze around your head. Raws, barber fat, chopping the head off of Baphomet. Rip off his jawbone and beat down 1,000 men like Samson did the Philistines. We leave the blood spilling from your spleen, crushed by the illest Elohim, supreme being, skin tone olive green. The guardians of the ninth gate, Akashic science of the sage, apostles for higher planes.
Supply me with the poison ivy, Joseph's still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once trod. Supply me with the poison ivy, Joseph's still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once trod.
Yo, I bum Russia, show why you spitting on stage. Take the mic from your head. Fuck your devilish ways, nobody cares about the faggot ass words you say, but I and I say civilized minds every single day. True and living, third vision, rebelling against the system. The pigs threw my master teacher up in the prison. 19, still walking through your fuck ass clubs. I don't want a good time, it just wanna see blood coming straight from above. Let my dreads grow long, symbolizes spiritual growth, making me strong. I hold a microphone, dropping jewels and bombs upon Babylon. My way of life is Islam, and yo, it's on. Gotta get praise when I perform. I be blessing the crowd like a holy imam. You should've gone. Now you got next here coming at you. I slang knowledge like weed bags and crack capsules, holding revelations in the palm of my hand. Slap the shit out of grafted man if he can't overstand. Fuck the King Clan law enforcement. I'm divine like melanated skin proportions, cause I show and prove. Decipher, God stood out.
Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once strut. Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same lands, nomads where angels once strut.
The physical laws which cover the universe determines evolution, death of a birth, calculated probability, accelerating expansion, chaotic inflation, producing the observable universe, quantum cosmology, inconsistency with general relativity, mathematic path integrals, four spatial dimensions, analytic continuation, gravitational physics, dynamical field geometry for space-time, no boundary proposal created from nothing, instead spontaneous, pure and finite radius, hyperboloid, infinite open universe, false vacuum, tunnel matter, bubble nucleation, singularities, controversial fundamental theories, amplification, stretching macroscopic length scales, see to the growth of galaxies, primordial fluctuation, cosmic microwave, background radiation, launching satellites into space to measure temperatures with very extreme accuracy.